exactly what we've been looking to bring to Lake Charles. As you can see, we have a beautiful lakefront with the beach, and we're looking for events that bring activity to the lake. The Watercross is excitement, you know, getting up to 85, 90 miles an hour, and we think the excitement is going to bring out not only our locals, but people from all around the area to watch these guys race over the next few years.
I come here to win, come here to represent my sponsors, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsport, my company. It's a really good race site, it's a really good class, and everybody has their A game, so it's whoever did their homework is the one that comes up in the front.
Pro Watercross is the best pro watercross racing in the United States of America right now.
If you're jonesing for more action-packed racing, check us out on the web at prowatercross.com. Thanks for joining us at the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Escape the grind and explore the deep roots of Franklin County. Hike through the heavenly hardwoods. Catch the epic untold story of an American icon at the Ty Cobb Museum, or hit the Old Corner Hardware Store for a legendary lunch. Are you longing for the delight of a simpler time? Think Franklin.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, you know, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. You know, it's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year. Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the Tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just gonna be great.
What a race, I'll tell you what, these guys are charging every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for pro watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great. It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. You know, some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing pro watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with pro watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
Great scenery, great beach, great waves, everyone's nice here. It's perfect.
The water is beautiful, the town is great, the city itself is amazing as far as the people and the food and the culture. We're really loving it down here.
Well, South Padre Island is a hidden gem in Texas. I love it when national corporations and national events come down here because it brings more exposure to us. We have some of the most beautiful beaches in the country, definitely the most beautiful beach in Texas. It's very family friendly. Any activity you want to do on the island is all right here in one spot.
And here on South Padre Island, partnering with Pro Watercross, when you put them together, you can't get much better than that.
South Padre has turned out to be an awesome race site, and look forward to coming back and racing here again in the future.
Here at South Padre Island, just make it yours.
The color of his face right now, I'm thinking there's a heck of a story.
Well, Melvin's done a great job this morning, and Maverick's at home. Of course, he was coaching him the whole way on the phone, but you know what? We got a great team, and this thing's working, and we're stoked because this is the first time since I've been involved with Pro Watercross that Maverick hasn't been here with us.
Yep,
he is missed.
It's so true. There's no question about it. But just so everyone knows, he's still at home doing the graphics and assembling all this. We're so happy to have Melvin from Watercraft Network here. Melvin, thank you very much. We appreciate your expertise. There's no way that Rick or I could do it, and thank you very much. Why don't you come on camera so people can see you?
And if you don't, here's the deal though.
Get in the middle
so
there.
Maverick's at home. So this is the guy that you're gonna yell at if you don't like the camera work.
Yeah, that works.
This is the guy right here.
Right.
We know that happens, and it's an impossible task to capture everything for everybody all the time, but he's going to do a great job because he's a pro.
Yeah, well, and any complaints, send it to ricklake.com or the Watercraft Network.
Watercraft Network. Melvin from Watercraft Network. Good to have you here, buddy.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
So, yeah, we have a big day of racing. The guys are on the starting line. This is IROC stock down there already, so they're lined up. We've got one more practice to go. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's a makeup practice for riders who didn't get here.
Late arrivals, perhaps. One more to go.
You got this.
Yep. So one more practice to go, and that's it. You can probably take that camera off of me anytime you want. I'm sure the folks at homes are less than enthralled, and they'd rather see the water. Oh my God. Brian O'Rourke up here with us, waiting to give our blessing for the day, and then good to see him as always, our sport class insider and Huracan provocateur, right?
Yeah, I mean, brought the Huracan out again this week with a different rider. Last week we had Jimmy Wilson on it, and he had some flashes of brilliance till the boat let go, and then we fixed that, and now we got Kelly Smith, our main rider for Team Faith, out here on his Huracan, and we put Kyle Hayes, local boy, out on the red, white, and blue one. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what that can do out there.
Yeah, so that Huracan, Jimmy Wilson gave it a go a couple weeks ago in Panama City Beach. And why don't you tell me a little bit about the basics of the Huracan? What's it based on? What's it all about?
Sure. We looked at the landscape of the Sport GP class. We struggled for years trying to make Sea-Doo HX work. We didn't have the resources to buy an aftermarket Hamilton or Bullet hull for Wave Blaster. So we knew we were going to make a hull, and it was a matter of what platform. We saw the Polaris Hurricane at that point and knew that it was a wider, more stable hull, still within the legal ramifications of the rules. So we chose that as a top deck, and then we built our own bottom and made a hood seat combination, and then we wound up stuffing a 1500cc four-stroke fire breather in it, and it turned out to be really, really, really good. Still working out the bugs because we're, full-time ministry doing some work on skis here and there and trying to create our own thing, and it has shown a lot of success. We won the Pro Watercross World Championship in Naples last year with Kelly Smith on it, and Brian Baldwin was riding it as a guest for the white one, and he wound up getting third. So we think we got something for him, but every time we line up, it's a new adventure.
So, to say the least, you're probably the first developer of something based on a Polaris that I can remember. Now, like Kurt Nolenberg, who's out right now, and he'd like to probably throw in his 2 cents on this. Do you have anything that's in your heart about Polaris? Because Kurt, raced one at one time, and is there anything there, or was it just simply the basis you thought for a good boat?
Honestly, no, we didn't really. I mean, I like that Polaris was made in USA, but the biggest factor for us was we wanted a very stable platform, and the Polaris Hurricane in its OEM form came out 38 inches wide, which is the maximum width that a sport boat could legally have in the class. So we chose that, and we didn't know how it would work out. We really didn't, but the hull we developed to put underneath it turned out to be really good right off the bat. We've really done very, very, very little to it, if anything, to make that work. We're doing a lot of other stuff to make it work better, but the hull is not one of them, so we're excited about that.
Well, I'm sure Dan Schreffer's kind of excited that you've reincarnated one of his, creations that he had a hand in developing. I know that. And that's a 1500cc four-stroke Kawasaki power plant, right?
That is, and we think the four strokes are the way of the future. Obviously, there's some great two-stroke guys out there, Tim Judge, and man, they're putting out some really fast stuff. Hayden Skellett's got a fast boat. Revin Harris has got a fast boat. A lot of these guys have, Nemes have a fast boat. They're fast two strokes, but we just felt like we wanted to be on the upper curve it takes us so long to get on the curve that we thought we better start early and get the curve going on the 4 strokes. And now it looks like it might, you know, I heard Bill Dearman's putting one in his B2 or B3 hull. So, I mean, I think that's the way. And obviously the ski GP class went that way. So we kind of saw the handwriting on the wall, and we wanted to get a start on it. And with the help of Commander Industries, which was a big part of our program, getting this hull developed and all that, we think we've seen some success because of it.
Yeah, I think you definitely are on the cutting edge with the 1500 4-stroke. That seems to be the power plant of choice for everybody these days with an aftermarket hull, particularly obviously in the ski class. What if somebody wants to get one of these? What if they're interested in one? What do they do?
Yeah, right. We haven't sold any yet, and we are open to it, but everybody wants something different, and we're not quite in that production type mode, but we are open to building something, and really they just need to call us at Team Faith, which, by the way, Team Faith has backed this whole project. Our sponsors have backed it, and it's all for the glory of God. Our intention with racing in general, whether it's going on Supercross or at the GNCC series or doing our own freestyle motocross shows, is all to bring glory to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and that's the purpose of why we do it. We're passionate about it, and we believe God gave us that passion, and now we want to use it to glorify Him. And we're available to talk about selling those hulls if somebody wants one, and it would have to be the right fit, and we're being a little selective about it right now, but we are willing to talk about it. Just see us at teamfaith.com or huracanski.com.
I love it. You guys are dialed in, man. Not missing a beat there, Brian. I'm not surprised. You've been doing this a long time, my friend, and it's exciting that you guys are developing something new, something fresh, and to give these guys a run for the money in the sport class, because that is a really unique class that I call, it's partially a vintage class, but the power plants are modern, and so it's kind of, I don't really know where, it's a hybrid class, really, right?
Yeah, and it's, to me, one of the purest forms of going after the most innovation and seeing that being developed. And I mean, you know, there's no manufacturers that make a sport class boat anymore. They quit making them in 1998 was the last one that was made. So like you say, it's kind of vintage, but you know, the top runners are running aftermarket hulls that have been developed over the years. And, you know, there's honestly not that big of a market for them in terms of selling them. That's why the OEMs don't do it. But in terms of racing, it offers some of the most exciting racing. The hull is narrow and nimble, similar to a stand-up, but yet there's a seat on them for the guys that are getting old like me that need to sit down, which was one factor as well. And for us, and then so yeah, it's a great innovative class with a bunch of fast up and coming. Most of the guys that are winning are young. I'm 16, 17 years old, and it's a popular class. It's probably got the best racing outside of the ski GP class, in my opinion. And it's going to be fun today, I think.
It's fun every week. It's exciting, and you're right. The young guns have made their mark on pro watercross. We've watched them develop over the years, and they started at 10, 11, 12 years old, and now they're into their mid-teens. They're that old now and starting to take over the sport. You know, there's not a person out there that's ever owned a Yamaha Wave Blaster that hasn't said that they just love it. A lot of the people I know still hang on to theirs, and so we're excited about watching the Huracan R compete today in the sport class, Sport GP, and we are just about ready to get going. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to you, Brian, for the blessing here today.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Father God, thank you so much for this beautiful race site. All the work and effort that it takes to put on one of these events, we thank everybody involved, that is from sponsors to Pro Watercross to the officials to our course marshals to everybody, our friends and family that have come to help support, do what we love to do, and most of all, we thank you. We thank you for the ability to be here. We thank you for the resources and for this passion that we mentioned before that you give us to come out and compete. And despite COVID-19. We're here trusting in you that things are going to be okay while we do what we do, and we invite you to be part of this event. We pray a hedge of protection around this entire race course, God, and Lord, somehow, some way, if it's your will, use us to bring glory to your kingdom in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Brian. Always a pleasure. And we'd like everybody to please stand. Gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right, hey, Rick Lake up here with Kurt Nolenberg. Thank you, everybody. I'm pretty sure they heard that all the way to the other end of Lake Hartwell here. Look at the people on the dock across, Kurt.
Yeah.
Did you notice over there they were all standing up at attention? I was a little bit moving watching everybody and listening to that in this day and age with everything we've gone through. And thank you, everybody. What a great showing. And look at the boats on the backside of the race course. We're ready to go racing.
I want to thank Leon Rhymes for showing up and singing that anthem.
Fine job. Melvin blasting it out there.
Yes, man. He did. Yeah, mine too. Mine too.
Right on, man. So we are ready to go racing. First up today, guess what?
I rock stock.
All right, let's rock and roll.
Let's start out with the number 13 seed of the Shellmeyer, Florida. He is sponsored by Junior Stars of Florida. He's 17 years old. It's Kenzie Cook on the number 13.
Number 55 out of Syracuse, Indiana, part of the Syracuse Mafia. You're going to hear a lot about all weekend long on the Ignite Performance, Ethanol, JBR Racing, Watercross of Texas Yamaha. That's Jay Finlinson.
Man, a blast from the past on the 88 out of Beverly Hills, California.
Wow.
He is sponsored by Tweak Studio Racing Team, Cabrera Motorsports. Give it up for Arnold Martinez.
Number 106 out of Harvard, Illinois, riding for Hammer Time Sports, 53 CBD. AFX helmets, electric by George, Z-Force Racing on the Sea-Doo, Dustin Voss.
On the 110 Yamaha out of Bradenton, Florida, 17 years old, sponsored by his dad's wallet, it's Tori Snyder.
215 out of Canton, Georgia on the PWC Muscle Sea-Doo, Seth Nema.
On the 257 Sea-Doo out of Claremont, Florida, he's sponsored by Tattoo Rich Racing, Oztech Race Team, Riva Hydroturf Jet Pilot, and Bennett Construction, Dominic Perez.
And number 413 out of Rochester, New York, on the Yamaha, David Anderson. Here we go. IROC stock, race number 1, moto number 1. And man, if you've just tuned in, if you're just getting here, This is going to be one fast day of racing, meaning we have a really, really fast race course laid out by our officials, Robert Sand directing, and course marshal Randy out there lining things up. I'll tell you what, they have put together a course that is going to test everybody's skill on the inside sections, but man, that back straightaway, Kurt, woo.
It's all about top speed here. Of course, you always want to get the whole shot off the line, but with the speed of this course, it's going to offer the opportunities other than just the split course to really stretch the legs of these powerful watercraft. Watch and see what happens down on the line. Looks like Torrey Snyder on the 110. He's standing up. He's ready to go.
You know, this is really going to test the tuner's abilities, too. Really tuning these pumps in, tweaking the props, because they are going to need top-end speed on this race course to compete. You're going to have it. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to finish up front, I don't believe.
Well, a little inside tip from Derek Powell showing those carbon fiber gloves that they're using on that powerful number 55 machine. I believe is that Jay. Yeah, it's Jay Finlinson on that. Tried to rip that boat right out of their hands.
Well, Derek Powell showing some guns down there on the starting line. Look at that man.
Now he's not riding. He's got time to hit the gym.
Yeah, he's been pumping some iron, man. Jay Finlinson on the inside, that 55, that boat never stops. That will be on the race course the entire weekend. As we saw in Panama City, that does a lot of duty out there. That Yamaha EX. And I'll tell you what, that's been a really good performer for those guys.
Takes a licking, keeps on ticking.
Man, and they've got it dialed in. They put a lot of work into that ski the last couple of years, and they've got it tuned, and they know what they're doing. That's a very, very tough competitor, and young Jay, 15 years old, part of that Syracuse Mafia, and we got a whole crew of those guys we're talking about all weekend long. And Jay's going to be the first one out there, but they've got a team that comes out to all the races.
Well,
and they
Jay
are
Finlinson,
exciting.
Robbie Finlinson, Camden Powell,
Zeke Kime.
Boy, they were the first ones here. They were here Wednesday.
I saw some posts on Facebook, and they were ready to go. They're serious, and they are fierce competitors.
All right, race number 1 of the 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour here at Franklin County at Tougaloo State Park, about to begin. High Rock stock on the line, and there they go. Franklin County, they are off.
I believe that was Dominic Perez with a great jump on that Sea-Doo Spark.
Correct, on the inside.
And then Jay Finlinson right behind him. Here we go on the inside split. It is Dominic Perez. Who do we got on the outside out there? Let's check.
Looks like a new number. Is that a 1-1?
It is a new number. I believe that's 105. Yeah, it must be Dustin Voss, 106. On that Sea-Doo.
Is it? Well, I'm going to go with the 215 of Seth Nema in second position right now.
Well, it says 106 on 106.
The ski. I am completely wrong, and Dustin Voss from Harvard, Illinois is in that second position. Look out, Dominic Perez.
Thank you.
There's an EX on your behind, sir. There's 3 of them, as a matter of fact.
Well, interestingly enough, we've got a couple of Sparks out in front, which has really not been the case the last year or so. Usually those Yamaha EXs have dominated in this IROC class. Not so much so far this morning here in Georgia. Jay Finlinson trying to track down our leaders as they go. Oh, and it's Voss taking over the lead, 106. Dustin Voss out of Harvard, Illinois, riding for Hammer Time Sports, goes by Perez and into the lead.
Yeah, Perez had a little stick on the inside split there, stuffed it just a moment. That was all Voss needed to make his bid on that outside split. He's got the EX wicked up and at top speed. He's starting to pull away from Dominic Perez, and Dominic's got company behind him. Rick, who is it?
Yeah, that is Jay Finlinson on that EX, but look at Voss down that back straightaway. He's got some top end on that Spark, and he is flying. Here comes Finlinson making a move on our second place rider. That is Dominic Perez. Finlinson working hard, the 15-year-old. Oh, and he has a problem with the buoy there. I'm not sure if he made it around that or not. We'll find out. if he thought he did or not when he comes around, see if he goes for the makeup or not.
And for those of you who are here for the first race, if a rider misses a buoy, if you look way out in the middle, you see a green buoy way out there, an actual green buoy. That is what we call the joker or makeup buoy. The rider can make up that position by going out to the joker buoy. He loses some time, but he doesn't lose a lap, Rick.
Yeah, and that is way out there. We see a nice flotilla of boats out there on the back part of the race course early here this morning. No, it's not. I guess it's 11:20, not that early. Early for me because I'm 3 hours behind West Coast time, I guess. But
I just got a message here from Richard Ignacio. It works! Exclamation point. We have 2,000 people online watching it already.
And look at Rick. Love that picture, Rick.
Right?
That is awesome, man. Great work, dude. Unbelievable. And as our leaders come by, it is Voss, Perez, and Finlandson still running 1, 2, 3 in that order, and Finlandson not really able to close the gap on Perez.
I was just going to say, Rick, it's a surprise for us because Finlandson has been almost unstoppable on that machine, but hey, everybody else is up their game, and Justin Voss, he's got the field in tow. Having a little microphone problem here.
Yeah, it seemed like it. The Sea-Doo Sparks are maintaining the top end. Here comes Finlandson now on the final lap trying to make up that ground to get second. It's going to be Voss, 106, taking the win here. Dustin Voss out of Illinois takes the win.
Dominic Perez in second, and then Jay Finlandson in third, Rick.
So 1, 2, 3, there's your
Who we got
podium.
in fourth spot here? That is a
2:15 of Seth Namath.
Yes, Seth Namath followed by John Block. Is that John Black on the double two?
It looks like it, yes.
Yeah, he's not on our paperwork. There's, of course, it's the 110 of Torrey Snyder. Real surprised to see him back in the pack. But this is the EX, not the larger 1800.
Yeah, you know that was I got to tell you, I was surprised by that race.
Yeah,
I didn't expect those Sparks to have the top end on that Yamaha.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't seen that before.
Not yet.
You know what? This racetrack this weekend is going to, obviously, it looks like to me from this first race, it's going to change things up.
It's going to throw some surprises. I'm thinking we're going to have some new leaders out there, people who haven't dominated in the past.
Yep.
And boy, it's the best you could hope for as a spectator is getting the top guys out there racing and seeing somebody new come out. Who's it going to be? You know, it was Camden Powell. We saw him.
Oh, man.
You know, all of a sudden come to fruition. And then we've got Ryder Wildebauer. We've got Revan Harris here. A lot of the young group, you notice all the young group we're talking about. Sammy Niemi.
As we were talking.
And the Haydens. I'm sorry.
When I was talking with, you're absolutely right, Kurt. When I was speaking with Brian O'Rourke about that Hurricane before we got going, you know, that's what he mentioned. You know, these young guys now in the sport class have moved up, and they're the ones that are dominating.
They are dominant. Well, let's see. Maybe we'll get some surprises.
Yeah, Kelly Smith today on that Huracan, so we'll talk about that more a little bit later. But it's going to be fun. It's exciting. We went from surf conditions. Now we've got a nice flat water lake with as we don't want to overdo it with the speed, but this is a high speed track, and I think Pops Finlandson's going to have to go back to the pits and do a little tuning on that pump, maybe
little massaging.
I think a little pump work to try to get maybe get a little bit more top speed out of that thing. I don't know. What do you think?
What
would you do?
It might be the carbon fiber gloves were a little sticky on getting off a line, because truthfully, Jay was a little lagging on the line there.
Yeah,
normally
he did get off a little
he's right
slow.
on that band.
And he's a lightweight dude, but so is Voss. Voss is lightweight. They all were.
I was just going to say, go down the line.
You know, Jay's young, but those other guys are all young. I mean, they're all lean individuals. So the power to weight really no advantage. So I mean, you've been you know what it's like to not have the top end that you need. So you go back to the pits and you start looking at what can we do to get just another mile an hour or so out of it.
Did you just call me slow?
No, I know everybody that's raced has been in that position in watercraft racing, where unlike motors like motocross or something that we've done, that's rider ability mainly. Yeah. If you're the fastest guy, you're the fastest guy. You may not have the fastest bike, but if you're still good.
It'll come out in the end.
You're the best. Here, you got to be a great rider, but you also on a track like this. You got to have a boat that's really tuned properly and dialed in, and that's where the tuning and the tuners come into play. In this case, mainly when you get to the races, there's not much you're going to do to the motors and things for the most part, but you can tweak the prop and the pump a little bit.
Pump, the intake rate, the sponsons. Yeah. There's adjustments on all of those, and when you get down to it, if it's a 1 foot difference at the end of this track, times 10, that's 10 feet. That's enough to be from first to fifth.
That's
in
a
some
position
of the
or two.
Classes. Easily.
So we're going to go to our second race of the day. This is junior sports stock, 13 to 15-year-olds. And on the starting line, number 13 out of Pembroke, Florida, on the Broward Motorsports Kawasaki, 12 years old, Tristan Ayala.
On the number 36 Yamaha out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by Fluid Film and Moto Option, it's Jack Hayden.
And just one moment while we watch the recreational riders.
Wow, look at the belly busters.
Look at these guys taking off on their ride today. Melvin, you getting these guys out there riding?
Great,
This is a beautiful sight. This is a combination of a pro watercross race combined with a recreational event, and pretty exciting to have all these rec riders here this weekend. And look at them take off right now. We're giving them a few minutes to clear the course. And how many riders we got? AJ Handler up here. AJ, talk to me about this. What's going on out there?
Dude, this is really amazing. I was down at the riders meeting for the recreational ride. There's 65 of those guys out there.
Awesome. Wow.
He says they may have a few more here and there, but the last count they had was 65. So on the way through, I saw 5 more of them. So they're close to 70 guys here.
So they're leaving here at our race site. Where are they headed?
They're headed downriver. They're going on a scenic run. That's what they're doing.
Man, that is a beautiful Saturday, isn't it? Get out there and ride. And I know the best thing about it is they're going to ride all day, and then they got about 600 pounds of ribs waiting for them when they get back, right?
Not only there's 600 pounds of ribs that they're going to cook, actually 700 pounds of ribs.
You're going to leave them a little bit, though, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, that's why we said 600. I mean 100 pounds of that stuff.
It's 600 after you get finished.
That's right.
Okay, good.
So then we also have a band coming this afternoon. So this is a true pit party that's going to happen down here. So folks, you may want to stick around after the racing around 5, 6 o'clock. Once you start smelling those ribs, the band starts playing. It's going to be some good old home cooking here with these guys.
I've been looking forward to this event all week because this is really a true melding of the sport. The whole tribe is brought together, so to speak, the racers, the rec riders, and just everybody that's passionate about personal watercraft. This is the place for everybody. It's all inclusive, and it's a great day.
Well, it's a great opportunity for all the fans, too, later on to come down, get some free food. You can mix up with the racers.
Yeah.
Oh, what a great chance to win that Evel Knievel themed 1995 Sea-Doo, fully reconditioned, and that's got to be a $5,000 paint job minimum on that thing.
No doubt. Yeah, this is a great day here. I'm excited about it. It was so much fun.
I just wait until you see the footage from all the boats down there. You saw them all cross through here, but the vibes that we were getting out of there, they were all very excited. Some of them are in a hurry to get back here to go racing. Watch racing, I should say.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. What a great event.
And Junior Sports Stock 13-15 taking off. 4 riders on the track.
And we forgot to mention 116 Logan Grass and 699 Keegan O'Connell in this one as well. Let's check and see who got the whole shot.
It looks like the number 13, is that Tristan Ayala out of Pembroke, Florida?
Oh, yeah, Tristan Ayala on that Broward Motorsports Blaster. We know how fast those Broward Motorsports Blasters are. No surprise, Tristan with the hole shot. 12 years old out of Pembroke, Florida.
Could she get any further back on that boat?
And 36 in second, that's Jax Hayden.
Logan Grass in that third spot.
We saw Jax looking good in Panama City Beach in round number 1.
Oh, yeah. And rounding out the field, that's 699, Keegan O'Connell, 12 years old out of Bonita Springs, Florida.
Junior sports stock, 13 to 15. And this is a fun one. These young riders on these blasters in this case.
So up next is ski 4-stroke. We need ski 4-stroke to the line. And then in staging, IROC GP, Runabout 800 Superstock, and veteran IROC stock, combined classes. Hopefully you took an opportunity as a competitor to go up and take a picture of the pit board to know when your race is. And here she comes.
It looks like Tristan Ayala's got a cheering section, or it's for 36. Jax Hayden. Jax is closing the gap right now on Ayala, Kurt.
And don't look too far back. Logan Grass looks like he's starting to reel up our leaders. Reel them in just a little bit here. This is a wide open course, Rick. There's lots of opportunities to pass if you got the horsepower. And boy.
Look at Jax Hayden on the outside of Ayala. Oh, no, Jax went way outside to make up a buoy.
He took the Joker, boy. Well done by him.
Okay, we are good here. So Jax takes the inside split. Tristan on the outside. Here comes Jax making the turn. Ayala continues to hold on to the lead as they come down the front straightaway. Tristan Ayala working hard to keep Jax Hayden behind him.
Hayden doing a great job to do it inside and outside. Look at that. Goes right inside the pump wash. Starting to reel in Ayala. This could be it. Let's see what happens.
Jax really carving some nice turns and made a bobble.
Stuck it hard in that corner, Rick.
On that right-hander. Had a problem and lost a few positions. And Tristan Ayala goes to the makeup buoy, and now look at it, side by side down the back straightaway. Who's got the top end?
Who's
Hayden on the inside? Oh, and Jax Hayden goes to the inside split. Ayala goes to the outside split. They were dead even coming into the split. I got a feeling that it's going to be Jax. Jax made a little bobble there.
Yep, stuck it.
It may cost, but no, Jax Hayden may hang. And a bobble, and Tristan Ayala comes by 1 lap to go. What a race here, ladies and gentlemen, in junior sports stock, 13 to 15.
Ayala has 3/4 a lap now to keep Jax behind her. She's going to ride defensive, Rick, close to the boys. Don't give him an opportunity to go by. She's got to stretch that lead before they get to the split course. Ayala doing well with the outside section. I am sure that she's going to choose that again. She's got about 16 boat lengths right now.
Yes, I think.
Tristan Ayala doing everything to keep a hard charging Jax Hayden in second place. And here we go. Final turns.
Oh, it's going to be a battle to the finish.
And it's going to be Tristan coming hard down the straightaway. Jax makes the turn. Oh, Ayala takes the checkered flag. What a battle.
What a great race. Man, we're starting out with our juniors, putting it down. Only 4 boats on the course, and the top 2 just making it. What an incredible race, Rick.
Well, that shows you right there what happens when these riders start at this age, and then we move on to these other classes that our juniors have moved into, and why they're starting to dominate in pro watercross. Right there, they're learning, they're racing at that level already at a young age. And now we move on to ski 4-stroke stock, basically the battle of the Kawasaki SXR 1500s.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of those in here. Well, let's see.
Well, maybe all of them.
Kawasaki. Yeah, pretty much got it.
There are no other four-stroke stock skis. And actually, I had heard rumors that we might see a Yamaha, a 2021, I guess it would be at this point, Yamaha four-stroke Superjet here, because Yamaha is located about an hour and a half from here outside of Atlanta, Yamaha's watercraft division, but I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, not yet. Or if we are seeing it, we don't know it, right?
Well, it's disguised as a Kawasaki in that case, because it's all Kawasaki's. I'm feeling you. Okay.
All right, ski four-stroke stock. Rick, we're going to start out with number 36, Stephen Hayden out of Naples, Florida. He's sponsored by Fluid Film. He's 45 years young.
And keep an eye on 44, Camden Powell. He's third from the inside on the start, and he really had a good showing in Panama City Beach.
He's trying to get around his partner, number 55, Jay Finlinson, right back out there on a ski this time.
Syracuse Mafia in full force right now on that inside split. Finlinson and Camden Powell, these guys train together from the same town, and let's see. Yeah, it's going to be Finlinson, number 55, taking the whole shot.
Jay McKenzie coming up, ripping second position away from Camden Powell, and he goes wide and going to drop back in third.
Powell said, I don't think so. Not yet. Not never. And he is one of the fast up-and-coming riders in pro watercross, Camden Powell. But look at his buddy Jay Finlinson, 15 years old. Camden Powell, 16 years old. Those are the two leaders. And then Kenny McKenzie, 42 years old in third.
You've got Mohammed Salih out there. He's 32. Taylor Stewart, he's 27. And Stewart, bringing up the back of the pack, didn't get the start he wanted. Out in front, Jay Finlinson on the inside, Camden Powell on the outside. That's the Syracuse Mafia going at it. They're going to be side by side when they come out, Rick.
Yeah, Kurt, you know, Jay Finlinson, I got to really give him major kudos. He is looking really good out of there this morning in Moto number 1 in front of Camden Powell.
Yeah, well, and I just want to point out, this is the stock class. So they're up and, that log jump is going to take a beating up on those 1,500.
Yeah, well, Jay hit it a little hard and got a little air, allowed Camden to close the gap. Now Camden side by side with Jay Finlinson, and of course these guys ride together. You know, they have been since God knows how long, how old they were.
I think they met at conception.
Perhaps. They may have been racing to get into the world. But
we'll have to take a look here. Yeah, no, Camden was first. So there you go. Camden he got the whole shot.
Camden got a whole shot by a year.
Oh, look at it. They split here. Camden going to try the inside.
Last time Jay went inside.
They flipped it around.
Yeah, they did.
Watch Camden Powell on the inside. He one of his classic moves, he'll bury his shoulder around the buoy, and here they go. Here comes Camden Powell taking over the lead.
Nice racing by Camden Powell right there. You saw how he utilized the inside split, made some beautiful turns. As you said, Kurt, laid that ski over, and he gets a little bit of air over the log jump that time. Jay slows down a little bit, a little more cautious approach that time. Now that he's in second, he doesn't have quite the pressure of Camden knocking on his back door. Well, and then 77 McKenzie in third.
He does have that indentation in his PFD from hitting the handlebars on that thing. Hey, Dad, you want to check the front of that boat when they come in, because we could hear it from here.
Yeah, he smacked that log jump hard.
Camden Powell, look at the lead. He got out front. He is stretching it. Man, this young man can ride. I mean, they can all ride. Finlinson, now the only rider really within any kind of striking range, Camden Powell. We just finished halfway flags. I can see the white flag coming out. It's going to be one more lap for Camden Powell.
Well, Camden's 16 years old, which is just about the perfect age to really start showing the progression in racing. You know, his body is starting to develop a little bit. These bigger, faster skis, he's got a little more muscle on him, a little better able to handle these boats. And, of course, he's got the skills of racing for a number of years now, and it's starting to really show. He's really progressing and becoming a threat in pro watercross at the highest level.
Yeah, mad skills for both of those younger riders out of Syracuse. And give it up for Kenny McKenzie, 42 years old, and he's out there playing with the kids. He's on that 777. He's sponsored by RaceLabPerformance.com, Hurricane Racing, LPW Performance, and Pro Rider. And speaking of Pro Rider, Rick, right back at the Pro Watercross booth, we have got stacks and stacks and stacks of magazines that are free to give out. So if you'd like to have some information, see some great photos, read some articles, stop by and pick them up. They're free. And a little bit later, we're going to have official merchandise underneath that tent, Rick.
Checkered flag comes out. Camden Powell takes the win. Jay Finlinson will finish in second place, and 77. Kenny McKenzie rounds out the top three. that SXR 1500, that ski weighs 550 pounds, and these are stock ones, so they're not lined up with any carbon fiber bits, and that's a lot of weight hitting those log jumps. And our race director Robert Sand just mentioned they probably pushed that thing 15 feet out there in the water, so they were hit pretty hard.
In fourth spot was Mawad Salih, doing a great job out there.
Okay, thank you. Number 4, Eric.
Got it. Dean Mays, good information. As always, knows what's going on.
Oh, man. Yeah, those SXR 1500s, those are manly boats. I can tell you that. Having ridden one, they are very fast stock, and that's a lot of hull to maneuver, and there's a bit of a learning curve. It's not like hopping on one of the older skis, you know, the SXR 800 Superjets, or, you know, those types that you can just kind of hop on and, you know, they're light, man. You can manhandle them. You don't manhandle these, you guide them.
Yeah, Kelly goes from that SXR 800, which is universally the easiest stand-up boat to ride, to the 1500, which becomes literally a missile out there.
It is.
Now that we've got 2 years worth of development from a variety of different aftermarket companies, they've got sponsons, intake crates, all the handling stuff, and now they're settling down, being able to throw those things around like they did the two-strokes.
They've got them sorted out. 3 years actually now, and they're sorted out, and these guys can ride them. They're used to riding them. Here we go. IROC GP, veteran IROC stock, and runabout 800 super stock. 176 on the inside. Valentina Lescano with a great jump out of the gate, Kurt.
Boy, she is reeled up and rolling. Valentina out of Miami had a little thrill. That group had to replace their trailer bearings. Whoa!
We got a rider off on the backside of the course, swimming.
Red, white, and blue, and pitched it.
That looks like could be Eric Schulte. I'm not sure.
On that number 4 machine.
On the Sea-Doo.
Boy, Valentina Lescano, large and in charge right now.
And she's looking around out there, making sure she's going the right. I saw her in the binoculars. Look, well, apparently her shoulder's better.
Yes, it is. Boy, look at that. For those of you that don't know, Valentina Lescano had to have shoulder surgery last year, and that poor girl kept racing. Even when that thing would pop out between motos, Dad would put it back in. She'd go back out there.
Man.
Mom was like, would you just stop? But here they are, the Lescano family. Love them, Miami Jet Ski.
There's no quit in Valentina Lescano. That was evident last year, as she would not give it up with a separated shoulder.
Eric Schulte having some issues.
Here comes Valentina down the front straightaway on that 176 Miami Jet Ski Yamaha. They've got some help this year from Riva, LIQUI, MOLY, and Jet Pilot. And then we've got old school Man, look at that, 3:15 out of Westminster, South Carolina, riding for Drippin' Performance. That's Andre Edmondson on a, I believe that's a GP Yamaha.
GP 1200?
1300, looks like one of those. Don't know exactly which one.
Yeah, probably a 13. Yeah, and Eric Schulte, I'm looking out there. That boat looks like Chris May's old race boat.
Yeah.
National championship winning boat, if I remember correctly. Well, it's rolling now, isn't it? He's got a couple of laps to lap the field and get out there and play with Valentina.
Well,
for the lead.
Yeah, he's back up. He's back up and underway, to be sure.
This break sponsored by Shut the Heck Up.
Valentina just really having a good race here early this morning. No, it's not that early, is it? It's early to me, I guess. I'm 3 hours behind, and my body clock anyway, I guess.
Yeah, you had a tough road to hoe this morning, Mr. Lake.
You been here a couple of weeks, so you're fully acclimated to the East Coast time.
Oh, fully acclimated. I've started to get a southern accent. Anything that's not fried, I don't want to eat it.
You got to absorb all things Elvis this week.
Blue moon, yeah.
Hey, pretty mama.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Valentina Lescano still leading this race, but boy, Eric Schulte, fastest man on the track. He is wide open on that Chris Mays tuned ski. Dean Mays tuned ski. Well, I've got strong memories of seeing that boat out there. I hope I'm right. It's not just, it could be a replica.
Well, that
Robert Sand?
Well, that model of watercraft has been raced, I mean, a million times. You know, that model of Sea-Doo was the boat to have in about 1995.
Well, you know what? We got one of those boats from 95 right down below us here, Rick.
And checkered flag out, Valentina Lescano on that Miami jet ski. Yamaha takes the win. Nice ride this morning for Valentina. Good to see her healed up and out in front.
Great way to start the weekend for her.
Edmondson will take second, and that's got to be Clifton Pace, I believe, out of Westminster, South Carolina, in third. So Edmondson and Pace both riding for Drippin' Performance on those two-stroke Yamahas. Up next, Junior Spark. Boy, I smell some fuel.
Yes.
Junior.
Hey, they're not lighting this thing on fire, are they?
What's going on? Junior Spark stock, 13 to 15-year-olds on the starting line. Down on the line, number 21 out of Gainesville, Georgia, riding for Georgia's own credit union and Fly Racing on the Sea-Doo, the wonderful McLaren Garmin.
Team Money Sponge on the 5 out of Syracuse, Indiana. Yamaha mounted, 13 years old, sponsored by Ignite Performance, Ethanol. JBR Racing, Watercross of Texas. It's Robbie Finlandson.
Number 59 out of Denver, North Carolina, riding for Fly, Kawasaki, and BP Concepts on the Kawasaki, the always spirited Caden Baldwin.
Well said. On the 7-1 out of Bradenton, Florida, 12 years old, sponsored by his dad, Team 71, Stan and Liqui MOLY, Gavin Russo. That's the field in Junior Spark stock, 13 to 15.
Except McLaren's 16. What's going on here? Must have gave her a waiver. She must have turned 16 in the in the right month.
Right.
It's like
kind of like going to school.
Kind of we went to kindergarten. If you turned 5. Or whatever it was it 5 or 6? 5. Was it 5?
It was 5.
That was a long time ago.
Tell you what, they put me in kindergarten at 4.5 because of my birthday.
You were earlier in the year.
Later in the year, actually.
Oh, so you went early. I went late. Mine's in November, so I
must have done it by height then, huh?
Yeah, I was always the tallest kid in the class.
You know, until 6th grade, I was the shortest guy in the class, and at the end of 6th grade, I was the tallest kid in the class. That was a painful year, Rick.
Until college. And when I got to college, it was a little different. We had 7-footers and stuff, so.
All right, we're ready to go. Junior Spark Stock, 13-15.
So that's 71 on the inside. That's Gavin Russo.
Oh, we're going to bring that one back.
Wow, red flag. The kids are jumpy this morning, a little antsy.
Course Marshal Randy laughing over here on the boat.
It's like, no. We can't do this.
Kids, get back here. Let's do this right.
You're going to learn to do it right.
Well, you know, these youthful riders, in case of premature acceleration.
They don't even know what that means, Kurt.
Well, that's their parents need to teach them.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. What a beautiful day here in Georgia. Great to be here. And this event combining pro watercross with the recreational component. And, you know, Franklin County, Georgia, Tougaloo State Park, a beautiful site for pro watercross. It's tough to beat this place.
It really is. It's been a favorite of the racer for years, even at the other location. But once we moved over here to the big ramp, it's been spectacular, and the spectator support's phenomenal. Look, it looks like Woodstock back here behind us.
I know, this is awesome. Thank you, everybody, for coming out today. It's great to see you guys all here. Hope you're enjoying the racing. We're just getting started. We've got some junior classes we're running, some amateurs, but this entire day is our pro day. So we're going to have 3 motos of pro racing and coming up, and it's going to be fast and furious here in just a little bit. In fact, following this race, we are going to go to Pro-Am Ski GP. So hang on to everything. This is going to be a lot of fun. Perfect day of racing here in Georgia, round number 2 of the 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour. Has AJ got the Pro Watercross merchandise booth set up yet? I don't think so.
Well, the booth is set up. He hasn't brought out the merchandise yet.
Okay, and here we go.
Oh, on that number 59, Caden Baldwin out of Denver, North Carolina. He's got a drive on the outside. McLaren Garmin looks like on the inside. McLaren.
Yeah, McLaren's looking good on that inside split, Kurt.
Oh, here comes Caden. Caden going to make the turn, stretch the legs of that machine, that Baldwin tuned boat, Champion Power Sports.
And then 55, Syracuse Mafia, Robbie Finlinson in 3rd right now, but
Gavin Russo right behind.
McLaren Garmin out in front, and then Caden Baldwin, he is the 12-year-old son of pro champion Brian Baldwin, who we'll see out here in just a couple of races. And this is his son out there competing, and this is his, I believe, 2nd year now racing?
2nd year of racing.
2nd or 3rd. I mean,
I think the 1st year of real runabout racing.
The 1st year runabout, for sure, of this class, this Spark Stock class.
Oh, look at this. Caden going outside. And
Finlinson, looks like going to the inside split. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, yeah, Robbie trying to make a move on the inside split, turning inside. He's going to get by Caden Baldwin. Yes, he is.
He made it work.
He made the move and got by Caden. Now Robbie sets his sights on McLaren Garmin. You know, Robbie Finlinson on that 55 Yamaha EX. We talked about that. That boat's out here seemingly the entire weekend.
It never stops. They just let it idle in between races. Like, why stop a good thing, right?
That's a great boat. You know, they have no breakdowns with that thing, and it puts in more laps. If you want a cost-effective, nice entry-level watercraft that you can ride forever and a day, that Yamaha EX is something to look at. That's a very impressive watercraft.
No question about it. And Finlinson making use of the inside split.
Again.
McLaren Garmin on the outside. Finlinson going to have position, but she's going to have the speed. They're going to be side by side. Finlinson looks over. He made the pass. He's using that inside, and it's worked out, Rick Lake. Hope the other riders are looking.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that McLaren did not take that inside split as she'd been doing previously, because that was working for her in the lead.
I agree with you, Rick, but I think that on that spark, she was kind of sticking it a little bit in the tighter corners and felt more comfortable with the wide open outside. But boy, Finlayson has made it, and let's see where he goes when he's got the choice. He's going outside. He wants to stretch the legs of that number 55.
Well, that's a decision that the riders have to make when they come to that double buoy out there in the back part of the race course, if they want to go inside or outside. If you get a good drive going and you've got your speed up, you probably want to go to the outside unless you think you can utilize your boat's turning abilities. And look at Caden Baldwin goes by McLaren Garmin now. Caden in the second place.
Yeah, Caden used that outside split. McLaren went inside, and we see why she wasn't taking the inside, because it just doesn't work on that machine for her. It works when you get a hole shot with 24 boat length lead. Not so much when it's side by side.
Everything works when that happens.
Hallelujah.
But you know, I think you just have a decision to make at the end of that straightaway. Do you want to, carve tighter corners and take the inside, or do you want to keep a little more speed up and take the outside? And that's a decision the racers will have to make every lap.
With Caden Baldwin going to the inside. Oh, and Caden forgets a buoy. Yep, and he's going to finish last.
Oh, and he's shaking his head. He
didn't realize. Yeah, now he realizes. Oh, well, these are young riders, and they're learning. That's why they're juniors.
It's exactly how they learn.
Rick Lake Pro-Am Ski GP coming to the line. The Pro Show is here. Let's start it out on the number 12, K1 Commander out of St. Cloud, Florida, sponsored by RWA, which is suspiciously like Riva. I'm going to have to say RWA. It's Isaiah Washington.
I believe it is RWA in this case. Boat number 13 out of Davie, Florida, riding for Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Shoei, Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Works Racing, Sammy Niemi.
On the number 17 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He's 23 years old. Bullet hull mounted. He's sponsored by Bullet Racing, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot, as he should be. All the way from Arizona, Aaron Gawicki.
Number 21 out of Indian Trail, North Carolina, riding for Team Faith, Fly Racing, WPS Commander, Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, and Jet Pilot. On the Commander GP1, Jimmy Wilson.
On the number 43, Commander out of Dawsonville, Georgia, 19 years old, sponsored by LIQUI MOLY, Lair Performance Watercraft, and Superior Auto House, it's Wyatt Hayes.
Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, on the Ignite Fuels, WCOT, HPL Oil, Bullet Racing, Z-Force, Ultimate Watercraft, Jet Pilot, and Speed Racing, Bullet V4, Camden Powell.
On the number 85, Commander K1 out of Biloxi, Mississippi, sponsored by Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Commander Industries, HRT Racing, and Ross Products, Jules Hopkins.
Number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, on the Commander Industries Works H2O Designs Jet Trim Commander GP, it is Revan Harris.
Out of Port Charlotte, Florida, on the 296 Commander Industries machine, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports, Action Kawasaki, and Abaco Sunglasses, it's Hayden Skellett.
And number 417 out of Pensacola, Florida, on the Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, RAS Products, Pensa Motorsports, Pro Watercraft, Pro Force, it is Brett Underhill. Here we go.
They're ready out there, Rick.
Moto number 1 of 3 today, Pro-Am Ski GP. Oh, rider down on the starting straightaway. We'll check. Oh, that is Gawicki. What a tough break for Aaron Gawicki as he goes down. Red flag comes out. We will bring him back. Gawicki got off hard on the starting straightaway, and you could see how we've turned up the intensity here at Tugelo State Park with these Pro-Am Ski GPs. These riders are hungry. They're racing for money. They're racing for all the marbles, and they are ready to get it on.
Rick, we had Revan Harris on the inside with a strong hole shot. Sammy Niemi on the outside. Those two riders were neck and neck as they came over here right before they saw the red flag. So those would be the leaders to start.
Intense racing. Wow. We turned up the intensity about 10 to 11 out of 10 on that one, Kurt. Wow. We're going to re-rack them here and get ready to go again. So in this race, let's set the stage a little bit. We've got the battle of the aftermarket hulls. We've got the Bullet V4s in the hands of Aaron Gawicki, whose family designed and developed the Bullets. We've got Commander Powell, who is also on a Bullet. Of course, the Commander boat's kind of ubiquitous now up and down the starting line. And then Brett Underhill on the Pro Watercraft Pro Force.
The Pro Force 15, yes.
These are all aftermarket, very trick, very state-of-the-art aftermarket hulls, very lightweight, and all powered by Kawasaki four-stroke four-cylinder 1500cc fire-breathing monsters. And let me tell you something, these bad boys are a handful.
Well, you can hear it, Rick, and even to the uninitiated, if it's your first time here and you heard that sound, you know you want to be looking at the water because, man, these boats are fast. And there's not a bad rider among them. These are the top riders in the country right in front of you here at Tugelo State Park.
And number 44, Camden Powell, is a rider to really keep an eye on. 2 weeks ago in Panama City Beach, round number 1. The Matsuris brothers, Dustin and Tyron, certainly serve notice that they are still the riders to beat in this class. But Camden Powell really had a great showing with a second place overall finish. And let's say we were impressed with Camden, Kurt.
Yeah, and this wasn't somebody else broke down and he inherited it. He worked for it, he commanded it, and he held it all the way through the race. And frankly, if that race had gone a few more laps, he might have won it.
Absolutely. He was on fire. He looks very, very good on that Bullet V4. And then the other one is Gawicki, Aaron Gawicki. I mean, he was wide open last 2 weeks ago, all over the place. This guy is a wild man on the water. He lays it all out there. He's 100% all the time. And keep an eye on 17, Aaron Gawicki. He's the rider that got off in the starting straightaway during the first start. So let's keep it on him. He's third from the inside.
Well, and he's part of the Gawicki racing family, just like the Pell family.
Wow, it's hard to say. They're tight going into the first turn. Bunched up really tight. Camden Powell with a great jump on the inside. It's going to be Powell with the hole shot on the inside split, Kurt.
Looks like it is Sammy Niemi on the outside. Niemi throwing that thing completely sideways. And wait a minute.
Well, I was just talking about Camden Powell. Niemi charging down the front straightaway. Wow. Sammy Niemi on fire this morning in second.
In third, it's Isaiah Washington. Washington injured at the last round. Amazed to see him here.
Washington bobbled a little bit right before the log jump, but he picked up the pace without losing a position. But look at Camden Powell. We talked about him a minute ago. Second place, round number 1 in Panama City Beach. Look at him out in front, down that back straightaway. Absolutely WFO on that Bullet V4.
Gotta say it, WFO, wide full open.
And he is gassing it, to say the least. Camden Powell picking up where he left off in Florida. And the Bullet boys back in Havasu pretty happy right now.
Sammy Niemi on the 13, taking the split. He is on fire out there. Sammy Niemi really excited, and here comes the log jump, the great equalizer, Mr. Lake.
Yeah, let's watch how these riders negotiate that log jump. That can spell disaster at any moment for any of these ski riders. All looking really good up and over at these very lightweight carbon fiber holes. A little easier to negotiate than the heavier holes of the stock SXR 1500s. But on that back straightaway, look at our leader really stretching out, man. 44, Camden Powell. He is just riding like a wild man out there. That Bullet V4 has got some serious horsepower.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking with his father, he gives a lot of credit to the Hull and Ignite Fuels. He says he's doing something a little bit differently, and it's working out. Camden Powell has the whole back straightaway, and he is still accelerating away. Watch him as he goes over the log jump cleanly, Rick Lake.
Sammy Niemi in second, Isaiah Washington in third. Aaron Gawicki now moving up, gets by Underhill. He moves into fifth place. Gawicki, number 17, on the gas, moving up through the field right now. Here comes Aaron Gawicki as he starts a late moto charge here in moto number 1 of Pro-Am Ski GP. Keep an eye on boat number 17.
Can't help but when you're watching Gawicki, you look at the back end of that boat. When he gets on it, that thing shifts sideways. He's got some horsepower.
Massive horsepower, and he's got probably more time on that Bullet V4 than anybody in the world. And this young man can ride. He is a wild man. Love to watch him ride. 44, Powell down the front straightaway one more time with the race lead.
Can you say the word dominance? Because Camden Powell is spelling it out for you right now.
Boy, you are absolutely right, Kurt. That is a dominating performance, followed by Sammy Niemi, Isaiah Washington, and then in fourth place,
that's Jimmy Wilson, I do believe. Yeah, that looks like the 21 of Wilson. That riding style, he's watch him over this log jump.
And Jimmy was on the podium in round number 1 in third place.
Jimmy Wilson,
on a commander boat.
Yeah, he's been a perennial champion. Took a half a year off due to some tragedies at home, but glad to see him back out here. He is working that boat hard.
So do you think Dustin and Tyron are watching this thinking, oh man, I wish we were there?
Let's add Steve to that too, huh?
I wish they were here. I miss them. But nonetheless, right now it's all 44, Camden Powell out in front and just stretching it.
Battle for second now. Isaiah Washington makes a move using that inside split, Rick.
Isaiah went right by Niemi on that inside split into second. Great ride here today for Isaiah. He got dinged up a little bit. That boat got hammered in Panama City Beach 2 weeks ago, so that's been repaired, and he is looking good in second. Sammy in third. Wilson in fourth. Gawicki in fifth. And I believe that's Jules Hopkins
in seventh, yeah.
I believe in sixth, unofficially. So the Bullets are getting the better of it right now with Camden out in front.
Boy, Wyatt Hayes putting it down.
Battle on that back straightaway for second place between Isaiah Washington and Sammy Niemi as Camden comes by all by himself. He is in a league of his own this morning, Kurt.
He's checked out. He's in another zip code. He's almost in another time zone, Rick Lake.
Wow, I knew to keep an eye on him, but I wasn't looking for something like this.
Like I said, watching him and them tuning, they got here Wednesday. Well, they obviously got it hooked up for these conditions.
And
look
now
at this battle.
Gawicki gets by Jimmy Wilson. Gawicki on the charge. Here comes Aaron Gawicki, boat number 17 out of Lake Havasu City, Florida, on that Bullet V4. Aaron Gawicki on the gas. Oh, and he goes down. He goes down. That's going to cost him as Wilson gets by on the inside. Going to drop Gawicki. Well, Gawicki is fast, but he's made some mistakes.
Yeah, I've noticed when Aaron attacks the corners, especially when he's just past a rider, that excitement takes over. He gets on the throttle a little early, and that hull, as fast as it is wide open, doesn't hold the back end as much, and he's having issues with that, Rick.
Yep, he's going to have to settle down just a little bit on that and keep that boat under control as 44 comes by, takes the white flag. 1 lap to go for our race leader, Powell. Isaiah Washington in second. Nemi comes by in third, taking the white flag. Jimmy Wilson in fourth. And I believe it's going to be Gawicki, number 17, in fifth place on the final lap here. Moto number 1, Pro-Am Ski GP. All right, checkered flag comes out. 44 Camden Powell with a dominating performance here. As you said, Kurt, on the money in Moto number 1. Let's check that number on that fourth place. It's going to be number 12, Isaiah Washington, coming by in second place. Sammy Nemi in third position.
Yep.
And that is Hayden Skellett, our mistake. That was Hayden Skellett finishing in fourth with Gawicki in fifth, number 17. So Hayden Skellett riding a great race here in Moto number 1.
Well, we say it over and over and over, Rick. Hayden Skellett and the cast of young riders, they have come. They are now the cream of the crop. Hayden Skellett was on fire out there, and we'll know that boat next trip through.
Hey, but kudos to 16-year-old Camden Powell on the Bullet V4. What a performance. And now we're going to go Pro-Am runabout box stock. Going to see who's got some top end on these runabouts, huh?
Oh, wait, well, I think we're going to see some consistency. Yamaha, 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 Sea-Doo. Yamaha, Yamaha, Yamaha.
Number 37 on the starting line out of Waco, Texas, riding for Dean's team, Jet Pilot and Jet Trim. That is Tim Miller.
On the number 73 out of York, South Carolina, 43 years old, Yamaha mounted, sponsored by Dean's Performance, Riva Racing, and the Detail Group, Greg Radolski.
77 out of Bradenton, Florida, on the Geico Fly Racing, LIQUI, MOLY, Jet Trim, Riva, Yamaha, Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida as well, 48 years young, sponsored by Snyderbuilt, Judge Motorsports, and Dean's team, Troy Snyder.
Number 153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, on the Sea-Doo XPS, Riva Racing, Rip It Energy Drink, Jet Lift, Fly Racing, Trailer Valet, Moto Wrap, and Abaco. It is Anthony Radedick.
Easy for you to say. And on the 157 Yamaha out of Summerfield, Florida. He's sponsored by Dean's team, Tattoo Rich Racing, Riva Racing, Bennett Construction, and Forever Hooked, Jim Bennett.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, on the Riva, Mark Island Rain, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot Yamaha, Christopher Landis.
On the 243 Yamaha out of Loganville, Georgia, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Green Acres, Landscaping, and Jennifer Illing, it's Dennis Mack.
Number 247 out of Groveland, Florida, Dylan Osborne.
On the 413, it's Derek Foucault.
502, Brian Baldwin.
And on the 808, Graham Hunt. And that band is broken.
Wow. And that was the rider on the inside, had that band wrapped around him, and that does not feel good, to say the least.
Yeah, you look for those welts a little later. They're not hard to find.
So is Dennis Mack going to say Green Acres is the place to be? You know?
Green Acres is the place to hire, I think is what he's saying.
Okay. I love that. Green Acres Landscaping. What a great name. So,
all right, we're going to watch the line down here, Mr. Lake, and see if that was just an error on the band, if they had a little stickiness, or if that was a rider with little early launch. We'll see if we have anybody with their hand in the air.
We had a 2-minute hold.
We had a 2-minute hold, and the starter just couldn't hold that band any longer.
Well, unfortunately for 157, Jim Bennett, he got wrapped up with that rubber band, and he doesn't look much worse for wear.
Well, Jim,
I think he's going to move inside a position.
Just I'm moving over. I think I was in the wrong spot. You know that spot where you get hit by the band.
All right. Well, I did put fresh batteries in my microphone this morning. I think we both did, didn't we?
Yes, we did. So I hope those are fresh batteries.
Maverick's not happy. Maybe we need new voices, not new batteries.
All right, great. Course Marshal Randy doing a repair on our band. Thank you very much. He's got mad skills.
Yeah, you learn that over the years. He's an expert with surgical tubing.
Well, you know, if we look down on the...
what can we say about that, you know?
Well,
make
you can
Randy
certainly
laugh a
see
little
it.
bit.
Day-glow yellow. You know, we look down here on the line, and we've got... You know, world champions here, Brian Baldwin, Troy Snyder, those two have battled over and over and over through the years. They both have their kids racing now.
Yep.
But make no mistake, they may have children, but these are the fastest guys on the planet right now. Troy went to Thailand last year. We were lucky enough to be there and watch him dominate. Him and his Tim Judge performance machine were unstoppable in the King's Cup this year.
Yeah, these guys are fierce competitors, to say the least, and you throw Tim Miller into the mix as well, and Dylan Osborne. We got a Graham Hunt. I mean, these guys are racing, you know, every round on the Pro Watercross Tour. But yeah, it's basically been Snyder and Baldwin who have dominated. Miller's been right there with them, you know, for the most part. But it's really been Baldwin and Snyder, and 1 and 2, 2 and 1, and back and forth. So, you know, this is exciting today because, again, with this high-speed course we've got, you know, this is going to be a top-end race to a large extent.
Absolutely will be, and you know, tuners, this is a tuners race in this class.
It really is.
No question about it. Rider, pilots, incredibly important, but without the right tuner, and there's just a few of them that can make the kind of horsepower that the winners of this race, no matter who it is going to manufacture.
And you know, we went from it wasn't really a surf race in Panama City Beach. It was in the surf, but we really had virtually no surf. So it wasn't flat, but it wasn't like this. And the setup for the watercraft are much different in terms of the race course, because the design of the race course is completely different in a place like that as opposed to here on Lake Hartwell, where, as you can see, we have a very fast wide open track, and where speeds come into play. So, as Kurt was saying, tuners is very critical in this event today, where they'll take the pumps and tweak from the set they had in Panama City Beach. More acceleration out of the corners, not so much top end. You kind of have to have a happy combination of you certainly have to have the hard acceleration out of the corners, but you have to have some top end speed here in Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, and the tuners, you'll see them back here if you go to the pit. These guys have a selection of impellers that they can use, along with different nozzle sizes to change the pump pressure. And in a speed like this, they're going to nozzle down and get some high performance down the back straightaway. I really wish that we had a rare in here, say easily 7 to 85 miles an hour.
I as well. And for those, what we're talking about is gearing. Essentially, if you're in the car racing or motorcycle racing, you change the gearing for different tracks, change the sprockets, set up for speed versus low end and so on and so forth. It's the gearing. Well, in watercraft we don't have gears, but we have a pump that is very, very changeable, and the nozzle, the size of the nozzle, the jet nozzle that the water shoots out of, the prop, the pitch, there's a lot of little tuning components, the intake grate, the ride plate, all those factor in to how the boat handles and how it performs in terms of speed.
And not to go unmentioned, this is runabout box stock. Yes, this is buy off the showroom floor, bring it here. They limit the things that you can change, and basically everything you described except for an ignition modification that they can do with the electronic control unit, the ECU. That's about all you can do in this class.
Yeah, they remapped the ECUs, and because the stock watercraft off the showroom floor, the supercharged Yamahas, Sea-Doos, Kawasaki's, all of them. No Kawi's here today, one Yamaha, but they come governed to a top speed of around 67, give or take, miles per hour, and that fluctuates a little bit with the atmospheric conditions, the size of the rider, how much fuel's on board, but it's in that ballpark. And when you remap the ECUs, you're able to de-restrict the engine through the electronics, through the computer, and get the maximum top speed out of that. And so that's a real key, obviously. And so these 300 horsepower supercharged watercraft are able to go, well over 70 miles per hour. Yeah. And we'll see those speeds here on that back straightaway. And the front straightaway, too, for that matter, here today at Lake Hartwell.
Graham Hunt having an issue. He's got his hand in the air, needs a hold so he can get that thing started. Looks like he's got it going. Kevin Scott looking down the line. Pro-Am runabout box stock, and
Christopher Landis on the inside gets a terrible jump out of the gate, so he's going to be dead last into the first turn. Who's first?
Dennis Mack on the inside. You can hear it. Jennifer Illing letting us know. On the outside, Brian Baldwin to Troy Snyder in tow.
Oh, Dennis
on the inside,
Mack.
Dennis Mack making a move, and he's going to take the whole shot.
Look at Dennis Mack making the turn. Green Acres is the place to be.
Brian Baldwin just going wide open. Tears that second place position away from the third place rider. Believe that could be Troy Snyder. I have to look at that boat as it comes around.
I think that's Graham Hunt, 808 in third.
There you go. It is Graham Hunt, number 808.
Well, I don't think Dennis Mack was very happy we weren't talking about him as being a contender for the lead, and because he ripped a hole shot and is in front of Brian Baldwin right now. Dennis goes to the outside split, Brian to the inside split. Let's see where they come out.
Boy, Baldwin just tearing up the inside. He's got position and a little bit of top end, but Brian Baldwin reeled in about 4 boat lengths by taking the inside. I'm telling you what, Brian Baldwin is just an animal out there. He will not be headed. And Dennis Mack, you got your hands full, sir.
Dennis Mack's an animal, too, in his own right. That guy is a hard charger, but he is going to have to keep Baldwin behind him. And this is going to be a great race. Graham Hunt in second, and a hard-charging Troy Snyder in third or in fourth right now.
Watching the split course, Mack going to the outside. Baldwin goes to the inside. Mack setting up. He's got to stretch the legs of that big Yamaha. Baldwin burying the nose of his machine. Here comes Mack. Here comes Baldwin. They're going to be side by side, but Mack pulling it out again. Dennis Mack is having a ride.
Well, Mack decided to use the inside split or the outside split that time. Baldwin went inside, but Baldwin made a couple of mistakes on that inside split in those tight turns that probably cost him the lead.
Yeah, and it's no question that inside split is a gamble. With these big boats, the big hulls, and the speed that they've got, the outside fits that hull a little better. Brian Baldwin is putting his will to the test here as he takes the inside. He is willing that machine around these buoys, trying not to bobble or stick it. You see him stick it just a little bit in that corner. That's the inside. And here comes Mack. Mack is starting to stretch his lead, Rick.
He stretched it out that time, and I think what happens here is now we were talking about the gearing, the pump setups. Well, they're setting up these pumps for high speed top end. You know, I don't think Baldwin's getting the acceleration out of those tight turns on the inside that he would like to get, maybe because of that setup.
That's exactly right, Rick, and you can see it happen. When you don't have the right prop in there, you can't grab the water, if you will, and you'll see that he's sliding around in those corners and sticking it instead of powering out. Let's see what happens this time. Once again, oh, and now they're both going to the outside.
Brian's not going to use that inside again. I think he's content to follow Mack on the outside and try to catch him that way.
Well, Baldwin's going to put on pressure for the rest of this race. He's going to try and make Dennis Mack make a mistake. Dennis Mack, a veteran rider, he's been out front a lot in his career. Brian Baldwin's got his work cut out for him because Dennis Mack is on fire out there, Rick.
Yeah, Dennis Mack, our race leader out of Loganville, Georgia, 39 years old, riding for Broward Motorsports, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Green Acres Landscaping, and he is right now leading the way and keeping a really, really fast Brian Baldwin at bay.
Mack into the, once again, they split. Baldwin going inside, Mack going outside. Mack sticks it just a little. If Baldwin can be clean, and it looks like he is, oh, this is going to be close for him. Dennis Mack is going to pull it, but there's Baldwin, as always, right there. Looks like cross legs halfway down.
Well, Mack's dialed in right now on that outside split. He is using that to perfection. He likes it. He's comfortable. He keeps the speed up, and he is not letting off. He has really ridden a pretty error-free race so far, and that's what it's going to take if he wants to keep Brian Baldwin behind him.
Yeah, and his skill is not just in the split course. We watch him around the entire course. He's hitting the backside of the buoys. He's keeping his speed up so he can use that top end of that big, powerful Yamaha. Mack going outside, Baldwin to the inside again. Baldwin charging hard, and Mack is like a surgeon on the outside. Mack is going to gain another 4 or 5 boat lengths. This is Dennis Mack's race. It's a white flag. 1 length to go, Rick.
Yeah, Brian Baldwin elected to go on that inside split. That did not work out well at all for Brian, and now with 1 lap to go, definitely Dennis Mack in the driver's seat here as he heads onto the back part of the racetrack. Baldwin's going to have to try something. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Mack at this point.
One possible impediment, though, is we got 4, 5, 6 left riders in front of him. This is the last time through the splits, and Baldwin's going to use the inside. With a rough outside, that might not work for Mack. Baldwin is charging. He's coming around the corner. He's cutting it tight. Mack's on the back straightaway. Does he have enough speed? He does. Dennis Mack will be your winner.
Flawless race by Dennis Mack. Brian Baldwin takes second, and he's like, wow, man, Mack, you rode a hell of a race that time. They exchange pleasantries out there. Snyder is going to come in 4th this time with Graham Hunt in 3rd. Wow.
Good to see Graham Hunt up front as he has been in the years past. And Troy Snyder, a surprise to see him in 4th spot. But this is only the first moto of 3 that they've got. So top 4 positions, if you're there, you still got a good shot at the overall win.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, Kurt, you're absolutely right. And like we've been talking about, this race with this track is throwing some surprises out there today.
It sure is, and that inside split works so well for the skis and the sports. With the runabouts, that outside might be the key.
Yeah, speaking of that, this Blaster GP class, we're going to see these riders, these young riders, almost all of them in their teens except one, and watch these young Chargers lay these Blasters over in the corners. They lay them over, drag their shoulders. They get these Blasters absolutely sideways. This is fun.
Rick, not unlike yourself, I just giggle watching these kids. Seriously, they've got mad skills. They're really, they've spent so much time on these boats. They can do things that older riders who would never even consider, and they do it lap after lap, buoy after buoy. It's not a big deal for these guys to go shoulder to shoulder as they go from side to side. This is going to be a spectacular race. If you're here, you do not want to miss this. This is Blaster GP.
Yeah, absolutely, Kurt. These riders, these young guns, as we're calling them, they are moving up through the ranks of pro watercross. They started out in the junior classes 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. They've been racing for years now. They're all of 15, 16, and they have an amazing amount of laps under their belt, and we're going to see them out here showing that expertise here in just a minute. Kurt, who's on the line?
Well, let's start with the number 1 out of Dawsonville, Georgia. Yamaha mounted 22 years old, sponsored by Hurricane R. Team Faith, Fly Racing, WPS Commander, Emsoil, M&M Marine, SSI Decals, Jet Lift, and Bomber, Kyle Hayes.
Number 13 out of Davie, Sammy Niemi. 100, Revan Harris. 106, Lucas Keene. 116, Devin Farthing. 295, Taylor Skellett. And 296, Hayden Skellett. Here we go.
Red flag. They're going to bring it back.
Who jumped?
Well, Sammy Niemi.
Oh, whoa.
I just heard 1-3, so.
The Hawkeye. Oh, it was the year of Kurt Nolenberg. I thought it was that Hawkeye of years, man.
Yeah, Sammy's got his hand on his hip. He's like, oh, a thousandth of a second less.
Wow. Speaking of Hawkeyes, those Hawks don't miss a thing. I had some doves that had a nest above my door and had a baby in there, and a hawk came down and had breakfast the other day.
And they completed the circle of life. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they see him, man. That Hawkeye is not a joke.
That's so fun.
Okay, let's go down the line again.
Yeah, let's do that.
Kyle Hayes, you went over. Let's go 13 out of Broward Motorsports, or out of Davie riding for Broward, and Judge Motorsports on the Yamaha. That's Sammy Niemi.
On the number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, Commander mounted, Commander Industry, or sponsored by Commander Industries, Works H2O Design and Jet Trim. It's Revan Harris.
Number 106 out of Manahawkin. That's a new one, New Jersey, on the Yamaha, riding for Watcon, Dutco, Marina R&D Builders. It's Lucas Keene.
On the 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, local, Yamaha mounted 16 years young, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox. It's Devin Farthing.
And 295 out of Port Charlotte on the Wade Chapin Broward Motorsports, Action, Kawasaki, Abaco, Bullet Hold, Blaster. That is Taylor Skellett.
And rounding out the field on the 296, oddly enough, out of Port Charlotte, Florida, on the Bullet Hole, sponsored also by Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports, Action, Kawasaki, and Abaco Sunglasses. You saw him earlier. It's Hayden Skellett.
Well, this is going to be a battle. I mean, Devin Farthing has become a threat now in this class. Sammy Niemi, always fast. Revan Harris. Hayden Skellett. I mean, it's hard to say who's it going to be on a given weekend.
Yeah, and it could be anyone on a given weekend. I'll tell you, one of the highlights of last year's racing for me was the King's Cup in Thailand, and seeing Dustin Farthing, Devin Stead, and Devin each get the whole shot, one on the inside, one on the outside. Father and son, the crowd went ballistic.
Well, I saw Devin pull up in his Rolls Royce today, so I think he's looking like he is set to burn this track up.
Devin pulled up his style. Devin was driving?
Well, of course.
Gotta love it.
No, I'm kidding, but he's 16.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, okay.
Why not? That's the way to show up at the races, man. I used to show up in a Dodge van, paneled and carpeted, and we won't go into that. That was the 70s.
What?
Little different time period. But everybody had a van in the 70s, right? All right, here we go. Blaster GP, moto number 1. Oh, Niemi's got a hand on helmet. He's dead engine. 296, Hayden Skellett.
And Devin Farthing on the outside. Farthing right off the band. Look at those two go at it. Skellett on the inside.
Revan Harris right behind Skellett on the inside, too. And Farthing on the outside, but it's going to be Skellett on the inside with a huge start, followed by Harris, and then Devin Farthing in third now, Sammy Niemi in fourth.
Niemi already in fourth, starting dead engine. Gotta think that start. We talked about the split course. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Devin Farthing is already checking out. Farthing throwing that thing over, getting his elbow in the water. He has got top speed to spare on that machine.
Man, Hayden Skellett, 296 out of Port Charlotte on that bullet hole blaster is just on fire here in Moto number 1. And when he's out in front, he is really going to be tough to beat, Kurt.
Yeah, Hayden Skellett using the inside. He's keeping the lane farthing. Make his way out there. Evan Harris in second. So it's Hayden Skellett, Revan Harris, and Devin Farthing in top 3, Rick.
And then Nimi in 4th. And pretty much what we figured, these 4 have just really separated themselves and have become pretty much unbeatable on these blasters.
Yeah, and back in 5th position, Taylor Skellett, a little off the line, but she is starting to work her way up to the leaders. That Skellett family, another great racing family.
And watch Hayden just lay that blaster over like we were talking about. Watch him make that right-hand turn onto the front straightaway. Revan Harris on the outside. And, man, they are full throttle down this front straightaway. And Devin Farthing off is the blaster in the middle of the race course. Course marshal over to him. That's too bad.
Did you see Taylor Skellett's skills as she came around the corner? And there was Devin in the water with his hand up. She adjusted course immediately to give him lots of room. Props to Taylor Skellett. Not only is she fast, but what a great sportswoman.
Well, I was watching that, you bet, and I kind of held my breath for just a second to make sure that she was going to clear Devin, and she did.
Yep.
Devin back up and underway, and that's going to take him out of contention here in Moto number 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, he's got to work really hard for every position he can get now in Moto 1 if he wants to. Oh, I'm sorry. The rider, Lucas Keene, I believe. That something happened to that boat. He went straight, dove in, and it's dead in the water. I don't know what happened, but I
don't know. You scared me though.
It was spectacular, believe me. And kudos for him to even stay on that thing.
Hayden Skellett heading down the back straightaway with Revan Harris behind him. Harris trying everything he can do to try to catch Hayden. Hayden's going to have none of it so far. Maintains that lead. And they're right behind. Devin Farthing almost down a lap with that get off. Now Hayden Skellett coming up behind him. 16 comes by, almost a lap down. That is Devin Farthing.
And we're getting the same race, Rick. It's just that Devin's a lap down, and he's looking like he's distancing himself from Hayden Skellett. Now, don't get me wrong. There's no way he's going to lap him unless there's carnage everywhere. But look at Farthing stretching his lead over Hayden. Now, Hayden knows that Devin's a lap down, so there's no issue for Hayden. He's large and in charge right now. Revan Harris in second. He came all the way from Arizona. He didn't come to lose.
No, and Hayden knows that Revan Harris is behind him. He knows where he's at, and he knows he can't make any mistakes because Harris will be on him in a heartbeat with any bobbles by Hayden Skellett. And Farthing's going to get the blue flag with the yellow stripe. That's not fun.
Yeah, he's never seen that before. Well, maybe once in
not
3
very
years.
Often.
Yeah. Revan Harris looking like he's comfortable back there. He doesn't seem to be charging. Looks like he wants to keep it status quo. And as you know, Rick, first or second in the first 3 motos, it's almost the same thing. It's only a 1 point difference.
Very, very, very true. And I don't think there's anything that Harris can do with Hayden Skellett right now. Once Hayden gets a good start like that and is out in front, he is really, really tough to catch.
Well, Devin Farthing taking the outside a lap down. We're hearing over the radio that Devin's been given the blue and yellow flag 3 times. He hasn't let Hayden by, although to his credit, Hayden hasn't been, and now he sees it. He looks over and he lets him by. What great sportsmanship. You got to love it.
Yeah, he probably did that somewhat begrudgingly, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, you learn those lessons. And Devin, he's wants to do his best to keep up. He wants to follow Hayden as much as he can, but he got 2 more motos. If he can see where he feels he will be stronger, he'll use that in Moto 2 or Moto 3.
Absolutely.
Hayden still on fire, taking the inside split. Devin a lap down, follows behind him. And Raven Harris second in scoring, third on the track, uses the outside. He doesn't want the pump wash from Devin Farthing. Checker flag coming out. Wire-to-wire winner, Hayden Skellett.
Wonderful ride. Absolutely perfect moto by young Hayden Skellett. And Harris, number 100, is going to come in second. And those guys pretty much stayed in position the entire race.
Sammy Niemi looks like he's going to take that third position. And he does. And Taylor Skellett coming around in fourth spot. So we got 2 out of the top 4 is Skellett clan.
Good moto 1 for the Skellets, no question. And that is going to take us to Pro Freestyle.
Oh man. Looking forward to freestyle. Rick, we've got one of our top riders over the last few years. We haven't seen him recently. New baby in the family. Ryan Doverstein. He comes out of Charlotte, North Carolina, riding the XSR. He's 31 years young. And then, of course, our stalwart on the number 17 out of Rutherford, North Carolina. Still need to change the name of that city. He's sponsored by DNN Power Sports and powered by prayer. It's Brad Hill.
So you're saying we need Brad to move?
Well, I was thinking changing the name of the town. I don't want him to have to go through all that.
Oh, man, that is a bit of a tongue twister, no doubt about it.
Folks, try and say that to yourself out loud 3 times.
Yep.
Rutherford done.
Good luck with that.
All right, well, Pro Freestyle coming up. It's going to be exciting, folks. For those of you that have not seen freestyle, these are very specialized machines, very shortened hulls, super lightweight. Most of them have 1100 or larger twin-cylinder 2-stroke power plants, completely custom. And you know what? Since we're talking freestyle, anybody out here want some prize swag?
Oh, God.
I got some of these Becky Chan bags. Any of the kids down there want to
we
bring
got some goodies to give away. AJ's happy now.
Come on over. Come down here to the Tower of Power. Young man, would you like something? Come on over. There you go. Pull them up, please.
Oh, hey, who wants something? Be careful, there's DVDs in there, okay? And everybody get one. Whoa!
Oh, man, we got goodies. What do we got, Kurt? Kurt's giving away. Look at Kurt Nolenberg. We got bags.
Hello, young man.
Oh.
Hands out, please. Whoa!
Becky Chan. What's in here? We got a T-shirt, little goodie bag. Oh, here you go. How about a Becky Chan goodie bag? There you go. Nice one.
Yeah.
There's more where that came from. There we go. Woo! Up. Come on. Get some hands down there.
We got a few left. Get over.
Young lady. There you go. Hey.
Yeah, there's some well, let's see.
Like a wet. I don't know what.
We have a great location between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a beautiful community with the oldest and tallest lighthouse in Lake Michigan and some Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in town on the Frank Lloyd Wright Trail. So there's lots to see and do here.
You know, I really love coming to Racine. The weather is always beautiful. The water never disappoints. You know, I was kind of hoping to see it a little rougher out there, but you know, my little buddy's here with me racing. He's 10, and you know, it's good to have some nice smooth water for him.
Lake Hartwell, it's about a 56,000 acre lake, and Tugelo sits on 393 of those acres. So it's a great lake. What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. So far, we've had every stop. I cannot pick a favorite yet. It's going to be impossible this year. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Super excited to be out here at beautiful Lake Charles with such a great community and a great town standing beside us and then opening their gates and their arms to us. It's an awesome venue, an awesome place to race, beautiful weather, beautiful people. You couldn't ask for more of a better place to have a jet ski race.
This whole Lake Charles area has far exceeded my expectations. So it's a really nice venue. It's been super fun, great restaurants, really nice town, super neat. Now I've been fortunate to race all over the world, and yeah, this place has definitely been one of the best venues. So really happy to be here and looking forward to coming back.
The Pro Watercross is exactly what we've been looking to bring to Lake Charles. As you can see, we have a beautiful lakefront with the beach, and we're looking for events that bring activity to the lake. The Watercross is excitement, you know, getting up to 85, 90 miles an hour, and we think the excitement is going to bring out not only our locals, but people from all around the area to watch these guys race over the next few years.
I come here to win, come here to represent my sponsors, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsport, my company. It's a really good race site, it's a really good class, and everybody has their A game, so it's whoever did their homework is the one that comes up in the front.
Pro Watercross is the best pro watercross racing in the United States of America right now.
If you're jonesing for more action-packed racing, check us out on the web at prowatercross.com. Thanks for joining us at the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Escape the grind and explore the deep roots of Franklin County. Hike through the heavenly hardwoods. Catch the epic untold story of an American icon at the Ty Cobb Museum, or hit the Old Corner Hardware Store for a legendary lunch. Are you longing for the delight of a simpler time? Think Franklin.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's It's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Pull them in. Unfortunately, Brad's time is running out as he swims that thing in. Desi, he's like, nope, I'm over. It's over. All right. Well, we'll see if Brad can get that thing running again.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. It's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year. Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just gonna be great.
What a race. I'll tell you what, these guys are charging in every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for pro watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great. It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. Some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing pro watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with pro watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
Great scenery, great beach, great waves. Everyone's nice here. It's perfect.
The water is beautiful. The town is great. The city itself is amazing as far as the people and the food and the culture. We're really loving it down here.
Well, South Padre Island is a hidden gem in Texas. I love it when national corporations and national events come down here because it brings more exposure to us. We have some of the most beautiful beaches in the country, definitely the most beautiful beach in Texas. It's very family friendly. Any activity you want to do on the island is all right here in one spot.
Here on South Padre Island, partnering with Pro Watercross, when you put them together, you can't get much better than that.
South Padre has turned out to be an awesome race site, and look forward to coming back and racing here again in the future.
Here at South Padre Island, just make it yours.
Man, we've been excited to come to Racine before we even got here. We've been in all really hot climates, so we were looking forward to cold water, a little bit colder weather, and we love it. It's a good town. We got some good dinner last night. It's been good.
We have this great location here on the beautiful shores of Lake Michigan, and we have a great location between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a beautiful community with the oldest and tallest lighthouse in Lake Michigan and some Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in town on the Frank Lloyd Wright Trail. So there's lots to see and do here.
You know, I really love coming to Racine. The weather is always beautiful. The water never disappoints. You know, I was kind of hoping to see it a little rougher out there, but you know, my little buddy's here with me racing. He's 10, and you know, it's good to have some nice smooth water for him.
Lake Hartwell, it's about a 56.
Melvin, if you can hear me, if you could bring some napkins back with you, Melvin, if you haven't already made your way back. Melvin, if you could bring some napkins, please. I forgot to grab some. Thank you.
Acre lake, and Tugelo sits on 393 of those acres, so it's a great lake. What a great event. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. So far, we've had every stop. I cannot pick a favorite yet. It's going to be impossible this year. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
super excited to be out here at beautiful Lake Charles with such a great community and a great town standing beside us and then opening their gates and their arms to us. It's an awesome venue, an awesome place to race, beautiful weather, beautiful people. You couldn't ask for more of a better place to have a jet ski race.
This whole Lake Charles area has far exceeded my expectations. So it's a really nice venue. It's been super fun, great restaurants, really nice town, super neat. Now I've been fortunate to race all over the world, and yeah, this place is definitely one of the best venues. So really happy to be here and looking forward to coming back.
The Pro Watercross is exactly what we've been looking to bring to Lake Charles. As you can see, we have a beautiful lakefront with the beach, and we're looking for events that bring activity to the lake. The Watercross is excitement, you know, getting up to 85, 90 miles an hour, and we think the excitement is going to bring out not only our locals, but people from all around the area to watch these guys race over the next few years.
I come here to win, come here to represent my sponsors, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsport, my company. It's a really good race site, it's a really good class, and everybody has their A game. So it's whoever did their homework is the one that comes up in the front.
Pro Watercross is the best pro watercross racing in the United States of America right now.
If you're jonesing for more action-packed racing, check us out on the web at prowatercross.com. Thanks for joining us at the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Escape the grind and explore the deep roots of Franklin County. Hike through the heavenly hardwoods. Catch the epic untold story of an American icon at the Ty Cobb Museum, or hit the Old Corner Hardware Store for a legendary lunch. Are you longing for the delight of a simpler time? Think Franklin.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, you know, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. You know, it's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year. Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just gonna be great.
What a race. I'll tell you what, these guys are charging in every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for pro watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great. It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. You know, some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing pro watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with pro watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
Great scenery, great beach, great waves. Everyone's nice here. It's perfect.
The water is beautiful. The town is great. The city itself is amazing as far as the people and the food and the culture. We're really loving it down here.
Well, South Padre Island is a hidden gem in Texas. I love it when national corporations and national events come down here because it brings more exposure to us. We have some of the most beautiful beaches in the country, definitely the most beautiful beach in Texas. It's very family friendly. Any activity you want to do on the island is all right here in one spot.
Now here on South Padre Island, partnering with Pro Watercross, when you put them together, you can't get much better than that.
South Padre has turned out to be an awesome race site, and look forward to coming back and racing here again in the future.
Here at South Padre Island, just make it yours.
Man, we've been excited to come to Racine before we even got here. We've been in all really hot climates, so we were looking forward to cold water, a little bit colder weather, and we love it. It's a good town. We got some good dinner last night. It's been good.
We have this great location here on the beautiful shores of Lake Michigan, and we have a great location between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a beautiful community with the oldest and tallest lighthouse in Lake Michigan and some Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in town on the Frank Lloyd Wright Trail. So there's lots to see and do here.
You know, I really love coming to Racine. The weather is always beautiful. The water never disappoints. You know, I was kind of hoping to see it a little rougher out there, but you know, my little buddy's here with me racing. He's 10, and you know, it's good to have some nice smooth water for him.
Lake Hartwell, it's about a 56,000 acre lake, and Tugelo sits on 393 of those acres. So it's a great lake. What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. So far, we've had every stop. I cannot pick a favorite yet. It's going to be impossible this year. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Super excited to be out here at beautiful Lake Charles with such a great community and a great town standing beside us and then opening their gates and their arms to us. It's an awesome venue, an awesome place to race, beautiful weather, beautiful people. You couldn't ask for more of a better place to have a jet ski race.
So this whole Lake Charles area has far exceeded my expectations. So it's a really nice venue. It's been super fun, great restaurants, really nice town, super neat. Now I've been fortunate to race all over the world, and yeah, this place is definitely one of the best venues. So really happy to be here and looking forward to coming back.
The Pro Watercross is exactly what we've been looking to bring to Lake Charles. As you can see, we have a beautiful lakefront with the beach, and we're looking for events that bring activity to the lake. The Watercross is excitement, you know, getting up to 85, 90 miles an hour, and we think the excitement is going to bring out not only our locals, but people from all around the area to watch these guys race over the next few years.
I come here to win, come here to represent my sponsors, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsport, my company. It's a really good race site, it's a really good class, and everybody has their A game, so it's whoever did their homework is the one that comes up in the front.
Pro Watercross is the best pro watercross racing in the United States of America right now.
If you're jonesing for more action-packed racing, check us out on the web at prowatercross.com. Thanks for joining us at the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Escape the grind and explore the deep roots of Franklin County. Hike through the heavenly hardwoods. Catch the epic untold story of an American icon at the Ty Cobb Museum, or hit the Old Corner Hardware Store for a legendary lunch. Are you longing for the delight of a simpler time? Think Franklin.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's It's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. It's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year. Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just going to be great.
What a race. I'll tell you what, these guys are charging in every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for pro watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great.
I believe Kevin is Kevin out there? Is that Kevin? Yes, that looks like Kevin standing up. So very critical to have our flagger out there, which he is. Our scorers are out there. Course marshal on the water. And got a nice group of boats on the back side of the racetrack here today. Some recreational boaters taking in pro watercross. So here we go. Pretty close to getting ready to run with race number 10, beginner runabout box stock. Let's run down the list and see who's on the starting line. Out of Dalton, Georgia, on boat number 02, 22 years old, Yannick Brassard. 007, James Bond, out of Livonia, Georgia, on the Granite World LLC Drippin' Performance Sea-Doo. That's Jonathan Samuel. Number 64, out of Salem, North Carolina, riding for Marina Chiropractic on the Sea-Doo, John Thomas. 122, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, riding for Champion Power Sports and BP on the Yamaha, Jerry Vansdale. 143, out of Charlotte, North Carolina, riding for Champion on the Sea-Doo, Tyler Erith. 176, Jamal Reyes, and 805, Levi Williams. And here we go, beginner runabout box stock. And this is a full lineup of new names, beginners here, and great to see them out here on the track. 122 on the inside. Jerry Vanisdale with a great jump. See if he can hang on to it. And he's going to make the turn, but he is going to get past down the front straightaway. It looks like the Sea-Doo of Levi Reyes, 176. Oh, that's 808. Check that. 805. Levi Williams also on a Sea-Doo out in front. The Sea-Doo out in front of this beginner runabout box stock class, and that's something we haven't seen much of in the last couple of years. This class has been absolutely dominated by Yamahas, and right now we've got two Sea-Doos out there running 1-2. The rider down in the water in that first turn area on the back straightaway. As our riders come around, we are racing right now. .805, Levi Williams now into the lead. And then 007, Jonathan Samuel, it looks like in second. 176 in third, Jamal Reyes. Boy, Kurt said thrills and spills in the beginner runabout box stock class. He wasn't kidding. There are riders all over the course right now. And that's 007, Jonathan Samuel, out there going for a swim. So 805, I have in the lead Levi Williams, officially unofficial, because this thing got mixed up in a hurry with riders all over the track. This is a beginner race, and we can see that these are, newer riders out there getting accustomed to pro watercross. And man, you kind of hold your breath at times on these beginner runabout box stock classes, because these are very, very fast 300 horsepower-ish runabouts in the hands of beginners. So it's something that we really do. Robert Sand, our race director, does a very, very great job of instructing and guiding the beginner riders and giving them as much, coaxing and instruction as possible. But once that rubber band snaps, all bets are off, and it gets to be a wild affair. And it looks like Levi Williams, 805, is going to lead this thing into the finish here. 1 lap to go. Wow, what a wild one. Not unexpectedly in beginner runabout box stock as the white flag is out. Now keep an eye on our flagger, Kevin Scott, out there. He's going to grab that checkered flag, and then we will know officially who our officials have as the leader. I believe it's going to be 805 Levi Williams. We have no more information on Levi other than his name, which is fine. 805 takes the checkered flag. It is Levi Williams on the Sea-Doo, taking the win here in moto number 1 of beginner runabout box stock.
And what a day. It's starting out great for Levi Williams. You put that Sea-Doo out front, large and in charge. I see James Bond there on the 007.
Yeah, most of these, about half the field has gone for a swim already. And they are regaining their composure and coming across the finish line. And behind Levi, it's anybody's guess who's in second.
Yeah.
I believe it's 176, Jamal Reyes.
I do believe you're right, Rick.
That's unofficial. So, and we're going to leave it at that for the moment. Beginner ski stock riders, you should be on the starting line. Race number 11 on the line, beginner ski stock.
Yes, it is. We need to get that fan up here. Exactly. Huh? Seriously. Yeah, for sure. Tell you what, you take this, I'll make that happen.
All right, another beginner class on the line. This is beginner ski stock, race number 11. Down on the line, number 1X out of Jupiter, Florida, on the Kawasaki, James Welsh. Number 3 out of Dansonville, Georgia, on a Yamaha, Brandon Swafford. Number 5 out of Statesville, North Carolina, on the Kawasaki, Caleb Fields. Number 8 out of Rutherford, North Carolina, riding for Power Sports Supply and B&N Power Sports on the Yamaha, Tegan Hill. Number 50 out of Denver, North Carolina, also riding for Champion Power Sports, Charlie McGuinn. Number 111 out of San Antonio, Texas, on the Kawasaki, Troy Welsh. Number 308 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, on the Yamaha, Kyle Trammell. And 711 out of Swanee, Georgia, riding for Superior Auto House and 100% Chiropractic. That's a great sponsor to have, Andrew Hancock. Anybody that's ridden stand-up jet skis knows that a chiropractor is a wonderful sponsor to have, because anybody that's ridden for any length of time probably needs a little adjustment now and then, myself included. So Andrew Hancock with a great sponsor. And here we go, beginner ski stock, race 11. Number 50, Charles McGuinn on the inside with a great jump out of the gate. McGuinn's going to lead on the inside. Take that inside split, bends it around. And 18 on the outside, that's Tegan Hill. Tegan Hill, 12 years old, out of Rutherford, son of Brad Hill, our pro freestyler. And Tegan, we've been watching race, and he is quite the rider on that number 18 Yamaha Superjet. He's out in front, number 50, Charles McGuinn, also on a Superjet, behind him in second place. And then number 5, it looks like on a Cowie, Caleb Fields out of Statesville, North Carolina. That is the top 3 right now. As young number 18, man, Tegan Hill starting to stretch it out right now, out in front. We saw him 2 weeks ago in Panama City Beach, Florida, and man, he was strong in this beginner ski class, and we were kind of speculating that, man, this young man, he definitely, you know, he's 12 years old. He belongs in the beginner class, but really not for long. He is developing some very, very good skills on that Yamaha Superjet. And so far dominating here, Moto 1 beginner ski stock down the front straightaway, our race leader, number 18, Tegan Hill, 12 years old. And he's got number 5 now. Caleb Fields has moved up into second on that Kawasaki. So Caleb, 39 years old, following our 12-year-old Tegan Hill out in front, man. I don't know, Tegan Hill, I have to ask our race director, but he's pretty competent on that Superjet out there. He may be primed to move up in classes, although at 12 years old, you really don't want to do that. You want to give him a little time here. He needs to get a year or two maybe underneath his belt. Down the back straightaway, our race leader, Tegan Hill. Oh, Mr. Grasshopper, thank you. Hill out in front, number 15. Charles McGuinn continues in second. And Tegan Hill just running away here in beginner ski stock. What an amazing rider, 12 years old, and you can tell this young man has a lot of time on the water because he is just ripping some laps off on that Superjet. You just keep sitting back like that, Mr. Nolenberg, and let me get the air. Thank you. Appreciate that. Battle of the air conditioners up here in the tower. Starts to warm up here in beautiful Livonia at Tougaloo State Park, and as it warms up and the humidity ramps up, we start fighting over the fan. But it's good. We have a good time. As long as Kurt doesn't hog it, we have a good time. He starts hogging it overboard. You know, man in the boat overboard. Oh, this is just what I needed to hear right now, Kurt. All right, Richard Ignacio, thank you for those comments. We appreciate it. It makes me so happy that you have AC and facilities anytime. 18, Tegan Hill taking the white flag. 1 lap to go for young Tegan, 12 years old, out of Rutherford, North Carolina. And this young man has just dominated beginner ski stock this season. Number 5 in second place. That's Caleb Fields out of Statesville, North Carolina. Caleb is 39 years old. He is on the Kawasaki. And he is on a Kawasaki SXR 1500. And Caleb is on that Superjet. So you would figure that SXR 1500 would be no contest. But you know what? This is all about the rider in the stand-up classes. And Tegan Hill showing you that that Yamaha Superjet in the hands of him, at least, the 12-year-old out of Rutherford, North Carolina.
Say it 3 times fast.
Yeah, exactly. Is every bit up to the task of holding off the SXR 1500.
Well, further back in the pack, as he goes down, Andrew Hancock on that 7-Eleven having a race of his own with Troy Welch. Troy coming all the way from San Antonio, Texas, and Andrew from Suwanee, Georgia.
And Tegan Hill, number 18, takes the checkered flag and the win here in Moto number 1 for beginner ski stock. We need race number 12 on the line. Pro-Am ski stock, you should be on the line. Number 5 in second place, Caleb Fields out of Statesville, North Carolina.
Pro-Am Runabout GP, you guys are in staging. Pro-Am Runabout GP, you are in staging. You'll be followed by Blaster GP.
And coming in third place in beginner ski stock, number 50 out of Denver, North Carolina, Charles McGuinn.
And my bad, that's Pro-Am Runabout GP, followed by Vintage Ski, then Sport GP, Novice Sport Stock. Oh, Mr. Lake.
Yes, sir.
From beginners to Pro-Ams, it'll be interesting to see the difference in equipment and the difference in the riders.
Absolutely. This is another ski stock class, Pro-Am ski stock. And let's take a look and see who's going to be in this one. Number 1, out of Pomeria, South Carolina, riding for PureRaceLabPerformance.com. Hurricane Racing, LPW Performance, and Pro Rider on the Yamaha, Kenny McKenzie.
On the number 10, Kawasaki out of Apex, North Carolina, sponsored by Amsoil, Hurricane Racing, and Tapped Out Cycles, Callaway Turner.
44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, on the Speed Racing, Synergy, RV Transport, Ignite Fuel, Z-Force, Bullet Racing, Technical Service, Yamaha, Z-Kime.
On the number 85, Yamaha out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, sponsored by Team 332, it's Dustin Higdon.
Number 101 out of Chattanooga as well on the Yamaha, Will Scruggs.
On the 182 out of Macella, Georgia, Kawasaki mounted, sponsored by Spy Optics, ODI Grips, and D's Bees, it's Brock Harris.
Number 417 out of Pensacola, Florida, riding for Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, Ross Products, and Pensacola Motorsports on the Yamaha, Brett Underhill.
On the 702 out of Raleigh, North Carolina, sponsored by Tapped Out Cycles, Hurricane Racing, and Jet Trim, 36 years young, Jeb Zarzauer.
And at the opposite end of the spectrum, 13 years old, number 888 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, riding for Barrel House, Clipper 212, Pro Watercraft, Works H2O, High Roller, Fault Light Clothing, and Diamond Construction, Ryder Wilderbauer.
That's our lineup. Pro-Am Ski Stock race number 12. They are on the line, and we are ready to race.
Well, we got a rider from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 13 years old. You know, we've got Will Scruggs at 56 years old, and then pretty much everybody in between, and including I think the two riders to watch for, 44 Zeke Kime, who is 16, and number 1, Kenny McKenzie, maybe Callaway Turner as well. All three of those guys are always contenders in this Pro-Am ski stock class, Kurt.
No question about it. Brett Underhill for sure going to join them, and Jeb Zarzauer can be a maniac out there. We've seen him win races from dead last to first, so he definitely has the skills as well.
Yeah, let's see if that Syracuse Mafia comes to the fore again in the hands of number 44, Zeke Kime, and here we go, racing in Georgia.
Looks like Ryder Wildebauer having a good drive on the inside.
It is Wildebauer with the hole shot on the inside, Kurt.
Is that Zeke Kime on the double four? It is on the outside.
Zeke picking up where he left off in Panama City Beach on the outside. Here comes Wildebauer with a great lead.
Yeah, Wildebauer just pulled that on the inside, and he is picked up and gone. Look out, though, right? Oh, we're going to bring it back.
Red flag. Red flag is out.
All right, so
it's funny, Kurt. Not always, but it looks like that inside split is the inside, basically, chorus on the starts is a big advantage. But then after the race is going, not always the case.
It's flipped, yeah, no question about it. And with the stand-up hulls, I think the better rider's going to win no matter which way they go. You know, they can negotiate those tighter corners at speed. But, man, if you're on the outside split, you better keep that thing wide open and have some horsepower.
So I think A.J. Handler, from what I understand, is set up with merchandise, and yes, he is, and he has pink. Look at this. AJ's got pink Pro Watercross shirts in very limited supplies. So with the 25-year emblem, this is the 25th year of Pro Watercross, and look at those pink shirts down there. AJ should be wearing one of those because that would just look awesome on him.
Well, it's a huge billboard, you know, it's the size of that massive chest and those bulging biceps. Yeah, AJ Handler is sporting the pink 25-year anniversary shirts. This is the only place you can get them, folks. You can't get them online. You can't buy them from anywhere else. There is a limited supply. So if you want to get one, I tell you, come down now, get one before the pros start up again. Bring $20 with you, and you can get any shirt in the booth. If you bring 30, you might get a shirt and get a brand new Evil-inspired Sea-Doo 95 Sea-Doo to take home just by joining the raffle. $10 gets you an opportunity for literally hundreds of items down here. $10, join the raffle, and you might win a boat. John Block.
Well, AJ's coming over here, so I don't know how he's going to sell shirts, but this is the time to grab him. Pro Watercross shirts available, and don't waste any time because the second race of the tour, and we still have all the sizes, everything available. Definitely come down to the Pro Watercross merchandise booth set up here in the pit area. So take advantage of it and take home a great Pro Watercross shirt for the weekend.
All right, don't see anybody with their hand in the air. Restacked and off they go.
Wildebauer again with a great hole shot.
Yes, he did. Now, I think that's Underhill on the outside. No, that's McKenzie, Kenny McKenzie on that #1 machine, the 42-year-old getting a drive on the outside. Wildebauer on the inside. And that's Callaway Turner in that second position on the inside, followed by Will Scruggs. And look at this, Kenny McKenzie. What a drive on the inside, Rick.
Yeah, Wildebauer goes down as I say that. Ryder Wildebauer makes a huge error, falls into third place, gets past Kenny McKenzie into the lead. I believe that's McKenzie out in front now. And Zeke Kime now working his way up. Zeke didn't get the start he had the first start. And number 44 is a rider to keep an eye on as he is in fourth place right now. But keep an eye on Zeke Kime and Ryder Wildebauer.
I'm going to call it out right now. Kenny McKenzie knows what it's going to take to win this race. He has got to distance himself from those young riders now, because late in the moto, when those old muscles don't work exactly like those young muscles do, he's going to be hard pressed to stay in front of these young men. And that's no lack of talent on Kenny's part. It's just a fact of life.
Well, 888 Ryder Wildebauer has been the fastest so far, but he fell down, and that cost him. But keep an eye on him as well as he starts working his way back up now. Wildebauer,
Callaway Turner right in front.
Callaway Turner, and he'll have to get around Callaway if he wants to try to do anything with Kenny McKenzie. Now the log jumps come into play, and that can have a huge factor on the racing as well.
The great equalizer, we call that log jump. If you can go over that log jump swiftly and easily, yes, you do have to bunny hop it. Good, no, and is that Ryder? No.
No, he's already up and over and chasing down the leaders. McKenzie, though, out in front now, stretching his lead down that back straightaway. Boat number 1 out of Pomeria, South Carolina, Kenny McKenzie, and he is on the gas here, moto number 1. Turner in second, Wildebauer in third.
Wow, wow, wow. Pro-Am ski stock,
well said.
Not disappointing. Look at McKenzie. Man, is he cutting some beautiful lines out there. Kenny McKenzie out of Pomeria, South Carolina, 42 years old, and he is making that Yamaha sing out there, Rick Lake.
Well, these stock skis are all about momentum. You know, they don't have the horsepower and the big torque of the modified skis, so it's really critical that the riders keep their speed up, their momentum around in and out of the corners. Try not to make any mistakes and lose that drive as well as out of the corners, but over the log jump, as we saw a rider just do and go down. And that is the key in stock class racing, to be very smooth and precise around the entire race course.
And that moves Zeke Kime, I believe, up in the fourth spot. Zeke just burying the 44. He almost cost him a position there. So he is indeed in fourth position. Out in front, Kenny McKenzie on his Yamaha. He's been dominant so far in this race. Watch him as he slaloms on that backside of the course. Beautiful wide sweeping turns. Back upright immediately, hooking up for maximum power. As he comes out of the corner, Kenny McKenzie is on fire here, Rick.
Well, one of the things that happens when you have a log jump in the race course is the riders that have a lot of experience with it do well. The riders without, it can be very costly, particularly in the latter half of the race when it gets a little rougher and riders get a little more tired out there. They start making mistakes, and a mistake on the log jump will cost you severely, as we've seen over the years, cost riders world championships.
Zeke Kime was coming up. He had a battle going with Jeb Zarzauer, and Jeb wanted to check the water quality just one more time, and that allowed Zeke to move a little further forward. Jeb making the turn off to the back section there with Zeke Kime in front of him and a couple of riders chasing him down.
And it looks like Kenny McKenzie now, or I'm sorry, Callaway Turner, slowly closing that gap on the race leader, McKenzie, and then likewise Ryder Wildebauer in third place, closing the gap as well, as Wildebauer takes the inside split and the two leaders go to the outside. Let's see if Ryder makes anything happen here. Doesn't look like it's going to make a difference for him, but he has closed that gap a little bit on Callaway Turner.
Yeah, he did a good job that time going through the inside split without anybody in front of him, barely moving forward one or two boat lengths, but you know, you continue to do that at different portions around the course. Here's where it makes a difference. Yeah, and he's up and over, but not smoothly. That cost him just a little. And look at this battle between Zeke Heim and Jeb Zarzauer. They're still going at it, Rick.
Yeah, I think the younger, smaller riders have a little rougher time on the log jump because it throws them off balance. They're so light. They don't have the ballast of the bigger, stronger riders who can kind of manhandle the boat a little bit better. And you'll see that with Ryder. He gets tossed quite a bit on that log jump. And that, you know, just getting thrown in the air like that can be a boat length or two during the course of the race per lap.
Easy, and that's just getting bumped. That's not having an issue falling. Even dipping a leg there, like even a small, you know, minor bit of coming off the backside of that jump, it slows you down for your acceleration to the next side, and anybody who's anywhere near you will take that opportunity to dive to the inside, push out.
As you can see, coming down the straightaway or the front straight, the speed of these stock boats, they're very similar. They're very consistent. And our race leader now, Kenny McKenzie, looks like he may be starting to tire just a little bit. The 42-year-old out of Pomeria, South Carolina. Callaway Turner moving up, and Wilderbauer continues to keep the pressure on.
You know, I hear it from as we see the 101 come by. Look how low and down in the tray is. That's Will Scruggs. He's 56 years young out there.
Yep.
With the 16-year-olds, the 13-year-olds.
Well, Will's got a great form on the ski and clearly a really strong back.
Wow. No doubt about it. I'll tell you, 56.
Those are that's what you call a real strong torso there, because he is able to maintain his form in the latter half of this race, and that is core strength right there.
I think his back went out and he's just stuck in that position.
He's fused together
right
there.
Exactly.
He can't move.
He's not moving.
White flag out for our race leader. 1 lap to go.
Wow.
And they've maintained, but Ryder Wilderbauer continues to put the heat on our second place rider, Callaway Turner, but McKenzie smooth as silk so far in this race, and he continues to lead with less than a lap to go.
And Wilderbauer finally makes it over there without doing a sky shot, and that's going to help him. He's got a half a lap to go if he wants to reel in Callaway Turner for second position.
Yeah, Wilderbauer probably weighs in at about $110, $120, and that's not a lot on that boat, you know.
Well, he's doing a great job of staying out of the pump wash there to catch Callaway Turner.
Oh, he's making a charge for second, Kurt.
Oh, look at it. And Turner knows he's there, but there's not much he can do. Watch at the splits. It's going to be critical for Wilderbauer if he wants to move up. Danny McKenzie is out front. He's large and in charge. Nobody is chasing him down. And Wilderbauer does the only thing he can, go to the inside and tear it up. Your wire-to-wire winner coming from the outside. Big round of applause for Kenny McKenzie out of Pomeria, South Carolina. Second position, Callaway Turner. And you see Ryder Wilderbauer throwing that handle pole up and down. He's disappointed he wasn't able to make the pass, Rick.
Yeah, well, he crashed. Remember, he was up front and right with the leaders, and he crashed in the first lap, and that cost him. He was never able to make up that distance that he lost.
Yeah, Jeb Zarzauer comes through. Looks like he might have that fourth position. And here's Zeke Heim in the fifth spot. Boy, you know it's a good race. You got a good lineup if Zeke Heim's in fifth.
Yeah, Zeke was up in front and before the restart leading the race, and he was in second actually, but leading his split. And so this did not turn out as well for him on the restart. So we go to Pro-Am Runabout GP, Moto number 1, race number 13.
On the number 73 Yamaha out of York, South Carolina, sponsored by Dean's Performance, Riva Racing, and the Detail Group, it's Greg Radulski.
Number 77 out of Bradenton, Florida, riding for Geico, Fly Racing, Liqui Moly, Jet Trim, and Riva, that is Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Yamaha mounted, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Dean's Team, and Snyder Built, Troy Snyder.
Number 153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, riding for Sea-Doo, XPS, Riva, Rip It Energy Drink, Jet Lift, Fly Racing, Trailer Valet, Moto Rep, and Abaco. On the Sea-Doo, Anthony Radidic.
On the number 203 Yamaha out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by, yes, Miami Jet Ski Shop, Alex Cushman.
Number 247 out of Groveland, Florida, riding for Dean's team, Tattoo Rich Racing and Oztech Racing on the Yamaha, Dylan Osborne.
Is that Action Tattoo or Tattoo Rich?
Whatever you'd like it to be.
Tattoo Rich. On the 502 out of Denver, North Carolina, 41 years young, sponsored by Riva, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Champion Motorsports, and Triton Trailer, Brian Baldwin.
777 out of Miami on the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Wet Dream Team, Sea-Doo, Juan Lescano.
That's our our lineup for Pro-Am Runabout GP, race number 13, moto number 1. They are on the line, ready to go. And I think it's time to wet the whistle.
Kind of quiet down there for GPs.
Right? And they're running. What the heck? Fastest boats on the water. Here we go. Troy Snyder on the inside. Is that Osborne on the outside, Rick?
All Snyder on the inside. He's got the competition. Baldwin takes it away.
Not only did he take it away, Troy was so surprised he went off course.
247, Dylan Osborne came from the outside to take over second place. But look at Brian Baldwin, 502 out of Denver, North Carolina. The 41-year-old is on fire here in Moto number 1 for Pro-Am Runabout GP.
Yeah, back in that third position, Jason Russo out of Bradenton on that Geico machine, doing the job in third spot.
Charging down the back straightaway behind Brian Baldwin. In second, number 247, Dylan Osborne. Dylan, 28 years old, out of Groveland, Florida, and he is on the gas here as well in Moto number 1, looking real strong.
Troy Snyder is on fire on the inside. He was in last position. He is coming through. He is making up huge boat lengths here, and he's going to rejoin the fray in 5th spot. Look out, Juan Lescano. Troy Snyder is knocking on your back door, and you know Troy is not going to stay in that 4th position.
So Jason Russo looks like 77 in 3rd place right now behind Dylan Osborne. So it's Brian Baldwin, Dylan Osborne, and Russo running 1, 2, 3 here in Pro-Am Runabout GP Moto number 1.
Yeah, Juan Lescano in that 4th spot, followed by Troy Snyder. And Alex Cushman behind him. Yep. Snyder taking the outside, Rick. He's through with the inside. He says, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to use the horsepower and my skill. I'm going to chase him down. That's the hard way to go, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Baldwin slowed down on the outside. Baldwin slowed way down. Looks like he's up and running, but he slowed momentarily there, heading onto the back straightaway. And here comes Osborne. Baldwin's got trouble. Baldwin's dropping out.
He's looking behind him on both sides. He's looking down at the boat.
Yeah, Baldwin's down a cylinder or two.
Yeah, he's got something going on there. It's still running. I mean, he's still in the lead.
He's got a flat tire because he is getting passed by I just watched NASCAR the other day.
Yeah,
so,
well, he's not been passed yet. I mean, he's still in the lead.
We're in Georgia, so I use my NASCAR terminology.
Boy, and Baldwin's going to nurse that thing around for as many points as he can possibly get. He knows this is a year-long or a half a year-long championship, so every point counts long-term. He's still in second position.
Yeah, just as I was saying that Baldwin wasn't messing around here as he dispersed of Troy Snyder in that first couple of turns, and then now using my NASCAR terminology, you know, he got a flat out there. Looks like he's running low, and they're going to bring him into the pits here in a minute.
Yeah,
and slap a new right rear on that number 502.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. And who's not having a flat is Troy Snyder. He decided, I'm going to take the inside, and let's see if it helped him.
It's Russo in second, though. Russo has benefited. Jason Russo, 42, out of Bradenton, Florida, on the Geico Fly Racing Yamaha, running a strong second behind Dylan Osborne. But Dylan Osborne, man, good to see him out in front of that 247.
It's great to see him out front.
He is charging and well in the lead. Has this one in hand so far, but I was just about ready to say that about Brian Baldwin, so I won't say that about Dylan Osborne.
Well, you know, looking out here, Rick, I'm checking out Juan Lezcano in third, and frankly, Troy Snyder is not gaining anything on him, and that is unusual for Snyder. And nothing against Juan. He's one of our faster riders in this class. He's won races here before. He's in that third spot, and he's got his eyes on second position, Jason Russo.
You know what, Kurt? Troy Snyder looks like he's got a lot of speed out there. He just looks like he's running really fast. He's in fourth, but man, he came down the front straightaway and just to my eye had a much faster speed than the other riders. Let's see if that's the case as we work our way through this moto. Although I see Kevin Scott out on the dock, our flag man, he's got the white flag in his hand. You know, these pro runabout laps go by fast.
Yeah. Yes,
Dylan Osborne takes that white flag, 1 lap to go.
Troy Snyder is on fire. He was going to go inside, and he changed his mind, went outside. Juan Lezcano.
Oh, and Snyder slows down. Looks like he lost a lanyard.
No, I think he thought it was a checkered flag. He looked back, saw it, and took off again.
I don't know, but he must have got the start-finish buoy confused with the flag on that one.
Little brain fart.
But he's been running so fast, although it really hasn't helped him a whole lot.
Well,
he just looks fast out there.
And so does Juan Lezcano.
They all do.
You know what? Troy is accelerating and then backing out. I wonder if he's having an issue with the rev limiter or something.
Could be.
Maybe fuel supply because, I mean, that boat accelerates.
Look at Osborne, fist in the air, tapping that hood. He's pretty pumped. Dylan Osborne, 247, takes the win. Russo in second. And then Lezcano in third. And then Snyder with a very disappointing finish in fourth place. I know he is not happy at all with that finish here in Pro-Am Runabout GP, Kurt.
Well, especially when he had an opportunity to gain some points. And I mean, he did gain a couple of points over Brian Baldwin, who's still circulating, by the way.
Remember that Snyder had the whole shot to start the race.
Oh, yeah.
So finishing in fourth.
Yep. Dylan Osborne just right up underneath him and just yanked it away from him.
So we're going to go from the fastest boats on the water to the slowest boats on the water. But
must be vintage.
But they are number one in our heart because this is the ski that we all came from. This is what we did. This started the whole sport. This is vintage 550 mod. And back when there was only one brand, so you didn't say somebody was on a Kawasaki, you said who they were racing for, whether it was PJS or West Coast or Marinated or whoever it was.
Or Butch's. I'm just looking at
Butch's, yeah, Johnny O, and
West Coast.
The rest of them. And so we're back there, and this is a fun race. These guys have a great time, and we saw in Panama City Beach, Florida, the entire lineup of 550 mods came from Texas.
Yeah, we're close to that now with a lot of them come from Tennessee.
Local Tennessee boys.
Well, let's go ahead and run through it. On the number 2, I was going to say Kawasaki. Duh.
You don't need to say that.
No, I don't. Out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, it's Jackson Linkus on the number 2.
Also out of Soddy Daisy, number 3, Cole Holland.
Out of Statesville, North Carolina, on the number 7, Caleb Fields.
Number 08, out of Chattanooga, Nicholas Boyd.
Also out of Chattanooga, on the number 8, Morgan Boyd, sponsored by Success Racing.
Number 11, out of Nashville, Hunter Holland.
On the 95, out of Harrison, Tennessee, Kevin Rowe.
Number 300, out of Menifee, California, Paul Tejan.
Yeah, no, there's the softs like that. Hold on to your hats, folks. Out of Marietta, South Carolina, he's 27 years young. He's riding that number 315 Kawasaki. He is sponsored by Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, Myrtle Beach Water Sports, Wilmington Power Sports, Hylos, Wiseco, Squid Decals, Slunk Swimmers, Pit Viper, BB Talk, and as free ride, Taylor Stewart.
While we're young.
Wow.
417 out of Pensacola on the Riva Racing Jet Pilot, Ross Products, Pensacola Motorsports ski, Brett Underhill.
And rounding out the field out of Taylor, South Carolina, on the number 650, it's Ben Griffith.
So we have 11 entries here today in Vintage Ski 550 Mod. A nice turnout here in Hartwell. No surprise. I remember Jackson Linkus from last year and some of these other riders from Saudi Daisy and Chattanooga. So it's good to see everybody back out here again. Now, I'm looking at these 550s. And unlike the crew from Texas, these don't look as modified as the ones in Texas did. They had a lot of the aftermarket sponsons, the tubbies.
The tubbies on the front, yeah.
And now, a guy after my own heart here on the inside on the 650, because I had one of those too, and I love that ski. A lot of people didn't, but I did. 505, not sure who that is. Is that 505? Is that what it is? What is that?
It is 505. I don't know who the rider is. Maybe one of his crew can come up and tell us. Rick, I think he needs you to tune it for him.
Tune the rider, not the ski.
Oh, there you go.
95, Kevin Rowe with the hole shot.
That is a Bud Jet Sports Tour term if I've ever heard one. Tune the rider, not the ski.
That was a Doug Silverstein term.
That makes sense.
That's where I got it from. Slug, if you're listening, I love you.
Well, we got a battle going on. The number 300 of Paul DeJean out front, followed by Kevin Rowe out of Harrison. And look at the battle for third and fourth. Hunter Howland in third.
Yeah, but you know, that's not fair because that rider out in front is on a square-nose Superjet. And that is a huge advantage over a 550, a JS 550. We raced those, and that's what took place when Yamaha introduced the Superjet in the early 90s. You could see that square-nose Superjet. It just was a better hull for racing than the 550s, and that's what's taking place right here. So that's no surprise that he's out in front and pulling away, but that's a different class, really.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rick. It's nice for him to be able to come out and race, and you know, he certainly wouldn't be doing that good in Pro-Am ski with that same craft.
Well, he's probably buddies with these guys, I'm guessing, in this class. They probably are friends. He is from Marietta. Oh, no, it's not Taylor. He's from Menifee. Oh, he's from Menifee. So he's not buddies with anybody. He just came out here to kick butt.
He's the enemy.
Yeah, the square-nose Superjet out in front. Nice looking ski too, that traditional Yamaha yellow and black paint job. Looks like a Kenny Roberts road racer.
Yeah, it does. Once again, good knowledge by Rick Lake.
Once in a while. I stun you.
Constantly.
Well, you heard of Kenny Roberts. Oh, and there goes the square nose. Went for a deep dive. This is not freestyle, and there are no points scored for that submarine.
However, if there were, he'd be getting 9.5.
And look at the dice for the lead.
Oh, man, side by side.
Oh.
Ooh.
So number 2. And is that 65 and 2, 95. Kevin Rowe and Jackson Linkus. I remember Jackson from last year, so he is out in front. He must have did well last year because I remember his name.
Yeah.
And who could forget Jackson Linkus anyway?
Right? I think there's a song title like that.
Jackson Linkus. If there's not, there will be. Just go to Nashville. Somebody's going to be in a bar somewhere singing that song.
And our 505 rider out there, I'm thinking he's got a bad prop.
You ever go to Nashville, Kurt?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I love that place.
4 days ago.
Love it there. At any bar you go to, man, there's somebody playing music that just is amazing.
True, very true. My wife We saw a couple that were playing guitar and singing, alternating, one man, one woman. And, riders.
Look at the battle.
I'll tell you what, Kevin Rowe has been all over that ski. He's bouncing off, dipping a foot here, dipping a foot there to stay upright, but he's still in second position.
I know Kevin Rowe's out there bouncing around like a drunken sailor on that 550, but he is hanging on to second, so, you know.
Like a cork in a storm, huh?
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so my wife said, these guys are great. How come they don't have a record already? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Every bar we went to.
Everywhere.
Or you even don't have to go in. You can hear them just by walking by.
I know. I love that.
Wow.
Isn't that fun?
Wow. And Rick, the best part about it is, don't take this the wrong way, COVID-19. We could actually go from place to place to place easily, and once again, that was I believe on a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Oh, it's phenomenal. You did social distance, right? Ooh.
Of course, yeah. We wore masks and
keep your distance.
We
young man.
drank a lot of alcohol to make sure that
COVID don't like no alcohol.
Nope. We killed it.
You know, alcohol
nice
and vitamin D.
Yeah.
I'm a sun worshiper, so I'm thinking, okay, this is a perfect license to bake.
Yep, sunshine and Corona.
And number 2, Jackson Linkus out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, 24 years old, on that 550 mod, takes the win. Nice work, Jackson. Do not go under the bridge.
Don't go under the bridge.
Don't go under that bridge, Jackson.
Jackson, you're going to lose. Oh, and he's going to get ducked. All right, the 95 of Kevin Rowe in second position, the 11 of Hunter Holland in third, and with,
He's going to do it too. Yeah. Don't go under that bridge. No. Out and around. Thank you, number 95. You get a free T-shirt.
Well, you get to keep your position because Robert
Just come
Sands
up here and see Ray. He'll take care of you.
Is having none of it. Ray will take the shirt off of Courtney's back.
I know it's stuck in my mind, but it's something in my mind. Right? I don't know. A lot of people
What a great out there. What to see you guys. First photo. We go to race number 15. Once again, we want to remind all of our riders to not go underneath. There's no one over there right now. You go to Pro Watercross merchandise booth and have you pick up anything in the booth, including those hot pink shirts. And all the sizes are available. You don't want to miss out. They're also giving away free stuff. They got tons of free stuff down there. And so for the spectators up top, if you haven't gotten any sort of memento from the day yet, head on down to the Pro Watercross tent. Even if you don't buy something, they've got tons of free stuff down there. And they brought it so you people can have it, not because they want it. Now, if you would like to get a jet ski for a minimal investment, for $10 you can purchase a raffle ticket for the Evel Knievel Sea-Doo that's down here. That thing is in perfect winning condition. With a beautiful paint job, and $10 gives you an opportunity.
And I'm looking forward to seeing this one. This is going to be really interesting. We've got number 5 down there out of Ludington, Michigan, on the Hurricane for Fly Racing WSB Commander. Hurricane R jet lift, and of course Team Faith, to say the least. Kelly Smith.
And on the number 19 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, is Kyle Hayes, also on a Hurricane R. Pretty much same sponsors.
And they are going to have their hands full with 296. Hayden Skellett on the Bullet.
Novice Sports Stock is John Fredericks, David Hancock, and
whoa.
Hayden Skellett gone.
Well, hang on a second here. Wow. That was intense.
I repeat, Hayden Skellett gone.
That was intense.
Look at the speed of this kid.
And Skellett spins out. That's a rare mistake by him. Let's see if Kelly Smith can do anything. This is a look at that Hurricane R that I was talking with Brian O'Rourke about earlier this morning.
So was looking forward to Kelly Smith coming out there. We haven't seen Kelly for a little bit. For those of you who don't know, Kelly Smith, a longtime pro motocrosser, top of the field. He's on a Hurricane R, and he is starting to chase down.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at Hurricane R, Rick.
That thing's got some top end on it as he started tracking down Hayden Skellett, and that is a difficult challenge. And Kelly Smith on fire out there. That Hurricane R looks fast, Kurt.
It looks exceptionally fast. Hayden Skellett is riding as fast as you can ride a blaster right now. And Kelly Smith taking the slower outside, trying to get in that fresh water so he can stretch the legs of that Hurricane R. Watch him as they get to the back straightaway, Rick. The back portion of the course. Kelly Smith is going to let that beast go.
You know, Kelly Smith involved in the development of that ski, so he has a tremendous amount of time on that Hurricane R, and he has put it to good use as he is closing the gap on Hayden Skellett, and very few people are able to do that when Hayden's on a pro blaster.
Yeah, Hayden, just like a surgeon out there, he is cutting up this course. Look at how tight he makes those buoys. Almost no one else out there can make that blaster go like this. Devin Farthing comes to mind. Look
Here
at the
comes
speed.
Kelly Smith at speed, and Hayden Skellett has his hands full right now, Kurt.
Oh, he's going to have his hands even fuller in a moment. Halfway flags are out, Rick. We're halfway through this race.
What a race.
And Kelly Smith staying out of the pump wash. This might be the lap. I think Hayden's got too much of a lead, but boy, a couple more boat lengths, and Kelly Smith's going to be bouncing off the fiberglass of Hayden Skellett when they come to the split course.
He's got top end on him. Look at Kelly Smith, Kelly Smith's got top end on Hayden Skellett. He's got just a mile per hour or two on him on that straightaway, and if Hayden makes one bobble, Smith is going to nail him.
No, and Smith just made a huge mistake.
Yep.
He should have followed Hayden through the outside.
I can't believe he went inside.
Well, you could see it. He bobbled for a second, and in his mind, it's just like motocross. I'm taking the alternate route, but boy, that thought process was enough to lose about 4 boat lengths.
Kelly Smith had a great drive going, utilizing the outside split. Really surprised he elected to go inside that time, but he just wants to try something different to see what the outcome would be. Hopefully he learned, I'm sure, and will elect to go outside this time, but we'll see. He may decide to go inside again.
I can't tell you how proud I am of Hayden Skellett right now. This young man has turned out to be one of the top riders in pro watercross, and he is really putting on a show of what that machine will do. Kelly Smith, the multi-time pro motocrosser, is doing everything he can. He's got one lap to catch him, Rick Lake. I don't think it's going to happen. Skellett is just not given an inch.
Well, Skellett is going to have to make a mistake at this point for Smith to do anything. Smith had a good drive going and was right behind him. That time he took the inside split 2 laps ago cost him this race as he was really closing the gap. But you know, Hayden Skellett has not made a mistake. Had Hayden Skellett made any errors, I think Kelly Smith might have got him. But so far, Hayden Skellett has been flawless and is more than likely going to take the win here. Oh, and Smith just spins out. That'll seal the deal right there, Kurt.
Yeah, and you know what? That one move right there was a little telling. I was going to say something earlier. Let's wait until we acknowledge Hayden Skellett with the wire-to-wire win. What a great ride for the young rider. Kelly Smith in second and Kyle Hayes in third. I noticed, Rick, on the Huracan, and especially with Kelly's, as he's getting in the corners, that thing, if he doesn't have it pinned, it gets light in the rear end and he slides it out a little bit. You saw it there where he did the spin when he didn't fully commit. Man, that is a racing weapon. You've got to ride it 100% all the time.
I think you're absolutely right on that. He really had him. That inside slit cost him that race, I believe. And look at the recreational crew coming back from their ride here on Lake Hartwell.
Hi, guys. Welcome home.
Look at them out there just cruising in. What a great day they've had. They've been out in the water for, I don't know, a few hours at least.
I'm jealous.
Oh, man. What a nice Saturday.
Look at all the boats around here. There's no question why this is one of the most popular stops on the national tour every year. Look at all the spectators are out there on their boats, enjoying the racing, having fun, jumping in the water. Up behind us, the hill, it looks like Woodstock revisited. There's thousands of people here to watch. If you didn't make it to Lake Hartwell this year, you missed out. Don't miss out next year for sure.
So I'm guessing this is going to be novice sports stock. They split this race up into Sport GP and novice sports stock. Originally going to run together, elected to run them separately. Yeah, 7-Eleven Andrew Hancock down there. So that is his novice sports stock. I see. Out of Swanee, Georgia, riding for Superior Auto House and 100% chiropractic.
The number 69 out of Athens, Texas, 50 years young, John Fredericks. He's sponsored by HK Motorsports.
And number 420 out of Johns Creek, Georgia, on the Superior Auto House, Yamaha, David Hancock.
All right, we got some fans over to the right of us.
So now we went from Sport GP to novice sports stock, all mounted on Yamaha Wave Blasters. Definitely the most popular sport boat ever made. And still to this day a favorite with a lot of riders.
Oh, yeah. That's a fun one.
Even though this boat hasn't been produced since the mid-90s. People still riding them, racing them all over the world.
Looks like Andrew Hancock on the 711 getting the whole shot.
Oh. 420 in second, David Hancock. And it looks like John Fredericks needs to clean that out a little bit. Looks like he is a little bogging there, loaded up off the starting line. Yeah. That happens.
He might have a hole in the piston. Oh, no. Up here with us, A.J. Handler. That must mean all that Pro Watercross merchandise is free down on that table. Run down and get it while he's here.
What's that?
All the shirts sold except for 1, 2X, and that's all that's left.
The pink ones?
Yeah.
Every pink shirt has been sold except a couple. So those pink shirts are hot property here in Livonia.
Wow.
And if you haven't got one yet, you've probably got about, I'd say, less than 5 minutes to get one. If you're what size again? Double X?
Double X.
If you're
a pink double X?
Okay. XL and double X, pink Pro Watercross shirts. We only got a couple left.
Yeah?
Right? All 60 of them.
You're welcome.
I get you mad. You made the announcement, and they all went.
What else should we tell them to do? What else?
Oh, let's call down some UFOs while we can, Rick.
All right.
That's pretty amazing. She goes, you better go tell them, thanks.
Yeah.
7-Eleven, our race leader down the front straightaway. That is Andrew Hancock, and he's got this one well in hand. 69. Is that 69? Yes. John Fredericks. Guess he got that ski cleaned out, and he finally passed 420. David Hancock. Wow, they sold all those shirts already.
I know. Seriously, that's crazy.
We were kind of kidding up here. But all those pink shirts are gone except for just a couple. So if you're an XL or double XL, there's a couple left.
Oh, look at this gentleman down here. He's got his own sign. Win this ski. Raffle tickets, $10 each. But, sir, it's not just the ski. They've got hundreds of items that they're going to be raffling off. So your one $10 donation might get you, it might get you the boat. If not, it might get you, you know, I see gas cans down there. They've got backpacks. Looks like a couple of barbecues. There's lots of stuff they're giving away, and some things they're not.
Novice Sports Stock on the water. Andrew Hancock, 7-11, the race leader. Up next, race number 16, women's runabout box stock and amateur runabout super stock.
You want a water?
Please. All right. Andrew Hancock, 7-11 on the gas on the blaster, the stock blaster. Man, these skis are still everywhere. In fact, I've got friends that have them and bought them when they came out, and they've never let them go. They love them, still enjoy riding them. White flag out. 1 lap to go for Hancock. Just 3 entries this weekend. It's a great, great class to race. You can get into this sport at a relatively modest cost. If you like a blaster, it really, really is something to take a look at. Now you got to find one and find one in stock form, which, if you can, there's not a lot of stock ones left around anymore, but they are around here and there. And you can always put them together and build them up as a stock ski. All right, now up next, women's runabout box stock, amateur runabout super stock on the starting line. And the checkered flag comes out for our winner, number 7-11, out of Swanee, Georgia, 24 years old, Andrew Hancock. Second place, number 69, out of Athens, Texas, 50 years old, John Fredericks. And 420, he's out of Johns Creek, Georgia, 21 years old, David Hancock. Race 16 on the starting line. Boy, good to have everybody here for round number 2 of the 2020 Pro Watercross National Tour here at Togolo State Park outside Livonia, Georgia, Lake Hartwell. A great Saturday for racing, and we're going back down to the starting line. Women's runabout box stock, McLaren Garmer on the 21, and then amateur runabout super stock. Kevin Kennedy, Kurt.
Yes, sir, Kevin Kennedy.
Our old buddy.
And there he goes. Oh, who's on that 850? David Howell, Ella. Oh, red flag. They're going to bring him back.
Of all the things in this class, a red flag. What?
It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. You know, some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing pro watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with pro watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
With no name. No, they have a name. I just don't know it, but we're joking. But we're going to have a live band, 700 pounds of ribs, and Kurt Nolenberg's going to be there. What more could you want?
Yeah, Rick Lake will be signing autographs. I'll be collecting the funds for him.
Yeah, we're going to have a big pit party tonight, and everybody's welcome. We want everybody to attend. Wow, look at Kevin Kennedy. Careful with
look at that
McLaren Garmin.
Oh no!
I think that's McLaren.
It is McLaren.
And yeah, you got. If Kevin Kennedy was behind me, in all honesty, I'd probably just move out of the way.
Right? Move the heck over, Rover.
I'm not tangling with Kevin Kennedy.
Kevin Kennedy's taking over. Yep,
yeah,
that's it.
He's a big man.
Yes, he is.
On a fast, heavy boat.
And I'll tell you what, he's got the biggest heart of anybody.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, Kevin's standing there at registration. We got a beginner rider who's asking all kinds of questions. And I looked over at Kev and said, Kev, what do you think, you know, under your wing? He says, yeah, I'll take care of him. Come over here, kid. And starts talking to him immediately. You will not find a nicer man than Kevin Kennedy out there. And we are so glad to have him back on a pro watercross course.
Yeah, well said, Kurt. That absolutely, I couldn't say it better. That echoes my feelings. One of the neatest guys around and just a real giving soul. And good to see him today.
So I'm a little confused with the numbers here. Well, the boat says 13, but we don't have a 13 on our paperwork. Speaking of paperwork, we need some more paperwork, please.
I have them.
I thought you guys shared, but I brought one.
Never mind.
Fine. It's all good, man. We're having a good afternoon here. You know, we're having a great afternoon here, a great day. And again, we're going to have a big pit party tonight with a huge, ridiculous amount of ribs, a live band, everybody hanging out, sharing a good vibe. You know, what more could you ask for?
Well, you could ask for, and if you look across the water, you're going to see it. This is the Saharan dust that's come from the Sahara Desert, made it all the way over here. We're watching the news yesterday.
Is that really true?
That's absolutely true.
I don't believe you. It's hard to believe you.
You haven't been watching the news in the South.
I've been watching the news. It's just hard to believe you.
Well, that hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. Honest to goodness, I mean,
wow, I was wondering what this was.
Right, I'm saying the humidity isn't that humid.
I know, and I was wondering what the deal was.
And with the wind, so what's going on is that has come all the way from the Sahara Desert in Africa. It's made its way up through Florida and is coming around through past Atlanta this morning, and here it is at Tugelo State Park.
So what you're saying is this is kind of the Perry Dakar version of pro watercross.
Well, that or just stop breathing, because there's a lot of dust in the air.
Thanks.
And honestly, no, they rated it dangerous this morning.
Really?
If you have breathing issues, all this dust, the humidity, and the heat, they said stay at home.
So should I break out my N95?
Well, I would. But then I'm suicidal, so I'm just here without a mask.
Aren't we all?
Hopefully not. Oh, man, I'm getting excited, Rick.
Yep, here we go. Pro Ski GP on the line.
Camden Powell, Revan Harris, Isaiah Washington, Jimmy Wilson, Hayden Skellett. Man, the power in those names. Jules Hopkins coming in. This is going to be a race to end all races, Rick Lake.
Kevin Kennedy takes a checkered flag.
He comes back victorious, first time this year.
I was wondering what this was in the air. How bizarre is this?
Geez, you'll believe anything, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It really is true.
I know this was coming, but I didn't know this is what it was going to look like. Like,
Yeah.
this is serious.
Yeah, on television, they were showing the sunrises and sunsets are spectacular with this dust in the air, and they're like, well, there's also some weather changes. As a matter of fact, we were watching the Weather Channel, and they were talking about how it's going to affect the weather for the next month or so. It's crazy, and there's more coming right now. It's across the Mid-Atlantic.
What the heck is going on in the world, Kurt?
We on 17.
Never seen anything like
on
this.
17.
We get the same sunsets that
Great scenery, great beach, great waves. Everyone's nice here. It's perfect.
The water is beautiful. The town is great. The city itself is amazing as far as the people and the food and the culture. We're really loving it down here.
100, Brevin Harris. 296, Hayden Skellett. Down on the field, Brett Underhill on a 417. That's Pro-Am Ski GB.
We're ready to go. The red flag came out just to clear the water. We got a few more of the wreck riders making their way back over to their area where they started from this morning on the back side of the race course. So once they clear, we are ready to go racing. It looks like they're clear, and we'll get these GP skis fired back up. Now remember, moto number 1, it was all Camden Powell, 44, out of Syracuse, Indiana. He sits on the inside pole position, and right next to him, 296, that is Hayden Skellett.
I'm looking at the pits and I saw two judges jumping up and down. Great sportsmanship out there shown by that might have been Brett Underhill moving over. He's on the leader come by. Let those two go out. Love the sportsmanship of the Watercross. Jimmy Wilson has been the first in fall race. Usually, every weekend there's fall race as well. And I'll tell you, every time you hit the ball, and folks, this is going to this year comes in second position, setting it up for a fantastic Moly race. Yeah, you know, we haven't gotten it. one coming through. Hey. Folks, can you hear us out there? Top of the hill, you still hearing us? Give us a wave.
All right, here we go. Moto number two. Moto number two. Throwing a little about box stock on the line. Moto
Baldwin with a drive on the inside. Troy Snyder in tow on the outside. Tim Miller followed by G-Mac. Oh, Baldwin's going to have the drive on the inside. There comes Troy Snyder with Tim Miller right there. Miller's got position. And Steve Miller in the second. Troy Snyder is in third. Dennis back in fourth.
Wow, what a hole shot and a start by Brian Baldwin. Left nothing to the imagination that time as he just took off like a bullet out of the gate and is heading down that back straightaway with a full head of steam. He is on the gas. Baldwin on fire here in Moto number two for Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. Baldwin with a second place finish behind D-Mac in Moto number one. And right now he is leading, is in charge. Down the front straightaway, the race leader Brian Baldwin on fire here in Moto number two.
Tim Miller in that second position came all the way from Texas. Tim always up front, and he always has right here on Troy Snyder. There's D-Mac, Graham Hunt in that play there. There's Gentleman Jim Bennett, Dylan Osborne, Jason Russo, Wallace Connell goes through, and that pack is bunched up, Rick Lake.
Well, they're bunched up, but they're ways behind Brian Baldwin already. Number 502 Baldwin out of North Carolina on that Yamaha, unbelievable with the lead, and he is charged. But you know, Tim Miller doing a great job in second place right now, keeping Baldwin in his sights, and that's no easy task. And then 110 Snyder right there in third behind Tim Miller.
Well, I'll tell you, Rick, Tim Miller is pulling away from Troy Snyder. I mean, Snyder's doing his best, but Miller continues to gain a moment here, a moment there. And at this point, I think Tim Miller might be the fastest rider in the course. He's the second rider, the first one behind Baldwin. You see Baldwin into the split course. He takes the outside. Baldwin making huge moves. He has got the lead, but Tim Miller coming up behind him. Tim Miller on that blue and white Yamaha on fire. That team machine is really in your leader. Brian Baldwin.
Yeah, Baldwin just seemed to that outside split lap after lap. He's got it dialed in now. He knows what he wants to do on the course, and he's going to keep that 502 out in front. Tim Miller, though, keeping him honest in second place, no question about it. And Baldwin not getting away from Miller. In fact, Miller could be close to get out. Ever so slightly, as they come down on the back straightaway. One more time into the split. Brian Baldwin again on the outside. As goes Tim Miller, and Troy Snyder likewise follows suit.
As I look up and see the fourth position, Christopher Landis for Rima. Starting to reel in Troy Snyder. And it is Baldwin, Tim Miller, Troy Snyder, Christopher Landis, Jim Bennett back in the far back distant fifth position. And look at Miller trying to chase down Baldwin. It's like Brian Baldwin is in the race of his own. He's making no mistakes.
Baldwin down that back straightaway one more time. I'll let him go to the outside split. In fact, he is going to stick on that course lap after lap now. He is dialed in because he knows that boat is performing better on that little faster open outside split section. Miller likewise, all these guys are taking the outside split now. Brian Baldwin, though, he is on the gas. Miller keeping him honest, but right now it's all Baldwin. Baldwin out in front from the very, very get-go of this race, out of the gate, and he is keeping the lead and not looking back whatsoever.
Well, Brian Baldwin, another one on the head of one of those racing families, his child, Jake Baldwin, out there racing, his second year of racing. Brian Baldwin, he's got lappers in front of him, folks. Check him as he comes through. Watch the precision of Brian Baldwin as he makes passes here. I don't think there's anyone better at making the inside pass than
Brian Baldwin, an extremely aggressive racer on these runabouts, to say the least. That's an understatement, if anything. And just a very, very energetic individual. And he is always on it. And boy, if you're in front of him, you know he's going to stick that nose inside you and you have a chance. But right now, he's got his hands up, and all the lappers as well on the outside split. All of the shoes on that split. And now he's got lap traffic along with Tim Miller to catch up.
That's exactly right, Rick. Miller has been slowly but surely advancing on Baldwin, and Baldwin has not been able, uncharacteristically, not been able to make a pass. He's being a little more cautious. I think just inches in the other class, he wants to make sure to keep that thing upright. He knows Tim Miller is breathing down his neck, and this is the opportunity for Miller. If Miller can stay wide, stay in clean water, and get a drive with these lap runners in front of Baldwin, he may be able to sneak in there, maybe do a different split course. I don't know, Rick. Is he going to take the jump? Baldwin doesn't. Baldwin goes the inside, and Miller goes the outside. Baldwin is doing incredible on these tight corners, but Miller, it is going to be close, folks. Tim Miller can make the charge here. Here comes Miller and Baldwin. They're side by side, and Miller takes over the lead. Brian Baldwin right there. And Tim Miller from Waco, Texas, takes over the lead. Brian Baldwin all over the back of it.
Well, Baldwin elected to go to the inside split while everybody else was on the outside, thinking that the lap traffic was all on the outside, so he'll use the inside split. And you can see that outside split, even with lap traffic, was faster for Tim Miller. And it cost Baldwin one lap to go. A real mistake by Brian Baldwin. And Tim Miller's going to have to change on this last run of the race. So let's see what happens here. Now let's take out with Tim Miller.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Yeah, he was every bit the match, so that Dean's team, Yamaha, man, that was flying. He was right on par.
Dean Charrier is jumping up and down, I'll tell you.
Brand new battery. Brand new? Yep.
Yeah, it's the second model Pro. Like, be, do your best to be, not to me, but to that. All right, here we go.
All right. his second moto. The opposite happened in Moto 1 when Hayes Skellet got out in front. Nobody was watching. We'll see what Devin Hardy can do. Devin, remember, made a big mistake and bailed in Moto number 1. Let's see if he can run up there and put some pressure on Devin Harris and Hayes Skellet as well. Right now, the Red Harris over the 100. He comes down, takes the turn on the front straightaway, and here comes up to the speed. Open up that lead now, down to that straightaway, Reverend Harris. Not even skill in Moto number 1. He was a great race. Led on in the gate, and it's kind of winning. Proved out there clean in Moto number 2. And actually, Kevin Barney is second, Hayden is third. Hayden Skellet is tearing up this course. He is making those opponents so quickly. And the start speed is pouring in the water. Our race leader, Reverend Harris, number 100. The young man out of Gilbert, Arizona. He's 15 years old, and man, is he ride a blaster. This G3 blaster class on his arm. Typically, Connie finds a whole real speeding blasters based off of Yamaha weight blaster that was last made in the mid-90s. These are really good vintages. They are skin-in-the-air hulls with triple cylinder motors, and they get out some massive horsepower. Hayden Skellet taking the inside, trying to make the move in the second position. He's in the front, close to Kevin Barney. Barney looks over, sees Skellet right there. He's going to put up there. Meanwhile, Reverend Harris is just walking away. Now, Reverend Harris definitely not having any problems here in Moto number 2. The battle is for second place right now behind him. Devin Barney holding up a fast jockey, Hayden Skellet. Here comes Skellet making a charge down the next straightaway. But Barney to equal the Skellet, but it's Reverend Harris right now with the lead. And the two young riders behind him. Moto number 2. Plastic GP, they are ripping laps down the state highway. One more time, Barney and Skellet almost side by side. Hayden Skellet is taking it inside. Barney trying to get farther. He knows if he can get by the split, it's going to be very difficult for Barney to get by in the straightaway because they're catching it with speed. But every time through, it takes a little bit more out of Hayden Skellet. He's going to be a tired rider at the end of this race. And we're watching three of the fastest blaster riders on the planet. They're going at it right in front of our eyes. They battle a tooth and nail here at Lake Hartwell. And it is a great race with Reverend Harris really leading the way with the fast class by the starting gate. And he has never been headed thus far in Moto number 2 as the lap starts to wind down. Yeah, the young riders from Arizona out largely in charge. In second, Devin Barney in third. Hayden Skellet, Hayden Barney has been battling, and all it's going to take is one little wobble for any of these three, and the position can be lost. Reverend Harris is out front looking strong, but he wouldn't take one little, tiny little bump for the next two behind him to be right there with him. Look at Reverend Harris. Look at the speed he carries down that straightaway. He's got a lapper in front of him. He's got decision to make. He's going to follow the lapper and go inside. He follows the lapper, puts his hand up in the air in a show of sportsmanship, moves out, and that allows Reverend Harris to keep charging. Hayden Skellet trying to use the inside. Not going to work this time. Here comes Devin Barney. That's going to come. Racing a Reverend Harris. As are the top three. All three of these blaster pilots have not made an error so far here in Moto number 2. And they basically kept the same distance between them.
course. He is over the front of that boat, has that throttle peg, watch his speed. What is the speed of that boat as he moves down here, close to 75 miles an hour? Rev and Harris is got Blaster GP in his sight. This photo is here's all he's got to do is finish 3 or more buoys in the straightaway, and this is the final time for the inside for Hayden Skellett to make the bid in the second position. And Marvin Harris, the fire department. Second position, Kevin Farthing. And Hayden Skellett in the third. Rick Blakefoot, second place. Easy for you to say, Kurt. All three of those riders really kept the same pace the entire race, and there was little difference between them. So, great racing. It really could have come down to Mobil 3 as it always does to see who takes this thing.
Well, you know who else? Sandy Neely just came in. He was in the fourth spot. He got way back in the back at the end, but he's still in it with the points, as his Hayden Skellett as well.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this side is amazing.
Upstate Watercraft welcomes you to their 1998 season demo.
Take your opportunity, come down, buy a raffle ticket, get a boat. It's that easy. All right, on the water, Rick, what's going on?
I don't know, but I was kind of jealous watching those guys take off and ride today. What a perfect day. Good ride, huh? Awesome. Oh, yeah. Man.
Thanks so much, Scott, Carolina Watercraft Club.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to a waterfall up the river. We were going to go down to the dam, but it was a little bit rough, so we went up there. Beautiful view, beautiful view.
Awesome,
Such a
man.
great lake.
Wow, you guys know how to live.
We got to bring boats next year.
And cook, I hope.
Yes, yeah. Well, you know we know how to cook.
We were here last year. I know. I mean, I'm ready.
Well, we brought more ribs this year, so.
Well, that's what I hear. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Buy raffle tickets. Raffle tickets.
Yeah, you got to buy a raffle ticket. If you're going to get a free meal out of Carolina Water Sports, you better buy some raffle tickets. Yeah, take a look at the people up there. Okay, we got one set of ribs, 2, 3, 4, 5. When we get to 1,500, we might run out. I don't think we're running out, Rick.
Nope. Down in the line, we've got Veterans Runabout Box Stock 122, Jerry Vanisdale.
On the 157B, the man, the myth, the legend, Kevin Kennedy.
And 247, Michael Osborne. Dylan Osborne's father down there on the line.
Glad to have Mr. Osborne racing again. He was successful at the last race. Oh, look at Osborne making a bid on the outside.
This will be a good one. Remember,
Kennedy in that third position.
Remember, Michael Osborne took the win, I believe, 2 weeks ago in Panama City Beach.
Is that Jerry Vansdale out front? I do believe
it is. Jerry Vansdale out in front. Osborne and then Kevin Kennedy. Veterans runabout box stock.
Rick, I move this thing back just like all the way over. Yeah, I want to. Can you go all the way just want to get racing more? Like, hit it up against. There we go. This way we can see the paperwork a bit closer. And I think because he's standing in front of the, is that what it is? I think so, I don't know.
Wow. These veterans having their own individual races. They're almost equidistant around the track. Mr. Lake?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
You're quite welcome, Kurt. I always try to take care of the old guys.
Hey, nothing like taking care of yourself, Rick. That's a constant theme for you, isn't it?
Oh, what is that?
Taking care of yourself.
Somebody's got to do it.
What? What do you mean?
The white flag out in front. Vansdale leads it. Osborne in second. Kennedy in third.
Michael Osborne, a trooper out there. How young is Mr. Osborne?
I believe he's 58, 59, something like that.
58. Kevin Kennedy, 60. Jerry Vansdale, 34 years young. That's almost unfair.
He's hardly even a vet. I guess 30 years old is the qualifying age, but that doesn't seem fair.
No, when you got a 60-year-old.
He's got almost 20 years on these guys.
You kidding me? He could be Kevin Kennedy's grandson.
Man, I feel like I'm losing my voice. It must be the Sahara dust.
You know, it actually, Rick, I'm thinking the same thing. We're drinking lots of water up here, folks, and I encourage everyone out there to drink water. If you don't have some, come and see us at Pro Watercross 10. We don't want anybody to have an issue with hydration here. Having said that, if you look out and you see this gloom out in front of us, that is the Saharan desert dust that's made it all the way from Africa to come watch the Pro Watercross National Tour.
It just seems almost unbelievable, doesn't it?
Almost.
If I didn't know it was true, I wouldn't believe it.
It was on the internet. It must be true.
Got to be, right? Must be true. Oh, man. Unbelievable. What next?
More water, you want some?
More water, yeah.
We got all these warm waters out here.
I know. What's going on? Somebody's not drinking their water like they should.
Somebody's not really.
Up next, race number 21, Amateur Ski GP.
Thank you. You're welcome. 30 or 40 years worth of doing
Wow. Did you hear that engine, Mr. Lake?
Sounds like a GP motor to me.
That's one angry stand-up ski we just heard there. I believe, I wasn't looking, it's either coming from, maybe Indiana or possibly Arizona.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Look who's in this race.
I want to.
On the starting line, number 5 out of Denver, North Carolina, riding for Riva Yamaha Fly Racing Champion Motorsports Triton trailer. And is he down there on a Kawasaki, Mr. Brian Baldwin?
You're freaking me out here, dude. I'm trying to see. Dude. He must be hiding behind a tent somewhere. Is that him?
Number 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, Wyatt Hayes. Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, Zeke Kine. 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, Devin Farthing. 295 out of Port Charlotte, Taylor Skellett. 888, Ryder Wildebauer. And 915, Maudson Soe. Wow.
On the inside, looks like Wildebauer. That is Wildebauer on the inside, I believe. On the outside.
Yeah, Wildebauer on that Pro Force. Pro Watercraft Pro Force stand-up.
Wow.
With the whole shot and the lead. 43 in second place. That is Wyatt Hayes.
And Mo Saheed in third. Cameron in fourth. I believe that's, is that Hayden Skellett? Taylor Skellett. And Devin Farthing, unaccustomed position.
Ryder Wildebauer on the gas. Look at him go down that back straightaway. Ryder, wow, he is right on that Barrel House Clipper 212 Pro Watercraft Pro Force, and he is ripping it up out here at Lake Hartwell.
Well, he's doing everything he can to check out early, Rick. He'd like nothing more to have a full straightaway lead at the end of the first lap. That's going to allow him to back it off just a little bit to save the motor and wear and tear on the ski. He's keeping that thing hooked up. He's got clean water in front of him. It's going to be a challenge for anyone to catch him. Wyatt Hayes on that 43. Good ride for Wyatt. Good to see him up front. But he's going to have his best day ever if he's going to catch Ryder Wildebauer.
Man, nobody's catching Ryder Wildebauer right now. He is flying. Look at the lead he has. He has the entire back straightaway.
Yeah, that's a good, and I've got to ask you, just looking at the paperwork in front of us, is it Wildebauer or Wildeboer?
It's Boer.
It is Boer.
It's just really a challenging, I'll say a challenging name to say. It's Boer, Wildeboer. I know that, and hard to say, I guess. I don't know why.
No, and I've been saying Wildebauer for...
Wildeboer.
Yeah, I've been saying Wildebauer for all the rider's life.
No, I know, myself as well, and it's Wildeboer. We'll work on that.
Yeah, Robert Sand told us about that. Endless knowledge from our fearless leader, Robert Sand. And as we say that, quick shout out to Lisa back home watching on the live stream. Wish you were here.
Yeah, I know. I see your eyes. They're all red. I don't like this. I know. It's not healthy.
It is not healthy. Wildeboer doing the job. I'll tell you what, you know who's happy to see this? Klippenstein. Clipper is up there watching us.
It's a 212 sponsored rider. rider Wildeboer.
And he'd be here, but he couldn't get back into his country if he came down to race with us. So discretion, the better part of valor there.
Yeah, craziest year ever, to say the least.
You know, photographer to the stars, Jessica Waters down there. She's getting some phenomenal photos. Go to Waters Edge Photography after this weekend. You're going to see some awesome photographs. Wildeboer continuing to lead.
What?
Humidity, what humidity? Yeah, you swim. Yeah, you know it's humid when you start drinking the air, okay? That's the bottom line. But you know it does great things for my wrinkles. What wrinkles? Yeah.
I feel like I'm drinking sand. White flag comes out. 1 lap to go for Wildeboer as he completely decimates the field here.
Wow.
Boy, I tell you, Chris Haggis and the team back in Havasu at Pro Watercraft Racing, they've got to be stoked on this moto, no question about it.
Well, that Pro Force Hull, I know one of my longtime friends, Takahiro Ohara, his son, Toshi Ohara, just came over to try out the new Pro Force Hull. And by the way, Toshi, if you're watching, we know you are, congratulations. He got his first win in the Japanese boat racing. And usually it takes riders at least 100 races to even sniff the front of the pack. He did it at 70. Samurai, great job.
That's too cool. Checkered flag comes out. Rider Wildeboer takes the win, and he absolutely destroys everybody here in this moto for Amateur Ski GP. Wow, the young man out of South Dakota really crushed everybody.
Yeah, he said, look, you better get the whole shot, because if I get it, you guys are fighting for second place.
Yeah, that was amazing. He beat a lot of fast riders, and did it by a country mile, as they say here in Georgia.
Yeah, you know, I want to give a shout out to Mo Sahid on the beautiful white and red machine. He came in that third position. He was followed through by Camden Powell, and Devin Farthing crosses the line. It'll be interesting to check the points as we get into Moto 2 and Moto 3 tomorrow. Ooh, love this. A and B.
Pro-Am Ski Stock. A. Well, guess who's doing back-to-back motos?
Wait a minute, we got runabouts on the line.
Okay.
The heck? So sketchy.
Dead laps.
Yeah. That's wrong.
Where are we at?
Well, A and B, Runabout GP is on the line.
Yeah, it's 22. So what happened to race 22?
So somehow
22 is up.
Yeah, Robert, take a look at our paper. Just showing you. I don't know why.
Where's 22?
Dylan Osborne, remember, took the win as Brian Baldwin had a problem in Moto number 1.
Dylan Osborne got a drive on the inside. Baldwin cut him off. Oh, those two are going at it. And look on the outside. Troy Snyder is on fire. Snyder wide open out there. Here comes Baldwin. Here comes Snyder. Baldwin makes a turn. Snyder large in second place. Is that Juan Lezcano? Could be. And the 203, that's Alex Cushman. Cushman having a great drive. Brian Baldwin out front again, Rick Lake. Well,
yeah,
stretching
Brian Baldwin was out front in Moto number 1, remember, and had a problem and dropped back and finished in last place, essentially seventh place in Moto number 1. And it was Osborne taking the win. So Baldwin not in a real good position for the overall here, but we got a long way to go.
And Troy Snyder, I believe he finished 4th in Moto number 1, if I remember correctly.
He did.
He's in a strong second position now. And in third is Juan Lezcano. Where's Dylan Osborne?
So Dylan Osborne needs to back up that first Moto win, but he is way back right now in about 6th place.
Right you are, Mr. Lake. Well, there's plenty of room to move forward from there.
That is the optimist point of view.
As I always have. And Baldwin sure looks like he fixed whatever was wrong with that machine. Obviously, it couldn't have been that difficult.
Well, you know what? That's true, but look at Troy Snyder. Troy Snyder is gaining ground on Baldwin right now. I'm not sure Baldwin is all that at the moment, as Troy Snyder is tracking him down quickly. But we'll see. We've seen this act before.
Yes, thank you. We have seen this act before. And meanwhile, the two leaders distancing themselves from the rest of the field. Third place is he's losing a boat length or two between every straightaway. I'll tell you what, the top two are on fire out there. This is Pro-Am Runabout GP in Moto number 2. Snyder doing everything. He is riding the wheels off of that thing.
Yeah, he really is. He's really keeping the pressure on Baldwin here in Moto number 2. This is fun to watch. These two go at it in Pro-Am Runabout GP. These are two of the fastest boats here at Lake Hartwell.
And Rick, let's talk a little bit about it. Brian Baldwin is going out there. He's got, in quotes, smooth water in front of him. No pump wash, no aerated air. Meanwhile, Troy Snyder is in a following position, has got to do his best to stay out of that pump wash, because that aerated air does not give you the kind of push you need to catch up with a ski like the one that Baldwin's riding. And Baldwin is starting to stretch his lead over Snyder that lap.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you're in Snyder's position because, as you said, you have to try to pick lines that are cleaner and get clean water into that pump. And that's easier said than done, because doing so, you might give up the fastest line on the track to get the clean water, and then, you're not in as fast a line. So it's, really, really difficult catch-22 position sometimes for these riders.
Yeah, well said, Rick. And you can see it. Snyder's out there. He knows he's got a better finishing position than Baldwin, but he anticipates Baldwin will be out front. Every point is critical for both of these riders. And Dylan Osborne, he needs to move up at least one position, and that'll help him for his bid for the overall win.
Yeah, Snyder in a really nice position right now in second with a 4th in Moto number 1, because Baldwin had a 7th in Moto number 1. So Snyder really not in a bad position for the overall today as we sit here right now in Moto number 2. But having said that, on these GP boats, they're tuned a little higher. They're a little more fragile. They can suffer problems, as Brian did in Moto number 1. So, you can speculate all you want. But until the checkered flag falls in Moto 3, who knows? But I like Snyder's position right now, no question. Dylan Osborne trying to move up right now.
So Dylan and Troy would be tied on points if everything finishes this way. If Dylan moves up one more position, he'll still be the points leader going into third and final moto.
And he's working his way around. He's got a rider right in front of him right now, and that could be really critical for the overall positioning if he can get around him as he's making a bid.
Oh yeah,
on going into the split and he, wow.
Yeah, that's going to be costly. Dylan missed a buoy right there. He'll have to take the Joker, boy. So if he's going to make a bid, he's got to get by Alex Cushman.
He was just trying too hard to get by Cushman and completely overshot that corner.
Yeah, frankly, I thought he was setting up to go inside, to go wide, cut inside, and he just let go.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
So much momentum on these big runabouts that and there he goes around that makeup buoy, and you can see the distance he lost over Cushman. And in fact, now he's getting challenged from behind. So that was really costly.
Yeah, on these big runabouts going into the split course, you just saw it happen a couple of times. If you're too close to the rider in front of you, the pump wash just pushes you wide and you miss the corner. You actually have to come back to get it. And Osborne bearing down now.
Here he comes again.
Yeah, Cushman, I hope he's got his eyes on his mirrors. I don't know if he knows how close Dylan Osborne is.
Darn Hong Kong flu.
Oh, I don't know which is worse, that or this crap in the air. Yeah,
it's tough.
Here comes Osborne one more time, trying to do anything he can to get by Alex Cushman as he really needs this position.
Hey, well, I'll tell you what. If you take a look, as he's battling as hard as he can to get into fourth spot, your leader, Brian Baldwin, is setting up to pass him.
That's amazing. Look at the battle. Because Baldwin and Snyder are just running a torrid pace here for first and second. And the checkered flag comes out as Baldwin will take the win. And I still haven't seen Snyder. Here comes Snyder. So Snyder is cruising really slow in second.
Hey, at $24 a gallon, you want to save that race fuel. No doubt, man. Every little blip is like a quarter. Blip. Bup, bup, bup. That's $1.
Maybe some sharp. Fading. Do we have any left? We haven't had some.
Do we have any down there?
Not in the cooler. Maybe in the toter.
So finally the masks that he tells us to wear.
Yeah, we need them now.
That's about it.
I've got them too, but you can't announce in one.
I'm going to put mine on.
Hey, I want to throw this out there for everybody. Mike and Marcia, it's their 20th anniversary, and they're here all day. Hey, what a way to spend their anniversary, coming out to see the Pro Watercross National Tour here at Lake Tugelo.
Oh, too cool. I just hope they picked up some of those pink Pro Watercross shirts that AJ had earlier.
Well, they had to. It's their 20th anniversary. Talk about a beautiful anniversary present. I do want to say, though, I think I see a couple of pink ones left over there, and there's a lot of these blue ones, the ones that we have that say Pro Watercross. I believe they have the CBS Sports Network logo on them. Man, those things are priceless.
Yeah, super cool shirts, and you still have an opportunity to pick up some Pro Watercross merchandise at the Pro Watercross booth. And if you really want to get something, we have all the sizes as well, except in pink. Those are sold out almost. I think there were a couple left. I think we sold a tremendous amount of those earlier.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like the 80s are here all over again. Neon colors are large.
What class is it?
Is this 22?
Yeah, it's gotta be. 702, look at Zarzo.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pro-Am Ski Stock on the line.
Yeah. Kenny McKenzie, Moto 1 winner. He's on the inside. He bobbles a little, but he's getting a great drive, Rick.
Yeah,
looks like McKenzie going to have the inside. Who we got on the outside?
Steel Cruise Duel.
Steel Cruise Duo. Steel Cruise Duo going to be performing live here after the races. Steel Cruise Duo. Thank you, AJ.
Exactly.
Boy, The Steel Cruise Duo are going to be performing live here. 700 pounds of ribs, Steel Cruise Duo, Pro Watercross t-shirts available, Sahara Dust. We got it all here at Tugelo State Park. And Mimsy's here leading the way. So,
all right, Kenny McKenzie is out front. Callaway Turner in second, but Ryder Wildeboer, over him. Looks like that might be Skellett behind him. Zeke Heim out there.
That makes sense. We're on shark. I got a case and I got a pallet of it home.
Kenny McKenzie, 42 years young, out of Pomeria, South Carolina. He was your Moto 1 winner, and he's following up. He is way up front right now. Now remember, Callaway Turner was there in second, and Turner's right there again. Ryder Wildeboer in third. So the top three, just as they were in Moto number 1. Watch them as they come down. Who's in that fourth spot? Is that Jeb Zarzauer? It is Jeb Zarzauer in that fourth position. Absolutely incredible. Brock Harris on the 182. He's in that fifth spot, followed by Zeke Heim. And, of course, pulling up in the back on that 85, Dustin Higdon.
I'll let Kurt announce he likes it. I'm over.
I'm done now.
What are you getting us? You want to call? You do?
Well, I mean, it's an energy drink, but yeah. Out in front, Kenny McKenzie. McKenzie driving hard on the outside split. Behind him, Callaway Turner. Turner trying to make a bid, but McKenzie out in front, running strong. Here comes Ryder Wildeboer. Oh, and McKenzie went down. McKenzie went down, excuse me. Callaway Turner is in the lead, Rick. Watch him up and over the jump. Turner with the lead. There's Wildeboer in second, McKenzie in third.
And you know, it's starting to get a little rougher out there, Kurt, this afternoon. Just a little bit. And over that log jump, that requires a really sharp focus and concentration. No mistakes.
Yeah, Will Scruggs in that one. Oh, and as I say his name, he goes down on that 101. Remember, Scruggs, he's 56 years old out there with these kids.
Cream and sugar? Why can't they have it? I got it. Yeah. Okay. I need one, man.
Yeah.
You know what I really like?
Far right-hand side of the course. Coming on to the front straightaway, Callaway Turner with the lead. Right behind him, Ryder Wildeboer. In third, Kenny McKenzie. McKenzie had the lead. He won Moto number 1. Dropped it somewhere. Didn't see it. My bad there. Watch now as McKenzie tries to catch up to the young riders in front of him. Callaway Turner, all of 32 years old. Ryder Wildeboer, the ripe old age of 13. And there's Kenny McKenzie. McKenzie in third, 42 years old. Race 23, Pro-Am Runabout GP to the line. Race 23, Pro-Am, what's that? We already did. Sorry, paperwork snafu. Junior ski stock 10 to 12 and 13-15. Thank you very much. Robert Sand, great information. Thank you, sir. All right, cross flags halfway down. Callaway Turner riding a great race out there. Right behind him, keeping him honest. Ryder Wildeboer as they come up to the log jump. Callaway Turner hits that thing hard. Ryder Wildeboer over it, but bobbles a little. And there goes McKenzie. I got to say, and I'm sure Robert Sand would agree with me, Ken McKenzie is tired. You can see it as his shoulders are dipping. He's stretching his back out. He's doing everything he can at 42 years old to catch up to that 13-year-old rider in front of him, Ryder Wildeboer. And folks, please don't forget, Pro Watercross merchandise available. And GoPro footage, please. If you have a GoPro, you had it on your race boat, and you want to get on television, bring it over to Ray. Ray will download it right here at the Tower of Power, get you on your way quickly. Send one of your pit crew over with that between motos. You never know if you're going to be featured on CBS Sports. And Ray's the man. I'm saying, wouldn't help to bring a gift. Like a GoPro SD card. Yes. Callaway Turner continues to lead. The top 3 or 4 positions staying the same now. Kenny McKenzie losing it, and Jeb Zarzauer coming up from behind on that black 701 Yamaha. Zarzauer, he's got loads of experience. McKenzie going to the outside.
What number? We'll talk to Robert here, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Jeb Zauer trying to stay relaxed. Slowly trying to reel in Kenny McKenzie. McKenzie up and over the log jump. It's clean. Check Zarzauer. He's up, gets a little air, but rides it out. Callaway Turner, even Callaway Turner, he's stretching his back out. You'll see these stand-up riders stretch their back out on the long straightaways. They try and relieve some of the pressure. Boy, they stay hunkered over these things, pushing them into the water and fighting the acceleration of these powerful machines. It's tough. Right over on the far right-hand side, having a mechanical. Callaway Turner, one more time, past the start-finish line. In second, Ryder Wildeboer. In third, Kenny McKenzie. And in fourth, reeling him in, Jeb Zarzauer. A little bit each time. Zarzauer on that 702 black Yamaha. Watch Zarzauer when he gets when he's got a notion, that guy can be incredibly fast. And look out, he's making the move. Zarzauer trying to cut underneath McKenzie. He's going to try and sweep outside. Can't quite make it. White flag out, final lap. Callaway Turner continues to lead, but Ryder Wildeboer right there. Now, if there's going to be a pass, Wildeboer's got to do it this lap. Wildeboer, oh, sky shots. And that's going to hurt Wildeboer's opportunity. Callaway Turner is on. He's large and in charge out front right now. And that third position, Kenny McKenzie, he's got Jeb Zarzauer right there. There's a lapper in front of him. So 2 different races going in the top 4 positions. Callaway Turner, though, way out in front. All he's got to do is keep that thing relatively upright and moving forward, and he should win this moto. That will put him in the points lead. Watch as they go through the far outside course. And Callaway Turner gonna win this moto. What a great ride for Turner in second with a great ride himself, Ryder Wildeboer. And in third, Kenny McKenzie. McKenzie back on top and brings it home third with Jeb Zarzauer in fourth. All right, so those the points are starting to tally up here. Callaway Turner will now with the points lead with 3 total points. Behind him, Kenny McKenzie with 4, followed by Ryder Wildeboer with 5, and Jeb Zarzauer with 8. Next race up, junior ski stock 10-12 and 13-15. On the 44, Zeke Kime out of Syracuse. Zeke brings that thing home in, I believe, 5th position. Oh, Brock Harris down there having some issues with this machine, towing it in. Sorry to see that. As Dustin Higdon comes by, the Chattanooga Firecracker. All right, so next up, race 24, junior ski stock 10-12. On the number 18 machine, out of Rutherford, North Carolina, 12 years old. He's sponsored by Power Sports Supply and B&N Power Sports, Tegan Hill. On the number 53 Yamaha out of Fairhope, Alabama, sponsored by Jet Blast Performance, Iron Horse Wrecking, and TRD Designs, Gary Holbein Jr. From Denver, North Carolina, on the number 59 Kawasaki, sponsored by Fly, Kawasaki, BP Concepts, it's Caden Baldwin. And rounding out the field on a different boat this time, out of Pembroke, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports. She's on the number 296. It's Tristan Ayala.
Here you go, sweetheart.
Thanks, Jessica. In our junior ski stock 13-15, Robbie Finlinson, part of that Syracuse Mafia on the double 9, and he is the only competitor in that 13-15 class.
All right, here we go. Junior ski stock. Looks like I heard a whistle. No, red flag, I knew it. I just have this vibe that, you know, I hear that whistle and I know what's happening. I really don't like it, actually. I don't like red flags.
Oh, I thought you thought someone was complimenting you, like in a woo, woo kind of way.
Usually when I hear a whistle, it's something, you know, what did I do?
It wasn't you. They were looking at Courtney behind you.
Yes, of course they were.
Yeah. There was a switch between 22 and 23. We ran 20. That's okay. So we're waiting.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys stay on it. I'm like.
do it forever.
I know the big.
They make it up as they go.
Yeah.
We don't
Quite
That's
often.
the thing. I know the big ones. I know the big ones, but that's it. I'm
Yeah.
like every other one. They're like. And I know the trick one.
Yeah. Those are freestyle.
Thank you.
Dang, that is hot.
That's the whole idea.
Not only is the mic hot, the coffee's hot too. Whoops.
That's how I roll. It's like McDonald's. I'm suing. I'm going to sue.
Did you burn your lap? Here they go. It's the kids' class.
Got a nice jump. Who is 99? Boy, he really took off.
Is that
Oh, that's
Finlayson?
Robbie Finlayson took off out of the hole. Let's see who we got out there.
Uh-oh. Leader got lost going to the inside.
Yes, he did.
That's going to cost him.
Oh, man, he's lost. He is completely lost.
No, he's got it. He's just...
Well, there we go. Now he's back in action. That is number 18, Tegan Hill out in front.
Again.
Boy, this young man can ride. 12 years old, Kurt.
Yeah.
He is quite a rider on that Superjet.
He certainly is. And I'm looking at the double 9, Robbie Finlayson, moving up back there. Now, the younger riders, they don't take the log jump.
You know, the Finlaysons like the double numbers, 55 and 99.
Right, make it easy.
I finally figured that out.
What?
It only took 3 years, but I'm on to him now.
It helps, man.
Man, little race for the lead going on here. Tegan Hill got his hands full right now with Finlayson. Two young, really, really good riders.
Yeah, and Finlayson, Rick, was way back in the pack, so he's been moving up.
Yeah.
Look for Finlayson to make a move before this race is over.
Boy, two of the top young riders. I mean, Tegan's 12 years old, and Robbie's 13. So 12 and 13-year-olds, and look at them ride these skis. I mean, they are talented individuals, showing how it's done. And boy, the kids are just amazing. It's just so much fun to watch not because they're kids, but because they're so good.
You know, honestly, if we didn't say that, you really wouldn't know by watching them. Look at Tegan Hill. I mean, that's
a real small adult.
Right, really. Compact.
That's Billy Barty out there on a Superjet. For those old enough to know who Billy Barty is. I don't know where I dug that one up from. I'm an endless source of useless information.
Oh, look at this. I see some blasters getting to the line.
Tegan Hill, Robbie Finlayson. Oh, that's somebody else in between, because that was Robbie came by. I believe Robbie's in third. Is that Caden out there in second?
Oh, sport.
They're on blasters.
Yeah.
It's not blasters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's number 59 in second. That's Caden Baldwin. And Finlayson in third. So look at Caden Baldwin battling now with Tegan Hill and Robbie Finlayson. Caden looking good in second. Finlayson on the move, though, in third. Checkered flag's coming out, and it's going to be Tegan Hill taking another win here today. Man, he looks good.
And look at that second place position.
Caden Baldwin stays in there, keeps Robbie Finlinson behind him and takes second place, man. Great ride by Caden Baldwin.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion with the numbers there. That 59 to Caden Baldwin looked like a 99 early on, hence our confusion.
Well, it's a Saharan dust storm that's clouding everything up out there.
You know, are you ever satisfied? Are you ever said, oh, it's too hot, it's too humid, it's too dusty?
See, this has been an awesome year, man.
It has been.
I mean, next we're going to get a meteor strike.
Careful what you say. Look up, folks.
Coming in hot.
Coming in real hot. All right, up next, Sports Stock. On the number 2 machine out of Port Charlotte, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Broward Motorsports, Action Kawasaki, and Abaco is Hayden Skellett.
Number 13 out of Davie, Florida, on the Broward Motorsports Yamaha, Sammy Niemi.
On the number 26, Polaris, that's right, I said Polaris, out of Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by LIQUI MOLY, Lair Performance Watercraft, and Superior Auto House, Wyatt Hayes.
Lair Performance, who's that?
Some old guy.
36 out of Bonita Springs, riding for Fluid Film and UMY Racing on the Yamaha, Jason Sahagian.
On the number 95, Yamaha out of Davie, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Team Mean, Exotic Science, and Judge Motorsports VOS, Ken Waddle.
Number 99 out of Melrose, Florida, riding for Team Ruthless on the Yamaha, Matt Johnson.
On the 106 Yamaha out of Manahawkin, New Jersey, sponsored by Watcon.com. Ducko Marina R&D Builders, it's Lucas Keene.
Number 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, riding for Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot and Fox, Devin Farthing.
On the 201 Yamaha out of Delray Beach, Florida, sponsored by Riva, Mark Island Rain, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Yamaha, it's Valentina Lescano's better half, Christopher Landis.
295 out of Port Charlotte, Florida, the Wade Chapin Yamaha, Taylor Skellett.
On the 331 out of Jacksonville, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin Performance, Sam Tyre.
413 out of Lakeville, New York, riding for Advanced Hood Cleaning Solutions on the Sea-Doo, Dakota Little.
On the 521 Yamaha out of Ackworth, Georgia as well, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox, Talon Farthing.
And number 711 out of Swanee, Georgia, riding for Superior Auto House and 100% Chiropractic on the Yamaha, Andrew Hancock. Got a nice lineup here for the sports stock class today, Kurt.
Yes, we do, Mr. Lake, and I cannot wait for them to pull the band on this one.
Let's go. I don't want to walk away.
Yes, sir. You know what?
Don't walk away, Renee. Just walk away, Renee.
Oh, man.
Dignitaries on the tower, Rick Lake.
Sports, everybody's up here for sports stock, man. Wow.
Well, a little bit of input. Let's see. Oh, I think Wyatt Hayes might be a favorite of Brian, huh? Yeah, the Hayes family, another great racing family. Rick Lake, I cannot thank you enough for this coffee, sir.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Wow. That was the energy I needed.
I mixed that up for you specially, too.
I know. I watched your stir stick. Thank you very much.
That was a special stir for you. Got it. Hayden Skellett on the inside, 296. Keep an eye on that young man, because hole shots are no stranger for Hayden, and if he gets out in front on that blaster, he is going to be a rough customer to deal with. Unstoppable, no question about it.
But I might say the same thing for Sammy Niemi.
Absolutely.
Let's see, Wyatt Hayes, if he gets that big Polaris out there, if he can get that thing off the line, he knows how to make that thing turn.
Those are words that have very rarely been spoken in the sport class, that if you get that Polaris out there.
And yet,
I'm not sure I've ever heard that
makes
before.
It happen, though. He's the only one on the planet I know that's running a Hurricane.
All right, here we go. Sports Stock. Good lineup here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia. And it is Sammy Niemi, it looks like, with a nice jump. Hayden doesn't get the jump he wanted, and it is Sammy Niemi on the inside with a great hole shot, and he's going to lead it around.
Looks like that's Christopher Landis from Riva in that second position on the inside. Niemi making the turn onto the straightaway. He'll get the hole shot. Landis is in second, coming from the outside. Is that, that's a 7-11.
Andrew, that is Andrew Hancock in third place. But Sammy Niemi out in front on the gas.
Battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. There's 6 riders going for those positions, Rick. It's crazy back in the pack. Out in front, Sammy Niemi checking out. He's already in a different zip code here. And this is only the end of the first full lap. Watch Niemi as he takes his decision. He's going to take that outside. Let's see about Landis. Landis is going to follow.
Sammy Niemi, such a talented rider on these blasters. I mean, this young man, we saw him in ski as well, all the way around. What a talented rider. And Sammy Niemi, number 13, out in front, looking so smooth. Christopher Landis, though, really keeping the pressure on from second position. Hancock third.
Yeah, in that fourth position, that's Sam Tyre, and there, back behind him is
fifth
Hayden
place.
Skellett.
I believe that's Waddle in fifth. Number 95 is Ken Waddle in fifth, and Hayden is in sixth. So Hayden back in the pack in this one, and he may not stay there.
Yeah, and as is Talon Farthing and Devin Farthing. Very surprising.
Yeah, this sport stock class is always a surprise because the starts are so critical, and these stock boats a little harder to pass on. Nobody typically has a tremendous horsepower advantage, and if they do, they're teched.
Yeah, exceptionally well teched.
Yeah.
Sam Niemi still in the lead. Christopher Landis in second, and look at this charging by Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden's the rider to keep an eye on here. Hayden Skellett.
Yeah, he's up into that fifth position now.
And he sets his sights on Waddle. Waddle 95 in front of Hayden. But remember, you know, Waddle's a tough customer to get around.
Yes, he is. And as I'm watching this, Rick, Hayden Skellett is gassed. You can see his elbows are dropping. He's bouncing around. He's been in I don't know how many classes and motos. He's a young rider. He's got that enthusiasm. I'm sure he'll stick in that position. But, boy, he's saving as much energy as he possibly can. Good decision-making by Skellett.
No question about it. He is such a talented rider on these blasters. He really, really has the ability to lay them over. And but he is behind his nemesis, Sammy Niemi, in this one by a sizable margin. Sammy got a great jump. And once you get out in front, you know, on these stock boats, it's a real advantage.
Wow, Ken Waddle really going after that fourth spot.
Well, Waddle's a tough customer out there on these sport boats. He has the ability to make that sport boat about twice as wide as it is in the corners and keep riders behind him, as he's going to try to do with Hayden Skellett here in about a half a lap or so.
Yeah, and he's like, you know, 49, almost 50 years old. Andrew Hancock in front of him. Hancock looks back. Waddle looks like he might have a little bit more speed. They're pretty equal. But those two better hurry up because Hayden Skellett's coming like a man on fire.
I miss seeing Brian O'Rourke out there. That's
right.
That's the deal. I don't know what's going on, man. Landis coming by in second.
Niemi large and in charge. Niemi extending his lead.
Yeah, he right now is not going to be touched, barring something crazy happening. 7-11 in third. Then here comes the battle. Hayden Skellett now putting the pressure on Ken Waddle. Let's see how Hayden manages this. And we've seen this battle before a couple weeks ago in Panama City Beach. Hayden trying to get around Ken Waddle in this sports stock class, and Waddle doesn't make it easy for anybody.
No, he doesn't. As I look further back in the pack, I see Devin Farthing is moving up. He's having some issues, but he's trying to challenge Sam Tyre for that position.
So these guys now in the sport class going on the inside split, where we see the riders on the runabout. Oh, Waddle goes outside. Hayden goes inside.
Sammy Niemi having a couple issues with lapped riders. That could be dangerous. He's got to stay away.
Keep an eye on Hayden Skellett. He goes on the inside split, and he gets around Ken Waddle. Ken decides to go outside. Hayden went inside, made those smooth, beautiful turns that he's capable of, and was able to put Waddle behind him now. And Waddle will see if he can come back with anything, or if Hayden's going to stretch out that lead over Waddle and set his sights on the rider in front of him.
That's Andrew Hancock. I say, look out, Andrew Hancock, because Hayden Skellett is knocking on your back door. And here he comes on the all-white machine with the big number 2. Hayden Skellett trying to get up with the leaders. He's got a ways to go.
Here we go again. Now Hancock goes to the outside. Hayden once again goes to the inside as Sammy Niemi takes the white flag. So we're on the final lap. These guys coming around. Watch Skellett, see if he's going to make it stick. He's going to have a little more work to do to get around Hancock. But I got a feeling by the end of this final lap, Hayden Skellett might be in front of Hancock.
It feels like destiny, does it? But boy, it's sure not over. And Hancock's been running a good race. Oh, Hayden trying to get underneath him. Couldn't do it. The pump wash pushed him wide. Here he goes. Cuts underneath. Oh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to come up to the split course at the end of the back straightaway, Mr. Lake. Yeah, can he do it? Can Hayden Skellett make that inside work one more time?
If Hancock goes to the outside split, it's a no-brainer, because here we go.
Hancock's first year racing.
Let's watch the checkered flag comes out. Sammy Niemi dominates this moto.
Andrew Hancock, this is his first year racing, and for him to be up there with
that's incredible.
With Hayden Skellett is unbelievable. Watch these two go to the line.
Oh, who's going to have it? Hancock's got the drive.
Close. Hancock keeps it.
I think Hancock held him off at the finish line.
You are right, Mr. Lake. And look at Ken Waddle gives thumbs up to both of the young riders in front of him. Hancock shaking his fist. He's got to be exceptionally happy. I know Brian O'Rourke is feeling. Now, was that Jeff McPhail's old boat that he was on, that Andrew Hancock was on?
Oh, look at he's fired up.
He is pumped. His very
Hancock,
first race.
No, first year racing.
First year racing.
And he is pumped up right now. Great finish by keeping Hayden Skellett. That's quite an accomplishment for Andrew Hancock.
And as we say that,
You guys, these are the last 3. So,
all right. Let's slide them in there. Thank you.
just wanted to make sure
Stick it in.
Thank you. Make sure I got those to you.
Fine job. We'd be really quiet without him.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
No, we're never quiet. I would be, but he wouldn't.
He'd find something to talk about.
hey, up next, Rick, amateur runabout box stock, race 26. On the number 32 Yamaha out of Sewanee, Georgia. Sponsored by D-Mac Victor Butte.
Number 88 out of Beverly Hills, California, riding for Tweak Studio Racing Team and Cabrera Motorsports. That is Arnold Martinez.
Yeah, Arnold, right back racing. It's been about 25 years. On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida. If it's a 110, it's got to be a Snyder. It's Torrey Snyder this time.
Number 157 out of Summerfield, Florida, riding for Dean's team, Tattoo Rich Racing, Riva Racing, Bennett Construction, and Forever Hooked on the Yamaha, Jim Bennett.
On the 215 Yamaha out of Canton, Georgia, sponsored by PWC Muscle, it's Seth Nema.
777 out of Miami, Florida, riding for Riva, Miami, Jet Ski, LIQUI MOLY, and Jet Pilot. It is Valentina Lescano.
And to round out the field out of Mooresville, North Carolina on the 808 Yamaha, sponsored by Riva, Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, and Champion Power Sports, Graham Hunt. And that's the lineup, Rick. Amateur runabout box stock, race 26.
Yeah, at first, this is moto number 1? Is that right?
I believe so. Those names are so familiar, though.
I know it.
Oh, Torrey Snyder got a really good jump. Really good jump.
Yeah, he sure did. Look at the lead that young man has already on the inside split. Looks like Valentina Lescano, I believe, on the outside split here. Let's see where they square up on the front straightaway. It is going to be Torrey Snyder with a great jump. And 157, that's Jim Bennett on the outside. And I believe Graham Hunt
in third, yes.
In third, yep.
Yeah, Valentina got pushed back in the pack. And Graham Hunt, it's good to see Graham Hunt up front again.
Yeah, he's running well today. Looks real fast. But look at that back straightaway.
Man, Torrey Snyder.
Wow.
He didn't have the greatest first moto, but man, you could feel that he was not going to be denied on that start.
Yeah, he is really charging here. And he is going to be a tough customer to beat. Bennett behind him, but Torrey Snyder on that 110 Yamaha just flying down the front straightaway. Amateur runabout box stock. Bennett second. Graham Hunt 808 in third.
If we look out there at Jim Bennett, we thought, well, he's out front, but Torrey's out front. But Jim Bennett has been known to reel in some leaders, and Jim Bennett now surgically repaired. He's the bionic man. Had multiple surgeries for shoulder injury in the off season.
Yep.
And he says he's feeling strong, but he's not going to throw a baseball.
Probably a wise decision by Jim Bennett.
Oh, look at this move by Graham Hunt. Hunt going to the inside. He wants to challenge gentleman Jim Bennett. Bennett's going to keep the position, but Hunt's starting to reel him in just a little bit. And a fourth place rider starting to move up. Is that an 88?
No, that is number 215, Seth Nema, in fourth position right now.
Thank you, sir.
But it's 110 out in front. Torrey Snyder, Jim Bennett. Behind him in second. And Bennett not really able to do much with Torrey Snyder so far in this moto.
No, and at this point, I'm thinking Mr. Bennett looked over behind him, saw how close Graham Hunt is. I think he may start taking a defensive posture. Let's see. Still early in this race. It's halfway through. Got a few more laps for Bennett to make a move if he can.
Hunt in third, and then Nema in fourth position right now. And then a gap back to fifth. So, but down that back straightaway, wide open. Torrey Snyder on that number 110, the Yamaha. Torrey, obviously the son of multi-time champion.
What a year it was last year for Troy Snyder, huh?
Troy, just amazing rider for many, many years. And Torrey has learned well.
And Troy, this year, had to go through another neck surgery. You know, we haven't talked about that, but Troy Snyder, if you saw his the x-rays of his neck, he is the bionic man. I'm telling you, that guy, he has been through an awful lot of pain to keep racing, and he had surgery to fix it after he went over and won the world championship or won the King's Cup in Thailand last year.
I can't even imagine going through that, what that's like.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, thank goodness for technology.
I don't like getting a filling, you know.
Are you kidding me? You hardly even brush your teeth. Dang.
No, I don't want anybody. I don't want to screw anything up. Got a good thing going here.
Think you do.
Oh boy, thanks for that.
Tori Snyder having a ball in this moto. Watch as he drops in here. Lapped riders in front of him. Think that's Michael Osborne. Tori taking the inside. Wise decision. You got a lapper in front of you, and he's not going very fast. Tori tearing up the inside. And he is learning, just like his dad, how to cut tight in there. And Michael Osborne getting the blue and yellow. I think he thought there's, matching his ski because those colors are so yeah. He's like, hey, you guys are throwing my team flag out there, huh? No. Blue and yellow flag means there's a race going on, and, buddy, you're not in it.
Tori just ripping around this track here this afternoon, but Jim Bennett closing in now that Tori got held up by that lapped rider and continues to be held up by the lapped rider. Tori goes on the inside split as that lapped rider goes outside. Jim Bennett goes to the outside. We'll see how Tori does negotiating this inside split, and if that gives Bennett an opportunity to make up some distance on Tori, and yes, it does. But
white flag out. Oh, checkered flag.
That was it. A little too late for Jim Bennett, but he made it interesting at the finish.
I like that, too little, too late, but it was interesting. I'll tell you what, Jim Bennett was riding like a man possessed out there, trying to keep up with Tori Snyder.
Yeah, Tori rode a great race that time, wire to wire, and took a nice victory. We move on to race 27 amateur ski stock, and got a nice lineup down on the starting line. Let's take a look at who's down there. Number 18 out of Rutherford, North Carolina, on the B&N Power Sport Yamaha, Brad Hill.
On the number 24 Yamaha out of Harvard, Illinois, is Dustin Voss.
Number 33 out of Crestview, Florida, on the Yamaha, Zachary Eisenhunt.
Do the next one.
Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, on the Speed Racing Synergy RV Transport Yamaha, Zeke Heim.
On the double nickel, 55 out of Syracuse, Indiana, as well, sponsored by Ignite Performance Ethanol, JBR Racing, and Watercross of Texas, Jay Finlinson.
85 out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, riding for Team 332 on the Yamaha, Dustin Higdon.
On the 99, also out of Syracuse, Indiana, sponsored by the same sponsors, it's Robbie Finlinson.
106 out of Manahawkin, New Jersey, riding for Watcon.com, Duckco Marina, and R&D Builders on the Yamaha, Lucas Keene.
On the 315 Yamaha out of Marietta, South Carolina, sponsored by Jet Pilot and BB Talkin', Taylor Stewart.
Number 712 out of Cornelius, North Carolina, riding for Hurricane Racing, Amsoil, and Tapped Out Cycle on the Kawasaki. Good to see her back here on the track, Nikki Turner.
On the 811 out of Niceville, Florida. Wouldn't you like to be from Niceville? I don't think they'd let you in, Rick. It's, excuse me, wow. Aaron McConkey.
Well, that's a little harsh.
Oh, you know I'm kidding.
And number 888 out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, on the Barrel House Clipper 212. I believe that is a pro, well, it's not a ski stock, so he must be on a Yamaha, I'm guessing. Rider Wilderbauer.
Well said. You know, by the end of the day, we might get that Wildeboer done.
Well, we're trying.
Hard. That in Rutherford, done, North Carolina.
Keeps us on our toes.
Our starter, Kevin Scott, says fire him up. Checking the track. Oh, Brad Hill down there getting held by Tegan Hill. Tegan, give him some advice.
Oh, 44, Zeke Heim gets completely sideways off the starting line. That's going to hurt him here in the first turn. 24 with the hole shot, Dustin Voss on the inside. Looks like Taylor Stewart on the outside with a good start. Taylor's been getting some good starts this season.
Yes, he has. And Wow, talk about riders who have progressed.
Voss almost went too far there.
Yes, he did.
But he takes the lead. Zeke Kime, 44, recovers from that tough start and goes into second. Taylor Stewart, third. 55, Finlayson in fourth.
Is that Nikki Turner?
I believe that's Nikki Turner in fifth. Yes, it is.
Nikki's got some company behind her. Now, in amateur ski stock, I'm not sure if they're going to go over the log jump the second time. I believe in the amateur class they do, but we'll see as they come around.
Down that back straightaway, the race leader, number 24 out of Harvard, Illinois, on the Hammer Time Sports Yamaha, Dustin Voss opens up a lead right now over Zeke Kime. Zeke out of the Syracuse Mafia team out of Indiana. On that Yamaha, and he is in second, number 44.
And Taylor Stewart holding his own back there in third position. Zeke Kime goes down. Here comes Stewart. Zeke right back up again. He's like a cork, that little kid, I tell you.
He is a talented young man, to be sure, as 24. Dustin Voss continues to lead it. Zeke Kime back up and charging in second place, followed by Taylor Stewart, and then 55, Finlayson, in fourth.
Ooh, a rider on the inside almost crossed over that lane trying to get that lanyard back on. He's buried behind the hot dog buoys. There they are. Who is that? Oh, that's the double nine of Robbie Finlayson. So Robbie pulled the lanyard, almost went underneath the sausage buoys. He's got it up and running, and he's going to try and get those positions back.
Our race leader down the back straightaway, one more lap. That's Dustin Voss, the 14-year-old out of Harvard, Illinois. Dustin riding for Hammer Time Sports, 53 CBD. AFX helmets, Electric by George, and Z-Force Racing. And right behind him, charging hard in second, the 44 Speed Racing Synergy RV Ignite Fuel Yamaha of Zeke Kime.
Zeke's doing his best, but Dustin Voss is on fire. He's really out there. I mean, he's so far ahead, Zeke's got clear water in front of him.
Very true, and Dustin just looking really smooth and composed right now as he heads over the log jump one more time. Slows way down for that log jump.
Oh.
And that's going to allow, he keeps doing that, he's going to allow Zeke Kime to start catching him, because Zeke takes it pretty carefully over the log jump as well.
Let's check out Taylor Stewart and see how he does, as well as Finlayson.
Taylor gets a little bit of air.
And
all right, here we go. Last chance to get Pro Watercross Tour official merchandise. This is it. We're going to close up shop in about 15 minutes, and it will not be open tomorrow. So right now, you need to head down to the Pro Watercross merchandise booth, grab the latest 2020 Pro Watercross t-shirts. Got a whole assortment of sizes and colors and styles, and now is your last chance to go grab some goodies.
Rick Lake, say it's not true. This is the last opportunity to get a signed shirt by A.J. Handler.
It is.
Oh, yeah. He's down there with the pen. He's dangerous with that thing.
I'm not kidding. This is it.
It's a great opportunity, folks. You want to get a Christmas present? We're not going to be in this part of the country again till next year. Come on down, grab one of those shirts. They're only $20. It's ridiculous. And if you're doing that, you might as well, pick up two of the raffle tickets. They're $10 a piece. You could get a shirt and a boat and a gas jug, all for $40.
That is a heck of a deal. That's a heck of a deal at twice the price. And but really, this is it. Grab a Pro Watercross T-shirt. They're very, very cool and a great design. Something to take home to remember the weekend here at Lake Hartwell. And you got about 15 minutes or so to go grab one.
Yeah, and as you said, they are cool. There's that high wicking, high-tech material that absorbs your perspiration, allows that wonderful breeze we have to cool you down. I almost feel like I'm a chiller right here wearing one.
You can't feel better than wearing one of these Pro Watercross shirts, I guarantee you.
big he was.
Should have kicked his ass.
It just feels good.
Yeah, it does. Oh, I feel a little danger coming up. I see Jimmy Wilson on the 2-1.
And we are going to have quite a battle here in Pro-Am Ski GP. This is going to be a fight for the overall. Quite a battle.
Yes. Sammy Niemi coming through. Camden Powell.
Dustin Voss by one more time, number 24.
He is doing a great job out there. I'll tell you what, Dustin Voss flying out there.
Z-Time 44 behind him in second, but Dustin has more or less checked out right now, and that's quite a statement because Z-Time is a very, very talented rider. 55 in third, Jay Finlinson, unofficially.
Boy, Dustin having a great time out there in this moto, no question about it.
Taylor Stewart continues to hang in there.
Yeah, very impressive race for Taylor Stewart. Is he in third or fourth position now?
I believe Taylor's in third, if I'm not unofficially.
As always, officially unofficial. Well, I see Finlinson there, and he was behind Stewart earlier, so yeah. And I see Zeke over there. I'm going to say he's back in fourth spot now.
Could be.
Still, great showing for Taylor.
Oh, real good ride here, Moto 2.
Wow, talk about, we always talk about development of the young riders, but it was only a year or two ago that Taylor Stewart even put a leg over a jet ski, never been on one before, came out, started to ride it, and wow, what a difference in his riding.
Very, very, very fun to watch him progress. On the final lap here, our leader, Dustin Voss, one more time over the log jump. Z-Kime behind him in second, and Finlinson third, number 55. That would put Stewart in fourth place.
And that would be Jay Finlinson, then double 9, that's Robbie Finlinson. Robbie, his younger brother.
Rider down, far side.
Rider down on the far side. Who's that over there? That rider must have come off at speed. Look how far away his boat is.
Oh, man, he's going for a swim.
And I don't see his hand in the air, so course marshal over there, our safety marshal, pull him up out of the water. He's up and on the boat. Good.
Last lap right now. We're watching for our leader, number 24, Dustin Voss. Takes the checkered flag. Great ride for the 14-year-old out of Harvard, Illinois. Dustin Voss takes the win here in amateur ski stock. Finishing in second is going to be number 44, Zeke Kime.
And let's see, third position, it is Mr. Finlinson.
55. Taylor Stewart, I believe, is going to hang on to that fourth place finish. As we get ready to go back to Pro Ski GP racing, and this is going to be a knockdown, drag-out battle for the overall here today.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart makes it through. Go ahead.
I was going to say, remember, Camden Powell won the first moto. I believe he got a fifth in moto number 2. In Moto 2, Camden came in fifth, and Jimmy Wilson's got a 5 and a 1, so they're reversed. Aaron Gawicki with a 4 and a 2, so that they all have 6 points right now,
except for Sammy.
Sammy Niemi has 5. So anyway, this is really anybody's race here for the overall.
Yeah, if you get to that third and final moto, Rick, you've got to have at least a 2-point edge for it to make a difference. 1 point won't matter because if you tie and you're doing it on points, the rider who finished first in that third moto will win the overall.
That is the decisive factor. So this is going to be a good one here. Let's take a look. On the starting line, boat number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida, on the RWA, Commander GP1, Isaiah Washington.
On the number 13, Commander out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Niemi.
On the number 17, Bullet V4 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, Aaron Gawicki.
On the 21, OTR out of Indian Trail, North Carolina, Jimmy Wilson.
And that is a Commander as well.
It is.
Number 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia. On the Commander GP as well, Wyatt Hayes.
On the double 4 out of Syracuse, Indiana. On the Bullet Racing Hull, Camden Powell.
Number 85 on the Commander GP out of Biloxi, Mississippi, Jules Hopkins.
On the number 100, Commander out of Gilbert, Arizona, Revin Harris.
Also on a Commander GP out of Port Charlotte, Florida, Hayden Skellett.
And rounding out the field, from Pensacola, Florida, it's Brett Underhill.
And Underhill on a Pro Watercraft Performance ski. And this is going to be a battle here. The final moto for Pro-Am Ski GP. And this is anybody's ball game. So Camden Powell with a great first moto. Jimmy Wilson with a great second moto. And Sammy Niemi right in the middle with a very consistent. Man, Sammy is looking really good here with a 2 and a 3. So like we said, this is anybody's ball game for the overall today in Pro-Am Ski GP. The Motser's brothers not here this weekend. They were clearly the two fastest still in the sport in Panama City Beach. Of course, Tyron had a mechanical that took him out of the podium, but it was Camden Powell who really served notice in Panama City Beach that he was a force to be reckoned with moving forward this season, and he backed that up with a strong win in Moto number 1 here today at Lake Hartwell. However, finished 5th in Moto number 2. Opening the door, Jimmy Wilson took a win in Moto number 2 after a 5th in Moto number 1. And then Aaron Gawicki, also really fast today with a pretty solid 4th in Moto 1 and a 2nd in Moto 2. So all these riders virtually identical in points, and it's really going to come down to this final moto to see who takes the overall in this Pro-Am Ski GP class. Always really exciting. And this is the epitome right now of stand-up ski racing in the sport, because these aftermarket hulled skis, all powered by Kawasaki 4-stroke 4-cylinder 1500cc motors, highly tuned. These are not stock motors by any stretch. They are very modified, high horsepower engines inside these very trick aftermarket hulls produced by Commander Industries, Bullet, and Pro Watercraft, respectively. And today it's been a mix because Bullet won the first moto, Commander won the second moto. So you can hear what these modified GP skis sound like. All of them 1500cc Cowie 4-strokes, producing tremendous horsepower. You remember we used to race 440s and 550s 30 years ago. Now it's 1500cc engines in these skis. And these babies are a handful to ride. Trust me, hanging on to one of these for a full moto takes everything you've got. And you find out who has been doing their training during the off season here. And we're going to find out in just a couple of minutes as we get ready to go racing here at Lake Hartwell. Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 3. This is for all the marbles, the mud and the blood and the beer at Lake Hartwell, and here we go. Well, here we don't go. We're gonna cut him off. The starter says stop him for right now. Somebody's got their hand up down there. We can't see the entire line from up here in the tower today. Part of it is cut off by some tents. We got a beautiful turnout of spectators here at Hartwell, and so it's really been fun to have everybody here today. And we are really getting antsy for some great GP ski racing. I know everybody watching on the live stream all over the world really loves this class. There's a lot of talk about it always. These state-of-the-art skis that everybody's aboard, really the cutting-edge technology in pro watercross racing on display here in Lake Hartwell.
Well, it looks like they were able to get Wyatt Hayes' boats running. He gives us the thumbs up. He's ready to go. Kevin Scott, our starter, says fire them up, boys. Here we go. Moto number 3 for all the marbles.
Jimmy Wilson on the inside. Wilson does not get the hole shot. Oh, it's going to be Gawicki. Aaron Gawicki on 17 on the inside takes a hole shot on the bullet.
Revan Harris in second, Jimmy Wilson in third on the inside, Camden Powell on the outside.
Yeah, 44 Camden Powell got the outside hole shot, and Gawicki the inside hole shot. The two bullet V4s battle down the front straightaway, wide open here at Hartwell.
And Sammy Niemi jumping in there in the third spot, trying to push Revan Harris over, and he does. He takes that position up and over in the log jump.
Well, Aaron Gawicki has been fast all season long. He was really fast in Panama City Beach. Didn't get the finishes that he really was looking for, but showed speed, has showed speed here thus far today. And now look at him out in front. And that bullet boat he's on, that V4, is a rocket ship down that back straightaway.
No question about it, Rick. You can feel the smile on Gawicki right now. He finally got the whole shot that he's been looking for. The last two races, the sixth moto now, and he's out in front. It's his race to win, no question about it. Gawicki looks over. He sees Camden Powell right there. His number one nemesis, no question, Rick.
Yeah, if Gawicki can hang on to this lead and Powell finishes in second, Gawicki takes the overall here today.
Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of fans back in Arizona like to see that happen.
Yep, the bullet's built in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. This is the V4 version of that bullet hull. And Aaron Gawicki is putting it to good use right now here at Lake Hartwell in Georgia, as he is just rocketing down that back straightaway, trying to stretch the lead out over Camden Powell, likewise on a bullet V4. So the bullet crew in Havasu got some big smiles right now, Kurt.
Well, just throw it out there. Camden Powell has been out multiple times to Arizona to work with the bullet hull people on that boat. So he and Gawicki know each other. They've been on the track together, and the practice track even better multiple times. Gawicki absolutely spectacular in this moto so far. Camden Powell hanging back. I don't know if Camden knows how close the points are.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Aaron Gawicki to really turn it on here this season and take a win, and it looks like it's going to be here in moto number 3 at Hartwell that he is going to do that. And right now he is riding just absolutely on fire, looks so smooth and in control. He's got great water in front of him, and that bullet V4 is just performing because they have got that motor tuned to the nth degree, and it is ballistic out there, Kurt.
No question. And right now, Rick, the internet is burning up from people that are talking about Gawicki. His fans in Arizona are typing in, giving him support, saying, Aaron, keep it upright, keep it going. We knew you could do it, and he's doing it now. Aaron Gawicki out in front, large and in charge, and he is extending his lead, Rick. There is no way that Camden Powell is even starting to reel him in a millimeter.
Well, Aaron Gawicki out in front, followed by Camden Powell, both on the bullet hulls, serving notice to the entire PWC racing world that these Bullet V4s are without question a force to be reckoned with in pro watercross racing. And Aaron Gawicki just turning it on here in Moto number 3, going for all the marbles here at Lake Hartwell, Georgia. And he just looks wonderful on board that Bullet down that back straightaway, Kurt.
Oh, Gawicki really having the ride he's been looking for. And man, I'll tell you, what a beautiful boat. The graphics on that thing, easy to see, and the flow. Gawicki dipping it down in, keeping the speed up around the corner, wide open down that straightaway. That number 17 is flying, Mr. Lake.
Yeah, he has been on fire all season long. He's had speed, but we've seen him make mistakes, and he's all over the place because there's so much horsepower, I think, underneath the hood of that Bullet that he's had to learn to come to grips with it and deal with it in these race conditions. It's one thing on the practice track, as you well know. It's a whole nother story out here in the real world of pro watercross racing, and now he's really dialed in here in this third moto, and he is looking really, really good.
And I think you said the appropriate words there, Rick. Dialed in. Aaron does his own wrenching when he's on tour, and Aaron, I would bet you, made some difference, changed his sponsons or adjusted them in between that first and second moto. He was much more stable in the second moto, and here in the third, he's locked in, Rick. That boat is the class of the field in this moto.
Well, they're all cheering at Rusty's right now in Lake Havasu as Aaron leads this third moto, and they are all smiles. And not just Aaron leading, but Camden Powell also on one of those Bullet hulls. Aaron Gawicki's dad, Tim Gawicki, grandfather.
I know, me too.
Yes, another Gawicki, obviously. All of them part of the Bullet team. They have been developing hulls for many, many years.
Decades.
3 decades, I believe. And look at the work here. They've had a lot of success in the past, but as of late, it's kind of been hard to come by. But today here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, we're seeing that V4 really come into its own. And they got to be happy at the hands of their own blood. Aaron Gawicki out in front, looking for an overall victory here, man. This is going to be a big win for Aaron Gawicki.
Yeah, and Camden Powell, not to forget Camden Powell. He's on a Bullet hull too. He and his dad put their faith in that Bullet hull. They had their choice of any. They chose Bullet, and right now, here in this race, it seems to be the hull of choice.
Well, if it finishes this way, Aaron's going to be on top of the podium, and Camden, for the second race in a row, is going to be second position overall. A pretty great start to the season for 16-year-old Camden Powell.
No question, and unfortunately with COVID-19, we are halfway through the season at the end of this race.
Don't say it ain't so.
Well, I'm just saying, if he's got 2 seconds, he's doing good for the overall championship.
I can watch this pro ski GP racing all day, man. I just love this. These guys are absolutely getting it on state-of-the-art watercraft here at Lake Hartwell, and it is fun to watch. Man, look at Aaron Gawicki and Camden Powell just charging around this racetrack, Kurt.
They are having a great time. I'm looking back in the pack a little bit to see Sam, Nemi, and a couple of the other riders, Jules, but looks to me, Gawicki looks like he's going to start lapping into the field now.
Where is third place?
Well, it was Sammy Nemi.
Is Sammy in third?
Well, he was, but I see the 43, Wyatt Hayes.
I don't know.
Oh, there's Sammy right now. Got pulled in.
Oh, the gap to third place, I think, is back here, Kurt. I'm not sure, but I think it is. Down the back straightaway one more time, our race leader, boat number 17. He is 23 years old out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, on the Bullet Racing Jet Trim Jet Pilot Bullet V4. Aaron Gawicki absolutely turning up the wick here at Lake Hartwell in moto number 3, going for the overall with number 44, Camden Powell out of Syracuse, Indiana, the 16-year-old charging behind him. But right now, it's all Aaron Gawicki's race, Kurt.
So, Rick, here's what's going on with Aaron Gawicki right now. He's had a couple of issues early on in the year. Now he's out front. He knows he's got the overall. If he keeps it up, all of a sudden, Rick, all those noises inside the hull that have been so comforting for races up till now he's wondering, do I hear a little thing? Is it getting to maximum RPMs? Is that a clunk I hear? All this is going through his head. All he's got to do is keep it out of there, stay upright, because that machine is on fire.
And I will say that you are absolutely right. Additionally, he has got a hard-charging Camden Powell behind him in second, and one mistake, Powell could get by him. If Powell gets by him, Powell will take the overall today. So these two are going to finish 1-2 probably overall, one way or the other. It looks like Aaron, really with a great lead, is going to be tough to beat. If he maintains this pace, he is not going to be touched as the laps start winding down here in Moto number 3 for Pro-Am Ski GP.
I'm just going to throw it out there, Rick, as we watch Gawicki come around to the log jump. I'm noticing Aaron starting to drop his elbows, all those, he's starting to stretch his back. And as I watch Camden Powell, Powell looked a little stronger there. These last few laps, Camden Powell could be right up there with him at any minute.
Well, the fatigue starts setting in pro ski racing, no question about it. Can you imagine what it's like hanging on to a 1,500cc fire-breathing monster around this track on a stand-up for all these laps? This is a true test of the rider's ability and training, stamina, fitness, all combined into one grueling Moto number 3.
We want to add one more, will. And Aaron Gawicki's will right now is stronger than anyone out on the course. He knows he's got to keep it upright. White flag coming out. One lap to go for Aaron Gawicki. He sees the flag. This is the time. It's the final lap. All those gremlins going into your mind. The times it didn't happen. Gawicki, large and in charge. Rick, watch him as he goes over the jump.
Well, for the final time over the log jump flawlessly, Aaron Gawicki, everything he's been working towards, everything he's been working at all winter long, the Bullet team, Aaron, all the laps, all the practice, all the training, really paying off right now on this final lap here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia on Pro Watercross is round number 2, and I'll tell you what, this young man has ridden an absolutely incredible race here in Moto number 3. He has been flawless, hasn't made a mistake, and been just a pleasure to watch on that Bullet V4.
Yeah, he's put in the time, and he had great rides in the other 2 motos. He wouldn't be positioned to win the overall. Folks, as he comes down the front straightaway, put your hands together. Your wire-to-wire winner and official overall champion, Aaron Gawicki.
Oh, what a relief for Aaron. Got to be so happy. Camden Powell, 44 likewise. Outstanding effort today by Camden Powell. And they shake their heads at each other, acknowledge each other. A great battle here at Lake Hartwell in Pro-Am Ski GP. Camden Powell, as mentioned, will end up second place again for the second race in a row. And what a great start to the season for young Camden.
Well, it's phenomenal. I just want to point out, it's been 15 minutes since they came by. And third position isn't even here.
That's what I'm saying. That was an amazing showing.
And that's Hayden Skellett.
Hayden Skellett comes by in third on the Commander boat. So nice ride here, Moto number 3 for Hayden. As the rest of the field finishes up, 43 Wyatt Hayes, 85 Jules Hopkins, and number 21 Jimmy Wilson with a disappointing ride here. The winner of Moto number 2 finished way back in Moto number 3, and then that is number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona. The young rider, Revan Harris, and he has not the finish that he wanted here today either. But hey, kudos to the Bullet team, and most of all, Aaron Gawicki. Congratulations! What a well-deserved victory. He rode absolutely flawlessly in Moto number 3, Kurt.
No question about it, Rick. And I think we got to call those boats back to the line. I want to see him do it again.
I don't want this to end. I love that.
Well, what's up next?
Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock Moto number 3, and here we go again. Who do we got on the line? We got D-Max got a first and a fourth. Baldwin's got a pair of 2s.
Miller got a 5th and a 1st.
Troy Snyder's got a 4 and a 3. So this thing's up for grabs.
It's really close. It's Baldwin's to lose at this point, I think.
Tim Miller's got a 5 and a 1.
Right, he's got 6.
So
5 for Dennis Mack.
Mack's got 5. Baldwin's got 4. So Baldwin right now has a 1-point lead, but you know, he is going to have to win this race to take the overall.
He's got to be in front of Dennis Mack, or Dennis Mack's going to take it.
Yeah, D-Mac down there on the line. We got a full line of hard-charging Pro-Am runabout box stock riders. Number 37 out of Waco, Texas, Tim Miller.
On the 73 out of York, South Carolina, Greg Radulski.
77 out of Bradenton, Florida, Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Troy Snyder.
153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, Anthony Radidic.
On the 157 out of Summerfield, Florida, Jim Bennett.
201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, Christopher Landis.
On the 243 out of Loganville, Georgia, Dennis Mack.
247 out of Groveland, Florida, Dylan Osborne.
On the 413, Derek Foucault out of Loon Lake, New York.
502 out of Denver, North Carolina, Brian Baldwin.
And the 808 of Graham Hutt, and they are gone at Tougaloo State Park. Here in Franklin County, Christopher Landis getting a whole shot on the inside, and looks like Troy Snyder on the outside.
Wow, where is Baldwin?
He's in second on the inside.
Okay, Baldwin right there. This
Here
could be anybody's
Snyder.
race.
Troy Snyder making a drive. Look out, Christopher Landis. Troy Snyder wants that position, and he gets it.
I believe that's D-Mac.
Yes, you're right. It is D-Mac.
I think that's D-Mac 243 that had the lead. The black runabout is Dennis Mack, who won Moto number 1, and he's in second right now here behind Snyder. Let's see if D-Mac can do something with Snyder. They charge down the, oh, look at Snyder. Look at Snyder just rip it down that back straightaway and put it and just gap D-Mac. D-Mac went around that joker buoy, the makeup buoy, so that cost him dearly.
And look at who's in third. Who else? Tim Miller.
And Baldwin right there in striking distance. But right now, Troy Snyder, 110 down the front straightaway, the race leader. D-Mac hangs on to second. Here comes Baldwin behind Tim Miller. Tim Miller's got his hands full with Brian Baldwin. Baldwin going to go inside as usual. And, man, that is a tough man to hold back. Brian Baldwin, the 502 Riva Yamaha.
I'm telling you, if Brian Baldwin is behind you, hit the buoy. Do not leave an inch. You must touch the buoy with your elbow, not your boat.
That's the only way you're going to keep him at bay. And that is a tough road to hoe, to say the least. But right now, Troy Snyder's not worried about that. He's got D-Mac behind him, but Snyder 110 on that Tim Judge Tune Yamaha, flying down the front straightaway here. Pro-Am runabout box stock Moto number 3. It is Troy Snyder, D-Mac, Brian Baldwin running 1, 2, 3, Tim Miller in 4th, and then Jim Bennett in 5th, Kurt.
They are running strong out there, and Troy Snyder way out in front. Rick, what do the numbers say about D-Mac and Brian Baldwin if they finish behind Troy Snyder? I believe D-Mac would be our overall, Baldwin second and Snyder third. Snyder hits the buoy as they go in, but he's still large and in charge. Watch him taking that black 110 as he comes onto the front straightaway. Maximum power, 90 miles an hour potential. When they hit that back straightaway, he's hitting about 75 here and turning 45 degrees. He makes a U-turn to the left. Troy Snyder is on fire out there. He does not want anybody getting close. D-Mac looking over his shoulder. Brian Baldwin is right there, Rick.
You know, I think if D-Mac can keep Baldwin behind him and remain in second, he can take the overall today.
He was able to do that earlier on, so potential is there. D-Mac having a great ride here. This is definitely his best weekend of the year so far.
Oh, no question about it. And he is going to have to keep Brian Baldwin behind him, though, if he wants the overall. He's got an opportunity to take the overall today, but he has got a hard charge in 502 of Brian Baldwin breathing down his neck as we come down the front straightaway. Our race leader, Troy Snyder, 110 on the gas. But look at D-Mac. He is charging behind Snyder.
Yeah, D-Mac is right there, followed by Baldwin, and then don't forget Tim Miller. He's pushing Baldwin as well. It's all about Troy Snyder out front, and D-Mac. Looks like D-Mac could have a bungee cord connected to him. Snyder gets a little bit of a lead, and D-Mac reels him right back in.
And Brian Baldwin goes around the makeup buoy. Tim Miller gets by Baldwin for third. Baldwin back to fourth. That really gives the advantage to Dennis Mack right now. Dennis Mack in the driver's seat for the overall today. Dennis Mack with a first and a fourth for a total of 5 points. Troy Snyder's got a 4 and a 3 for a total of 7.
And 6 for Tim Miller. So if Miller moves forward, he could have the overall.
Well, 4, 3, 7, 8, 5, 2, 7.
Yeah, D-Mac. We've got D-Mac. If he can maintain second place.
And speaking of it, D-Mac had to go take the penalty point, and Tim Miller trying to reel in D-Mac.
Oh, this could change up everything, Kurt.
It could. Now they both going to the outside. Meanwhile, Troy Snyder, he's got the lead. He's not backing off one iota. Here comes second and third. D-Mac right there on that black Yamaha. He could be your overall winner. All he's got to do is stay where he's at, and he will get the win for the weekend.
Well, Troy Snyder not at all worried about what's going on behind him. He is out in front, in charge, and he's more than likely going to stay there, I would guess. But the battle, the drama takes place behind Snyder, and that is between D-Mac and Tim Miller now. Tim Miller able to get by Baldwin. That helps D-Mac tremendously, because if Dennis Mack can just maintain that second position in front of Miller, he is going to take the overall today.
Well, how does it work out if Miller gets by D-Mac?
So that would give him 6. That would give him 8.
That would give Miller 8, but that would give Troy Snyder the overall.
There you go. The math is crazy in these third and final motos. Watch as the leaders go through. D-Mac in large and in charge. He's in second on the track, but first in the points. The laps are winding down. If he can just stay there, he'll be the overall champion for the weekend, Rick. Watch him as he comes down that back straightaway. Maximum power out of that D-Mac Yamaha.
Yeah, Dennis Mack in control of this race right now, essentially. One way or the other, he is going to figure into the finish overall. If he maintains second, he takes the overall. If Tim Miller gets by Dennis Mack, that gives the overall to Troy Snyder, our race leader. Here is the battle for the race right now. It's Dennis Mack and Tim Miller going at it. Snyder's going to win this thing, barring something crazy happening. But Dennis Mack and Tim Miller really battling to decide the overall here today. D-Mac riding for everything he's worth, and he wants this win so bad. He's been working so hard for so long. This would be a big win for Dennis Mack today.
Yeah, we could talk about the end of the year last year. Mechanicals were a real problem, but you know what mechanicals not a problem for is Troy Snyder. That 110 machine is just running like clockwork. He's taking the outside split one more time. Watch as he drives that big black Yamaha through here. He makes his way onto the front straightaway. Watching him come down. Getting close. Just a few more laps to go. Snyder way out in front.
Tim Miller closing that gap on Dennis Mack as they come down the front straightaway. Dennis Mack's got to keep Miller behind him. This is for all the marbles here at Lake Hartwell. It's Dennis Mack and Tim Miller going at it. D-Mac's got to keep Miller behind him, and he takes the overall today. Wow, what a battle for second. And I'm sure Dennis Mack knows the math.
It's getting interesting now. We got back markers in front. Here comes Troy Snyder. Snyder's got lappers in front of him. D-Mac follows to the outside, so does Miller. But these lapped riders, as you well know, can change everything in a heartbeat in an instant. White flag out. 1 lap to go.
Wow.
Troy Snyder out in front. He's the leader. Back markers in front of him. They're moving over and getting out of his way, Rick.
And Snyder going to bring that Yamaha, that Tim Judge Tune 110 Yamaha around one final time. He'll take the overall, or the win here in moto number 3. But the battle right now, D-Mac, can he keep Miller behind him? One more lap. The final lap for Dennis Mack as they charge down the back straightaway. Here comes Mack behind Snyder. Snyder, the race leader. But here comes Dennis Mack, and Tim Miller not able to close that gap. One final time, Dennis Mack going to take the outside, and so is Tim Miller. I thought Miller might try the inside to try to get by Mack. So that is going to do it right there. It's going to be 110. Troy Snyder taking the win, but Dennis Mack is going to take second in the moto, and the overall for the day, Tim Miller charging hard in third. Wow.
And Brian Baldwin coming in fourth. Wow. It feels like the Earth's polarity has shifted just a little. I mean, Troy Snyder out in front in this moto. There's, that's not a surprise. D-Mac up front. That's not a surprise. Tim Miller up front. But boy, they've been working back and forth here. It's a mathematician's nightmare, Rick.
And the only thing I had to add to that is we need to get talk to Dennis Mack about the number on his ski.
Yeah, you think?
He needs some NASCAR-like numbers on that thing. That black ski's got to have some big, huge white numbers on it, because that is impossible to see.
Well, now that he's back up in front in his normal position, I think he'd be proud to put some larger numbers on that thing.
I wonder if he even knows he got the overall. He may not.
Well, Jennifer Illing will tell him when he gets in there, believe me. I'm surprised I haven't heard her give a little hoot.
Yeah, she probably has been holding the rosary and praying the entire moto, I think. Just clutching it.
Clutching it, love it. Oh, up next, Rick Lake, our favorite. Well, they're all our favorites, but Blaster GP is a real favorite.
Well, this is the Young Guns. The Young Guns have taken over Blaster GP, and they're taking over everything except Runabout, basically. But Blaster GP, moto number 3, again, we've got Revin Harris with a 2 and a 1 in the first 2 motos, so he sits in the driver's seat with a total of 3 points. Hayden Skellett right behind him with 4 points, a first and a third.
And then Sammy Niemi with 7 points with a third and a fourth. So Niemi's going to need to get a hole shot and a little bit of help if he's going to have an opportunity at the overall. Who else we got out there? Lucas Keene, Devin Farthing. Farthing with 7 points. Hey, he's tied with Sammy Niemi. He's got the opportunity. Taylor Skellett, 9 points, not that far back. And boy, I'll tell you what, Hayden Skellett, I'd look for him to be on fire. He and Revin Harris, the race is theirs to win.
To win
or lose. All they got to do is get the hole shot.
Yeah, Revin Harris with a 2 and a 1 in a great position right now. Hayden Skellett with a first and a third, just a hair behind Revin Harris, and those two are going to go at it here. But don't count out Devin Farthing in the third moto. He could be a factor as well.
He's always a factor.
And Sammy Niemi. I mean, these guys are all, at any race we're at, any of them can take the win in any moto.
And do it in dominating fashion, too. Kevin Scott looks down the line. And Devin Farthing, first off the line.
There we go, Devin Farthing. We talked about it. He is a factor, and he takes the hole shot on the inside.
Revin Harris dives in underneath him. Sammy Niemi follows, so that's top 3 there. On the outside.
Hayden Skellett on the gas on that outside split, Kurt. But it's going to be Devin Farthing.
It's going to be close.
Up down the front straightaway with Hayden Skellett right behind him. And here comes Revin Harris in third.
Followed by Taylor Skellett and Sammy Niemi. There's a lot of horsepower in those boats.
Yeah, well, these kids know each other so well. They have raced each other so many laps over the years, and they go at it one more time. They have progressed from being juniors to now being the dominant factors out here. All of them in their mid-teens, basically, with the exception of Kyle Hayes at 22. The rest are all between 14 and 16 years old, and led right now by young Devin Farthing, 16, out of Ackworth, Georgia, and he is on the gas out in front.
Hayden Skellett trying the inside again. Farthing's got the lead, and Skellett, unfortunately, cannot make that stick. Hayden Skellett's got to start taking the outside to save his energy. He can try somewhere else on the track to make that move on Devin Farthing. And Devin Farthing out front. Devin Farthing is flying out there. We've been looking forward to seeing him out front, see what he can do. He's stretching his lead over Hayden Skellett. That's no easy thing to do right now, Rick.
Well, if Hayden Skellett can stay in second place, I think he's going to get the overall.
Over Revin Harris?
Well, Revin Harris is in third. That would give him 6. Hayden Skellett stays in second. He would get 6, but he'd have the better second moto finish. That would give him the overall for the day.
I feel, Rick Lake, like just being around me, you become a mathematician. Hayden still trying the inside, Rick. Devin stretching his lead a little bit.
I hate to break it to you, Kurt. This isn't that hard.
Really? Oh, look at the battle here. Taylor Skellett, Sammy Niemi. Niemi makes the pass. That moves him up into fourth position. If Niemi can get by Harris, that'll improve his podium finish.
But you remember, this is GP class. These are highly modified motors, and we've seen people's first place wins come to a crashing halt right before the finish line. I remind you of Sammy's dad, Sam, a few years ago, and so anything can happen.
It was heartbreaking.
It was, and you never know in these modified classes. But right now, Devin Farthing keeping Hayden Skellett behind him.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that time through, Hayden made up about 4 boat lengths. He used that inside to his advantage. Devin stuck it a little bit, not a lot, but just enough for Hayden to take advantage. As we go on as they get onto the back straightaway, watch Devin Farthing. He keeps that thing pinned all the way around, but Hayden Skellett getting into the smooth water looks like he's accelerating up on Farthing.
These young guns are all so fast and so skilled on these blasters. There's very little difference between them. It's really the stars, because once they settle into position, we haven't seen much passing unless somebody falls off or makes a major mistake, and it rarely happens. They are so talented, it is mind-boggling. And right now, this is Farthing's race, but really it's Revin Harris is in the position where if he can get by Hayden Skellett in front of him, he gets the overall. So it's between Hayden Skellett and Revin Harris for the overall here today.
Yeah, it's getting dark coming at us. Want to get these motos finished. Out in front, here's Farthing. Farthing looks over his shoulder, almost has to turn his head around, and there's Skellett. Skellett is boiling the inside as Farthing taking a smooth route around the outside, accelerating away. Devin Farthing, that lap pulled about 6 boat lengths. Hayden Skellett's got to go outside.
Yeah, there is so little difference between these riders' lap times that they can't afford to make any mistakes in either riding or in strategy. They need to keep on the pace, and they pretty much all are, but it's Revin Harris in third, and it doesn't look like he can do anything with Hayden Skellett right now.
I don't think anybody could do anything with Hayden Skellett or Devin Farthing. No, Farthing is getting faster. He's leaving second and third position. Watch Devin as he hits the outside. He cuts these corners like a surgeon, throwing that blaster around. That's his instrument, and it is wide open, folks, down the front straightaway.
Hayden trying to do anything he can to catch Devin Farthing.
what a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Upstate Watercraft welcomes you to their 1998 season demo. We have a dedicated staff and run fun but professional races. On the average, we draw in crowds in excess of 2,000 and have become a main attraction at festivals, which entertain over 50,000 people.
I think it's real great. It's very exciting.
When we found out about it, we called some of our friends and told them to come down and watch too.
Local media is almost always there to cover the events.
No problems at all. Beautiful area here. I hope that they'll do it again next year.
This is one of the best ones I've been at, really run professionally. Yeah, I'm definitely going to come back to something like this.
I've been to some other promoters around, and he's as good as I've seen. If not a little bit more organized than most of them.
My first time here, I think it was really good. We got a couple good series down in Jersey, but I think this is like one of the top ones I've been at so far.
Yeah, they've done a great job. We've had a beautiful day. There's lots of people watching, which is great. Spectators, we got the weather, nice beach. It's great.
Each day produces a lot of great racers. And AJ's done a wonderful race with this World Qualifier.
It's like everybody knows everybody. You know, you just, even though you don't know each other, you do know each other, you know, because you have something in common, which is racing.
I'll tell you what, they did an excellent job today. Everybody was very, very professional. The whole 2 days up here was great. I hope he gets 2 World Qualifiers next year.
Upstate Watercraft Promotions has grown exponentially through the past few years. Based in Rochester, New York, it finds itself at the center point of the Great Lakes and Finger Lakes regions and now hosts over 12 race days a season.
Pro Watercross, celebrating 25 years of racing excellence.
Welcome back to the season opener of the Hidden Trails Yamaha Pro Watercross Tour from Panama City Beach, Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ian Howard. Well, GP Ski is set to take on the waters next. And before we get underway, let's get this update from Don Dawson.
We got a brand new format for the 2015 Hidden Trails Pro Watercross Tour for the ski division. So Ski GP, it's going to be going into heats, and then straight from the heat racing and qualifying, they're going to be going to one main event. Let's see what happens with this brand new format brought to you by the Pro Watercross Tour and Hidden Trails, our new title sponsor.
And qualification heat number 1 wouldn't start as planned for two-time former ski world champion Dustin Matsouras, as he would have to go to a backup ski.
It's the duckbill, which is just a part of the little drainage system on the back of the ski. It stops water from coming into the ski but lets it out when you're riding. So when I pulled up onto the start line, the boat just literally started sinking.
And Dustin Matsouras, having to go to his backup ski, would get to the line just in time for the start of qualification heat number 1, part of this 10-ski field. Matsouras, a two-time former ski world champion, will have to start to the far outside and make up a lot of ground on the leaders if he hoped to qualify with a good lane choice for the all-important winner-take-all final for GP Ski held later on. And how about that? Jimmy Wilson, the firefighter from Sanford, North Carolina, would record the whole shot as he would work to the outside split. Working to the inside split would also be a two-time former ski world champion. And Chris McCluggage from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, would be Wilson up front, and he would credit his team behind him for helping him record the whole shot.
The whole shot on the practice boat, which is always a good thing to know that you got two solid guns in the sitting on the beach ready to go.
But the lead would be short-lived for Jimmy Wilson, as Chris McCluggage would get past them, and McCluggage would credit his experience racing in the Gulf waters for helping him get past the leader.
I think in the surf here, it's not really such a big deal, like where you start the race. Like always, it's where you finish.
Moving ahead to lap number 4, and a battle would ensue for the second spot on the race course, as Dustin Matsouras, right of your screen, would get past Jimmy Wilson.
I was able to get up to second at one point, but then to be honest with you, I was borrowing a boat and I didn't want to destroy somebody else's skis.
Moving ahead 2 laps to lap number 6, and the battle would continue between the two riders, as Matsouras this time would be overtaken by Jimmy Wilson, who would reclaim second place. And with the checkered flag out, Chris Big Mac McCluggage, as he's affectionately known, originally from Naples, Florida, now from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, would take home the qualification heat victory. Heat number 2 for GP Ski. 10 more skis out there, as the water conditions would look to become a little bit rougher. And the question would be, who would record the whole shot? And it would be the young hotshot Cody Copenhaver from Surprise, Arizona.
I whole shotted, had a good lead, and then the ski had some mechanical problems. So
unfortunately, the lead would be short-lived for Copenhaver, as he would have mechanical issues. And then Gary Windrex, who would assume the lead, would be overtaken by Rob Flores.
When I pulled up behind Windrex and he had the lead after Copenhaver broke, I knew it was just a matter of time until he got tired.
So Flores with the come from behind qualification heat victory. He also records the fastest heat time. And let's visit with Dawn Dawson once again.
Well, I talked about this new format, and you can get in a couple of ways. So you could win your first heat race, which was Chris McCluggage. You could win the second heat race. That was Rob Flores, who, by the way, had the fastest heat race. Or you can make it in through the LCQ, and that's what this young gun did. Cody Copenhaver had a breakdown in the first one, so he had to do it the hard way, but you could still get in. Now the excitement's going to be at the main event.
And thanks, Don, for that update. Rob Flores on the pole after recording the fastest time in his qualification heat. Chris McCluggage right behind him in lane number 2, as we'd await the start, and all the skiers would go down the front straightaway here on the Gulf of Mexico. 20 riders in all, and a very big lineup. And the winner would take all here in round number 1 from Panama City Beach, Florida. The question would be, who would record the whole shot? And you see the green nose on that ski up front. It would be none other than Chris McCluggage, a two-time former ski world champion, and he would show the rest of the field how to get around the first lap the quickest. So it'd be Mac on top early on. Jimmy Wilson would run second, Dustin Matsouras then third.
The Gulf, you either have a lot of wind or some kind of disturbance in the ocean that makes waves, and I think that's what really helped me be able to ride in this type of conditions. It was my father pushing me when I was younger to go out and ride.
Lap number 2, as you heard from Chris McCluggage, talking about all the experience he has competing here on the Gulf of Mexico, and the battle for 5th place would ensue, and it would be a great battle. Rob Flores just ahead of the youngster Cody Copenhaver, almost a generation in terms of age difference.
We don't have any now.
Now you're in the better class. White flag checker. We got to get the Pro-Am ski 33 on the line. Moto 3.
Pro-Am ski. Moto number 3, head to the line.
It's Pro-Am ski stock.
Yeah.
Wow. What a day.
It is an incredible day. Kevin Scott looking down the line. Riders not ready. Come on, let's fire it up.
be interesting tomorrow.
Hang on, we're waiting for the guys to come. Hang on. There's other racers coming. They thought we were done. Everybody ran because they see a little water come out of the sky.
Water comes out of the sky here?
All right, we need Pro-Am ski stock.
And number 20, take it off.
Oh, this is the previous. This is another class where we just have one rider here for this one, so he's going to get a couple of laps in to make it official. Eric Swick out of San Diego, California. Man, he
Gotta
came a
love
long
that,
ways. This is Veteran Ski GP.
Yeah, I think Aaron came out here with Arnold. They made the trip all the way from California. Well, it's unfortunate he didn't have anybody else to go out there and play with him. He's riding that boat hard, Rick. He's like, yeah, I want that log jump one more time. Race 33, Pro-Am ski stock. You guys should be on the line. Pro-Am Runabout GP, Moto number 3. You guys are in staging.
Oh man. Well, it looks like that little storm blew by us.
Was that a storm?
Or whatever it was.
Right. Well, that's interesting. As we look down, it's Moto number 3, Pro-Am ski stock. 4, 5, 6.
Yes, it is.
8 riders, and we got 2 on the line that would like to win it. Z-Com wants to get in there. He's down here.
I think we got a couple other guys coming to the starting line, it looks like.
Yeah, Kenny McKenzie's been down here with Taylor Stewart. They're ready to go.
Jeb Zarzauer here. 85 coming in. Dustin Higdon.
Ryder Wildebauer.
A little confusion on the storm flying in and flying out. Looks like we're good.
Yeah, we weren't stopping racing. We just didn't want anybody to get hit by a tent.
I run the show, don't I?
Yes, sir.
Never stop racing.
No.
All we said was batten down your hatchet. That's it. Keep racing. Oh my God! I'm gonna melt. I'm melting.
The worst.
Hold up. What's scary? I ran. Yes, sir.
Where's Rick?
Naples.
Where's Ray?
Are they done now? What's going on? No more scores? Right.
Naples was scary.
Where's Ray? I thought he was going to get the 3rd moto in these 2 classes. Ray who?
Oh, Ray? He's right there. He had his shit on. He told me. They said they weren't supposed to work till 2 o'clock. Who said that? The guy said that the boss said 2 o'clock. Oh, no, you're here until we're done.
Please don't.
Couldn't see that side of the track from here. I couldn't see nothing.
stop cooking the ribs.
Yeah, don't stop that.
She's up there going, it's the first thing you learn is weather. You learn how it works, you learn how it goes, and you watch everything else.
The radar is regulated off 3 to 6 minutes.
Exactly.
And it can change in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well,
It's look.
It kind
Looks like we are about ready to go. Pro-Am Ski Stock Moto number 3. And Callaway Turner with a second and a first is in great shape heading into Moto number 3. Likewise, Kenny McKenzie's got a first and a third. And Ryder Wildeboer with a 3 and a 2. So all these riders got a shot at the overall today. Isn't it? Am I in the wrong?
What's going on here?
Who's down there?
Pro-Am Ski Stock. He's not racing.
Oh, no.
Winter Bomber's not in there. What's going on here?
He's right there.
What are you doing here?
Isn't he?
Race number
20 or 33.
33, 32, 35. Oh, I have no idea what's going on.
This is race 33, right?
It says Pro-Am Ski Stock on my paperwork.
Yeah.
Oh. I was all freaking out. What's he doing there?
That's funny. All right, here we go. Let's see who's going to get the hole shot. Wildeboer on the inside. See if I think he's looking good.
He looks strong.
So he's going to take the inside hole shot.
Looks like Kenny McKenzie on the outside.
Yeah, McKenzie looks strong, and these guys are all in contention for the overall. McKenzie with a first and a third. We'll see where Callaway Turner's at when this thing shakes out on the front straightaway.
Wildeboer making a strong bid on the inside. He's got position, but here comes McKenzie at speed.
And 44 in third place. That's going to be Zeke Hine. 702 Zarzauer in fourth.
Callaway Turner right behind him, and then the 101 of Will Scruggs.
And that's a tough break for Callaway Turner.
Yeah.
Because he had the best chance of an overall with a second and a first in the first 2 motos, Kurt.
Hey, all he's got to do is get ahead of 3 more riders.
No problem.
How about Wildeboer? How's he doing? He's got 5.
Yeah, he's in contention as well. So he's out in front right now, it looks like, right? Yeah. So he's going to, if he finishes there, he's going to have a total of 6.
So Callaway Turner could win the overall if he got up to second.
Yeah, that's a big if at this moment. But you never know. This guy can charge up through the field. We've seen him do it.
He's doing it now. Zeke Kime on the 44. Callaway Turner on that number 10.
He's going to have to get by Zeke.
He's going to the inside. He had to.
Good move by Callaway Turner as Wildeboer comes down the front straightaway, followed by the number 1 boat of Kenny McKenzie. Jeb Zarzauer in third, Kurt.
Yep, Zarzauer always in contention. And frankly, Callaway Turner blew that inside split. He's back. He's going to have to put on a race-long charge if he wants to win the overall. It's up to him. He can do it. All he's got to do is pull that throttle, stay upright, and pass 1 rider each lap, and he can do it.
I was frankly hoping for a little rain to tamp down that dust. I thought that'd be great.
Well, if you look, it's clearer now than it has been all day. So I think the wind blew it past us somewhat.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, smell that barbecue, Mr. Lake.
Oh, we got ribs cooking. We got a big party brewing.
Oh, yeah. Partay. He's so excited. The clipboard flew out of his hand.
Oh, my goodness. We got ribs. We got live music. We got Ryder Wildeboer out in front on the gas. It's a good Saturday afternoon, if you ask me.
How about Kenny McKenzie? How's his math doing? Well, because he's right there.
He's in control right now with a 3 and a 1. So that would give him 6. Wildeboer would have 6. So is Wildeboer.
Yep. It's up to McKenzie. If he can get by Wildeboer, he'll win the overall. If Wildebauer stays out front, he will win the overall.
And I have a feeling Kenny McKenzie knows that.
You think?
Well, he's 42 years old. He's probably been racing a long time. And if he doesn't, then we got issues.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm thinking Ryder Wildebauer knows that as well. As he goes down to his knees there, McKenzie holding up. Now, this water is definitely getting rougher. That little cell that passed over us roughed up the lake. And these guys are having a hard time at top speed keeping these holes, these smaller, shorter holes upright.
Ryder Wildebauer, 13 years old, out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
What do you want, Kurt? That's it. We're not doing something. No, we don't have anybody, right? Bro, what about you? Yeah, they just asked. There's 3 of them. Yeah, so last race is right. There's 3? No, we're not going to do it? I'm asking. I haven't seen the paperwork yet. Then we're doing it, yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Hey, you know what? Hey, while every
All right, Ryder Wildebauer in control right now. He hangs on to this lead, which is tenuous as they come down the back straightaway. He will take the overall here today.
Wildebauer has shown exceptional skill in keeping that ski upright all day long. Kenny McKenzie only had really one serious bobble, and that's the thing that's keeping him from the overall here. Wildebauer looks over his shoulder, kind of shakes his head a little bit. He got to hang in there. Here comes McKenzie, and Jeb Zarzauer pushing McKenzie forward. I think McKenzie is just absolutely gassed, but he can see an overall right there in front of him, and Wildebauer hits that. McKenzie up and over at speed. He could be good.
Oh, he makes a mistake.
Yep.
And Jeb Zarzauer is all over McKenzie.
He's pushing him hard. Zeekheim coming up behind. McKenzie throwing that ski sideways, stretching out his back though. And when they stretch their back out, it slows them down. Look at this. Zarzauer making a bid. McKenzie sees him in his peripheral vision and then wicks it up again. McKenzie was taking a break there. I don't think he knows the points.
He may not. He may not, because Ryder Wildebauer, Wildebauer goes down. Wildebauer goes down momentarily. He's back up. And McKenzie now with an opportunity. We got a rider down in the front straightaway. It looks like 101, Will Scruggs in the water. He's getting a tow back to his ski as the riders start to get tired here at the end of the day. This is the third moto for this class, so these guys are starting to show some fatigue, Kurt.
It's going to be exciting. Let's see what happens in the long jump. Wildebauer up, slow, but he's up, makes it over. McKenzie, nice bunny hop, but he doesn't get in the gas right away. And Jeb Zarzauer right there. Kenny McKenzie has got a case of Jeb Zarzauer all over him. And if he doesn't wake it up, it's going to cost him the overall.
Yeah, Wildebauer made a mistake last lap and really allowed McKenzie and Jeb Zarzauer to close up on him. Now he's got his hands full as the laps start winding down. It looks like the white flag's going to come out here.
That's from the band.
Watch Wildebauer on the far right-hand side of the course. Makes the turn. McKenzie behind him, but not very close. White flag out. 1 lap to go for Wildebauer. Here comes McKenzie and Zarzauer. Jeb Zarzauer, you can see him riding loose back there, looking for a mistake for the riders in front of him. Wildebauer sticks it just a little bit. Watch over the log jump. He crawls over it. McKenzie's got a bunny hop and keep it going. And Zarzauer comes at speed. Zarzauer making a move, and he dumps it into the water. Wildebauer Onto the back section of the course, Rick. He's got Kenny McKenzie behind him. Doesn't look like McKenzie's got anything left.
Well, now Ryder Wildebauer has opened up that lead as McKenzie and Jeb Zarzauer went at it. Really allowed Ryder Wildebauer to get away. And he's now got a sizable lead on this final lap. And he's just got to bring that ski around one final time. He's got a couple of turns to go. And Ryder Wildebauer will finish with a third in Moto 1, a second in Moto 2, and a win here in Moto number 3. And that will give the overall today to young Ryder Wildebauer.
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
Yes. And second, Kenny McKenzie. He'll take second overall. Jeb Zarzauer, I don't know about the math. I got to think he's in a good spot for third position.
He had a fourth, 2 fourths before. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. We'll let the officials.
Ooh, Callaway Turner. Turner will have a fifth at 7-8. Yeah, no, Turner will have it. So it looks like Callaway Turner may be able to be on the podium unofficially. Oh, Rick, tell me that time hasn't come.
Pro Runabout GP, Moto number 3.
The final race of the day. No, the final closed course race of the day. Tap, tap, no tags back.
That's it.
Pinch poke, you owe me.
We still have
$25,000.
Super course to run.
A super course.
Whatever you are talking about. Super course coming up after Pro Runabout GP.
Well, and Pro Runabout GP on the number 73 Yamaha out of York, South Carolina, Greg Rudolski.
Number 77 out of Bradenton, Florida, Jason Russo.
On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Troy Snyder.
153 out of Abbeville, Alabama, Anthony Radidic.
On the 203 out of Naples, Florida, Alex Cushman.
247 out of Groveland, Florida. That's Dylan Osborne.
On the 502 out of Denver, North Carolina, Brian Baldwin.
And 777 out of Miami, Florida, Juan Lescano.
I just heard 10 laps in this Pro Runabout GP final moto. This is going to be a slugfest. How's the math looking, Rick?
Well, Greg Rudolski's got a pair of 3s. Dylan Osborne's got a 1 and a 5, so they've got 6 points. Troy Snyder's got a 4 and a 2 for 6. So those 3 all have a shot at the overall here, and whoever wins this final one's going to take the overall.
Kevin Scott looks down the line. He's ready to go. Oh! Who we got? Looks like Baldwin with the drive on the inside. He's not going to be able to hold it.
Baldwin with the 7th place finish in Moto number 1. Remember, he had a problem.
Dylan Osborne taking the inside, but on the outside, that's Troy Snyder.
Well, Snyder puts himself right into the lead and in position for the overall.
Right behind him, Dylan Osborne, Brian Baldwin, Mr. Russo back there. Excuse me, that's Alex Cushman, then Jason Russo. Wow, Juan Lescano back in the pack, but he is wide open.
Well, Troy Snyder is in the driver's seat here with a 4th in Moto 1, a 2nd in Moto 2. A win here in Moto 3 would unofficially give him the overall for the day in Pro-Am Runabout GP.
No matter what anyone else does.
Dylan Osborne, 247.
Oh, man.
A 1 and a 5. He also has 6 points overall. But if Dylan can get by Troy Snyder, Dylan would take the overall.
Man, it's that barbecue. Love that barbecue.
I'm social distancing from you.
Man, is it hot out here? I think I got a fever.
Whoa, man. Hey, AJ, come and take Kurt's temperature. 110, Troy Snyder, our race leader, jamming down the front straightaway with 247 Osborne right behind him.
Osborne got a whole lot of Brian Baldwin coming up behind him, though. Dylan looks over. Dylan Osborne really right back in the mix. Glad to see him back up front.
Very much so. He has ridden very, very well today. And Baldwin, as you said, Kurt, really charging now behind Dylan Osborne.
Well, Troy Snyder, he's out front. As we well know, it's very hard to get by Troy Snyder, and as long as his machine keeps performing the way it is, I don't see Troy backing off the throttle one iota. Meanwhile, Dylan Osborne looks behind him, and Brian Baldwin is right there. You can see Dylan's eyes dilate as soon as he saw Baldwin. And Dylan, please touch every buoy because you know who's behind you.
Boy, that's an understatement of the day right there.
You would think, but yet they still don't do it.
Well, easier said than done, I think, on these runabouts particularly. They really carry a big head of steam into these corners, a lot of weight.
Yeah, no doubt about it, a lot of weight. But if you set up early and you hold tight to the buoy, even Brian Baldwin can't get underneath you. And there you go. Did you see Dylan Osborne? He must have an onboard radio. He must be listening to us.
Oh, he is. He's listening to the live stream, absolutely. Aren't they all?
And that 777, unfortunately, is that Juan
Lescano comes in prematurely. That's too bad. Those guys come a long ways. They hate to see people with mechanicals, man, after a big trip here.
But Pro-Am Runabout GP, you're talking about the maximum horsepower on the water is in this class. And as we all know, the faster you go, the less reliable you get. Dylan Osborne still running a phenomenal race to keep Brian Baldwin behind him. As I say that, he sticks it just a little, and Baldwin is right there to take advantage. He can't yet. Boy, Dylan Osborne touched that buoy on every side.
Osborne is riding a really, really fine moto number 3 here, keeping Baldwin at bay, and that is a real amazing feat, actually. And he's got a fast ski. I mean, Dylan Osborne's ski is on the gas.
Yeah, it looks like whatever they did between the last race and here, they certainly stepped it up. And it looks like the top 3 are pretty much even in top speed.
Yeah, he is flying.
And he is definitely flying.
But Troy Snyder right now in the driver's seat for the overall here this afternoon in Pro-Am Runabout GP. Supercourse up next.
So if I'm doing the math right, Dylan Osborne, even if he finishes behind Baldwin, he'll still finish second overall. Oh, and look at Baldwin having to take the makeup buoy. And that gives Dylan Osborne a little bit of breathing room. Don't know that he knows it. He is riding a torrid pace, trying to catch up with Troy Snyder. Now remember, this is a 10-lap race in this final third moto. And these riders are close enough that any fatigue that causes a problem could cost them a position easily.
Oh, so quickly. It happens really fast in GP Runabout. Any mistake, as you mentioned, Kurt, and the rider behind you is around you before you even know what hits you. And right now, though, Troy Snyder, 110, our race leader, just looking outstanding out in front here, moto number 3. And he needs this win for the overall.
You know, we got a message here from Richard Ignacio with livestreaming247.com. Thanks, Maverick, for all that you're doing there at home. Rick, he'd like us to bring some ribs home for him.
They may be a little stale and a little cold, but they're on their way.
Well, since I'm flying to Sacramento, I'll probably take him as luggage. What do you think, 200-300 pounds worth?
Why not?
All right, as we wind down.
The white flag coming out as Troy Snyder comes around one more time. Troy on the final lap. And he is going to bring that 110 Tim Judge tuned Snyder-built Dean's team Yamaha in to take the checkered flag and the overall today in Pro-Am Runabout GP 2:47. Dylan Osborne is going to hang on to second place in front of Baldwin, and that's going to give Osborne the second overall finish in Pro Runabout GP as well.
Well deserved, Rick. As you see the riders come through, Brian Baldwin goes over, points at Dylan Osborne, gives him the thumbs up. Hey, great job, kid. So we need to get the riders from Blaster GP, top 3 riders, Hayden Skellett, Revin Harris, Devin Farthing. Come on down. We've got some trophies for you. In Pro.
Are they doing the endurance?
I believe so. There's no reason to say no.
Okay.
But I don't see anybody down there.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So, Supercourse riders, you should be on the starting line. Supercourse.
And Blaster GP riders, we'll wait until Supercourse only has a couple of laps to go. We'll get you down to the podium so we can give you your trophies and have our trophy presentation.
When this is all done, guys, I need to have a meeting with everyone. Okay. You guys say that you're doing a work right now?
Who's in trouble?
Nobody.
Oh, good.
Nobody. No one's in trouble. You're more than welcome to come to the meeting.
Are we? Wherever you want, boss. Is there beer? Are you wanting to take?
Do you want beer?
My rental car
We're
back
going to be here for
something?
hours.
Kurt was mentioning that.
We'll figure something out.
I don't know what you want to do with that, because that's expensive.
It is.
It's crazy.
Stupid.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll take him Monday morning. You and Greg, right? Both have early morning flights?
Yeah, his before mine. So, yeah, but yes.
At what time is yours?
Not till 2.
Again, his is at 12, so
yeah.
We're out of here by 7. We should be.
Oh yeah, we'll have Monday morning traffic in Atlanta. So.
Right, that's why 7.
Yeah,
that
that'll
gives
be
us
fine.
3 hours. It gives him 2 hours. That'll be plenty early.
You know, my car's supposed to go to Greenville, Spartanburg.
Yeah, we'll take it there. We'll figure something out.
Okay.
If I gotta have Mike go down there and drop it off, I will. It's paid.
Down. That would be Clinton Pace, Andre Edmondson, Jonathan Samuel, and Juan Lezcano. There we go.
We're gonna have a.
Now the super course, using the outside of all these buoys, trying to keep this thing wide open. And this is about top speed.
Is it cold? I don't know, Rick. Honestly, I think this is mine. Yeah, I don't think I took much out of it before we start talking.
So 176 out in front of this 20-minute super course event.
Well, 176 is Juan Lezcano out of Jet Ski Miami Jet Ski. And man, Juan has done well in these super course races in the past, Rick.
Yep, he sure has, and he is gone right now.
Oh man, that thing is speedy. Nobody doubt it. Who we got in second position there?
Well, in third is 007, Jonathan Samuel. Let's check. I believe Clifton Pace is in second. Is that number 12?
Yes, it is, sir.
That would be Clifton in second, and then Jonathan Samuel, and then Andre Edmondson.
Rounding out the field on that big white, number 315. Well, folks, this is a 20-minute race. That's right, I said 20 minutes. Absolutely crazy to stay out there at these kind of speeds. They're using a lot of fuel.
That's amazing. Seriously. It looked angry. Yeah, 20 minutes of guys.
Now then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Let me get him, make sure he's on the horn.
Oh, man. Super course going on out there as the riders continue to circulate around the outside of the closed course here at Lake Hartwell.
Juan Lescano is getting ready to lap some people. Actually, already lapped one rider.
He's going to lap everyone.
The question is how many times?
That's the question.
Who's timing this?
Hopefully Robert Sand. Hopefully Robert Sand. No, of course.
Of course Robert Sand is timing it.
Well, it's cleared up, and the sun's coming out just in time for the belly buster.
Oh, man. Well, for those of you that are watching over the World Wide Web, thank you for hanging in there. It's been just phenomenal racing here. The conditions have been all over the place, and now it's a beautiful, clear afternoon with a low temperature. It couldn't be any better. The super course race is going behind us. That's 20 minutes long. I think we're going to wrap it up here, Rick.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's amateur day, where we focus all of our attention on our amateur racers and give them their due. Today was a great day of amateur, but most of all, pro racing, and we saw some great battles today, and looking forward to more tomorrow. What a beautiful place here at Lake Hartwell.
And you know what? As compared to last weekend, new changing of the guard, new riders are out front. Yeah. A lot of the same old riders, the guys that are super fast, they're going to be up front somewhere.
Yeah.
But the overalls has shifted just a little bit, and wow, what a great venue, Rick.
Yeah, and with that, the young guns have made their mark on the sport of pro watercross, to say the least, and it's just been exciting and fun to see them mature and now really start taking over a lot of the classes other than the runabout classes. And but we'll have more of that tomorrow, and it's going to be another great day of racing at a beautiful site here at Lake Hartwell, Tougaloo State Park, outside Livonia. And man, what a beautiful day it's been, Kurt.
It's been spectacular. Mr. Lake, what a great day today. And for those of you that are watching that want to watch the super course, we'll turn it back around. I'm Kurt Nolenberg. This is Rick Lake. We are out of here.
What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Other prizes, literally.
Well, South Padre Island is
and frankly, Rick Lake, I got to get down there and get my raffle ticket.
Come down here because it brings more exposure to us. We have some of the most beautiful beaches in the country. Definitely the most beautiful beach in Texas. It's very family friendly. Any activity you want to do on the island is all right here in one spot.
And here on South Padre Island, partnering with Pro Watercross, when you put them together, you can't get much better than that.
South Padre has turned out to be an awesome race site, and look forward to coming back and racing here again in the future.
Here at South Padre Island, just make it yours.
Man, we've been excited to come to Racine before we even got here. We've been in all really hot climates, so we were looking forward to cold water, a little bit colder weather, and we love it. It's a good town. We got some good dinner last night. It's been good.
We have this great location here on the beautiful shores of Lake Michigan, and we have a great location between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a beautiful community with the oldest and tallest lighthouse in Lake Michigan and some Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in town on the Frank Lloyd Wright Trail. So there's lots to see and do here.
You know, I really love coming to Racine. The weather is always beautiful. The water never disappoints. You know, I was kind of hoping to see it a little rougher out there, but you know, my little buddy's here with me racing. He's 10, and you know, it's good to have some nice smooth water for him.
Lake Hartwell, it's about a 56,000 acre lake, and Tugelo sits on 393 of those acres, so it's a great lake. What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. So far, we've had every stop. I cannot pick a favorite yet. It's going to be impossible this year. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Super excited to be out here at beautiful Lake Charles with such a great community and a great town standing beside us and then opening their gates and their arms to us. It's an awesome venue, an awesome place to race, beautiful weather, beautiful people. You couldn't ask for more of a better place to have a jet ski race.
This whole Lake Charles area has far exceeded my expectations. So it's a really nice venue. It's been super fun, great restaurants, really nice town, super neat. Now I've been fortunate to race all over the world, and yeah, this place is definitely one of the best venues. So really happy to be here and looking forward to coming back.
The Pro Watercross is exactly what we've been looking to bring.
This is the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Pro
Pro Watercross Tour is the best venues, the best competition. This is where we want to be.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is one of the best race venues in the world. I think we're so lucky to come to a beautiful beach like this to race. Anytime we get to race in the ocean, it's a real treat. I'm really hoping to make it out every year because, like I said, this is really beautiful down here, and I feel like we're super fortunate to be able to race at a place like this.
Pensacola Beach is great. I always love coming here. It's a pretty far drive, but it's definitely worth the drive. The beach is beautiful. The people are great. There's always a good crowd here, and always some surf, which we all like to race in.
I love Pensacola. It's always awesome surf. The beach is so nice. The restaurants are great.
Pensacola Beach is an amazing spot for our first round of the Pro Watercross Tour. Beautiful white beaches. The water conditions are always changing. You never know what to expect. Could be flat, but not likely. Normally it's pretty rough, but you don't know how rough it's going to be. But a beautiful location. I mean, the pits are so close. Great crowds that come out to watch. So we love having this as our first round every year. Here we are in Daytona for the Pro Watercross Round 2 of the Tour at the Hard Rock, the nicest place on the beach in Daytona.
Man, this place is awesome. The waves are big, the racing competitiveness is awesome, and it's just gonna be great.
What a race. I'll tell you what, these guys are charging in every corner and down every straightaway.
Yeah, definitely. Hard Rock has really stepped it up for Pro Watercross and for the whole sport, and couldn't pick a better location, a better venue. Awesome place, awesome people, and an awesome race site.
Being at Daytona Beach Hard Rock is awesome because it's a very nice race site. The hotel is really nice. There's a lot of spectators.
It's a great race site, great energy out here. The surf is great. It's really good surf conditions for the riders. Not too big of swells, not too small. It keeps it interesting. The competition's here. Some of the best riders in the country are here. We're all out here racing Pro Watercross and trying to win those national titles.
So you have Hard Rock Hotel, all about creating authentic experiences that rock. You got Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach, combined with Pro Watercross, which is one of the most amazing sports out there in the world. It's all natural for us all to come together and put on this amazing show for everybody out there today.
Great scenery, great beach, great waves. Everyone's nice here. It's perfect.
The water is beautiful. The town is great. The city itself is amazing as far as the people and the food and the culture. We're really loving it down here.
Well, South Padre Island is a hidden gem in Texas. I love it when national corporations and national events come down here because it brings more exposure to us. We have some of the most beautiful beaches in the country, definitely the most beautiful beach in Texas. It's very family friendly. Any activity you want to do on the island is all right here in one spot.
Now here on South Padre Island, partnering with Pro Watercross, when you put them together, you can't get much better than that.
South Padre has turned out to be an awesome race site, and look forward to coming back and racing here again in the future.
Here at South Padre Island, just make it yours.
Man, we've been excited to come to Racine before we even got here. We've been in all really hot climates, so we were looking forward to cold water, a little bit colder weather, and we love it. It's a good town. We got some good dinner last night. It's been good.
We have this great location here on the beautiful shores of Lake Michigan. and we're great. They have a great location between Milwaukee and Chicago. It's a beautiful community with the oldest and tallest lighthouse in Lake Michigan and some Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in town on the Frank Lloyd Wright Trail. So there's lots to see and do here.
You know, I really love coming to Racine. The weather is always beautiful. The water never disappoints. You know, I was kind of hoping to see it a little rougher out there, but you know, my little buddy's here with me racing. He's 10, and you know, it's good to have some nice smooth water for him.
Lake Hartwell, it's about a 56,000 acre lake, and Tougaloo sits on 393 of those acres, so it's a great lake. What a great event. It's a major draw. I mean, people from all over the state are coming for this, but for the Northeast Georgia region, this is a huge tourist event.
So here we are in Lake Hartwell. It's beautiful. We got gorgeous weather. The temperature is right. Water couldn't be nicer, and fresh water finally, which is nice for the skis. And it's just a beautiful location. We got hard packed pavement, boat ramps. It's a very clean event.
Man, Pro Watercross is the best tour. So far, we've had every stop. I cannot pick a favorite yet. It's going to be impossible this year. It's the place to be, Pro Watercross Tour.
This is one of the prettiest venues on the tour. Everybody's been super nice in the town. There's a lot of boats that came out to spectate. Honestly, can't complain. The weather's awesome.
Pro Watercross here in Lake Hartwell, Georgia, it's pretty amazing. It is such a great event. It's great to bring your family to, and it's just overall, this site is amazing.
Super excited to be out here at beautiful Lake Charles with such a great community and a great town standing beside us and then opening their gates and their arms to us. It's an awesome venue, an awesome place to race, beautiful weather, beautiful people. You couldn't ask for more of a better place to have a jet ski race.
This whole Lake Charles area has far exceeded my expectations. So it's a really nice venue. It's been super fun, great restaurants, really nice town, super neat. Now I've been fortunate to race all over the world, and yeah, this place is definitely one of the best venues. So really happy to be here, and looking forward to coming back.
The Pro Watercross is exactly what we've been looking to bring to Lake Charles. As you can see, we have a beautiful lakefront with the beach, and we're looking for events that bring activity to the lake. The Watercross is excitement, you know, getting up to 85, 90 miles an hour, and we think the excitement is going to bring out not only our locals, but people from all around the area to watch these guys race over the next few years.
I come here to win, come here to represent my sponsors, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsport, my company. It's a really good race site, it's a really good class, and everybody has their A game, so it's whoever did their homework is the one that comes up in the front.
Pro Watercross is the best pro watercross racing in the United States of America right now.
If you're jonesing for more action-packed racing, check us out on the web at prowatercross.com. Thanks for joining us at the Pro Watercross National Tour, powered by Broward Motorsports.
Escape the grind and explore the deep roots of Franklin County. Hike through the heavenly hardwoods. Catch the epic untold story of an American icon at the Ty Cobb Museum, or hit the Old Corner Hardware Store for a legendary lunch. Are you longing for the delight of a simpler time? Think Franklin.